A pleasant good morning to the Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers and ministers of state, to the Honorable Tracy Panton, Leader of the Opposition and members on her side of the House, and to all, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed his glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objective. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in the union and in the peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying this life, the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward, so that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen and amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, members. Apologies for the late start this morning. We received notices of absences from the member for Orange Walk South, who remains on sick leave, and the member for Corozal North. This meeting, members, will be carried over a period of 3 days. It's not 3 meetings, but 1 meeting being conducted over 3 days. We did receive a few notices of members who won't be present for the first day, but will be present for the remaining days of the budget debates, namely member for Fort George and member for Cayos South. As we are still in the Women's month of March, I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge all those who are involved with what has been termed a successful Young Women in Leadership Parliament forum, and it was held in these chambers on Friday. It culminated, I should say, in these chambers on Friday, the first time the chamber was filled with all women. And I have been receiving actually several messages from some of you as well as from members of the public on how that went off, and I thought it was only fitting for me to acknowledge it publicly. That was done, coordinated with the help of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus, Parlaméricas, and CWIL, as well as the Department of Youth Services in Belize. So together, all of them coordinated, and over 2 months worked with the young women who applied. I also received a few notices from varying members of the public based on the last meeting, and because of Women's Month, having acknowledged a few women in Belize, the message was that to a gentle reminder that the UN had designated this decade as the second UN International Decade for People of African Descent. And in that vein, if it would be fitting for me or appropriate for me, and I agreed, to also recognize, in addition to the names that we did at the last meeting, Belizean's Senator Venencia Petillo, Belizean Vivian Wilhelmines Maivet, C. Cleopatra White, Sadie Vernon, Creole icons Myrna Manzanares and Lila Vernon as well, to speak their name in the record of women who have helped to build this nation. And with that, Clerk, I conclude announcements for today's first sitting.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 69114, Fiscal Strategy Plan Fiscal Year 2025-2026 to Fiscal Year 2027-2028, Ministry of Finance, Government of Belize.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
So, present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 69A/1/14, Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, 8th Road Project, George Price Highway, Belize City to Hattieville, and Belcan Bridge Replacement Project.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Food Security. Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from Select Committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 70/1/14, Report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Internal Audit Bill 2026. Number HR 71/1/14, Report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Ombudsman Amendment Bill 2026. Number HR 72/1/14, Report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Contractor General Amendment Bill 2026. Number HR 73/1/14, Report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, CLIMA, Strengthening Marine Ecosystem Resilience by Enhancing Wastewater Infrastructure in Keycaker, US $12.25 million, Loan and Guarantee Motion 2026. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Family Support and Gender Affairs.
Madam Speaker, this is a Domestic and Intimate Partner Violence Prohibition Bill 2026. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to recognize the right of all persons to live free of domestic violence and intimate partner violence, to expand the powers of the court, to make orders to support survivors, to increase accessibility to justice services, to fulfill Belize's commitments under international conventions for all persons to live free of violence, to repeal the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the full recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, just a correction, the clerk had mentioned motions. That was actually introduction of bills. Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to recognize the rights of all persons to live free of domestic violence and intimate partner violence, to expand the powers of the court, to make orders to support survivors, to increase accessibility to justice services, to fulfill Belize's commitments under international convention for all persons to live free of violence, to repeal the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 178 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House suspends to Tuesday, 24th March 2026 at 10 a.m.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to tomorrow, Tuesday, 24th March 2026 at 10 a.m. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business motions.
Honorable members, the debate on the second reading of the General Revenue Appropriation 2026-2027 Bill 2026 is about to be resumed. Before we begin, I would like to remind honorable members about Standing Order number 64, presentation and the second reading of the appropriation bill, especially paragraph 5, which reads, after the motion for the second reading of the appropriation bill has been resumed on the paragraph 4 of this standing order, the debate shall be confined to the financial and economic state of the country and the general principles of government policy and administration as indicated by the appropriation bill and the estimates. Matters are therefore asked to be confined. Members are therefore asked to confine their debate within the prescribed limits of the aforementioned standing order. I would like to remind honorable members of the other parts of the standing order, specifically, no surprise to any member, standing order number 42B, and that is, which states that an honorable member shall maintain silence while another member is speaking and shall not interrupt except in accordance with these standing orders. So we now have the resumption of the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 2026-2027 Bill 2026. With your indulgence, I will ask for a brief suspension in order for us to allow for the necessary arrangements as has been standard before the debate on the budget is resumed, with the Leader of the Opposition leading off on the resumption. Thank you.
Today, on behalf of the parliamentary opposition, to respond to the government's presentation on the 2026-2027 budget. I stand here today on behalf of the people of Belize, those hardworking men and women who struggle every day to make ends meet at a time when the headwinds are strong and at a time when the global geopolitical environment poses a direct threat to our social economic well-being and our national sovereignty. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's reference to budgeting for Belizean prosperity must go beyond the greed of the privileged few and well-connected. One can agree that it is an appealing phrase, one we suppose is intended to inspire confidence and optimism. Our duty here is to review the numbers, the policies, and priorities behind these statements. When we do so carefully, when we move beyond the rhetoric and look squarely at the realities confronting many Belizean households, a vastly different picture begins to emerge. You see, Madam Speaker, prosperity is measured by the lived experience of our people. It is measured by whether a mother can afford to put food on the table for her children. It is measured when a young graduate can find meaningful work that will help them to realize their dreams and aspirations. It is measured by whether a small business owner can keep their doors open and not be weighed down by the spiraling cost of inputs and crushing taxes and fees imposed on doing business. It is measured by the safety and protection of our citizens in our homes, neighborhoods, and city streets. The reality many of us are facing, Madam Speaker, is unmistakable, palpable. Too many of us are working harder than ever, yet feeling as though we are falling further behind. Social security contributions made by the working class are currently being reviewed and are anticipated to be, quote unquote, recalibrated in the coming fiscal year. The jury is still out on what that will mean for contributors. But if we follow the prevailing trend, we can expect for contributions to go up. These are not abstract economic indicators. These are the daily realities of our people. Yet, Madam Speaker, in a budget the size of $1.92 billion in expenditure, an ambitious one, we search in vain for a comprehensive strategy aimed at reducing costs of living for families, the costs of production for small farmers and local producers, the costs of doing business for young entrepreneurs. It is as though, Madam Speaker, putting these estimates together, the government was completely out of touch, even aloof to the emerging global economic pressures, and even worse, impotent in finding innovative solutions to the hardships we continue to face. If, I repeat, if the prosperity is the objective of this budget, then surely prosperity must be felt where it matters the most, in our pockets. Madam Speaker, let us take a closer look at this year's budget estimates. Total revenues and grants, $1.79 billion $1.79 billion. Of this amount, $1.58 billion is generated from consumption taxes, which places the burden on the working class. GST being the largest contributor to the consolidated revenue fund. $6.7 million come primarily from capital revenues via the sale of Crown land and the government's equity from various publicly owned businesses, BTL being one of those entities. Total expenditure, $1.92 billion, an increase of over $200 million. $189 million is allocated in interest payments, $57.3 million more than last year, and $140 million for principal payments, $14 million more than this current fiscal year. The overall deficit is $110.3 million, up from $34.1 million. Deficits are financed either by more government borrowing or alternatively by increases in taxes and fees for the delivery of government services. Public debt stands at $4.676 billion with a B, of which 64% is owed to external creditors. Those are lending institutions outside of Belize. And 36% is owed to local lenders, including the Social Security Board and the Central Bank. For the year 2025, both the IMF and the World Bank estimated GDP at $6.6 billion, a 1.5% growth in Belize's economy, and not the 1.9% noted in the Prime Minister's budget presentation on March the 10th. Gross domestic product is a monetary metric that represents the total market value of all final goods and services produced and provided for within a country during a specific period. The Prime Minister also proudly boasts that inflationary costs had fallen to 1.1% this year, which does not accurately represent what Belizeans are feeling in their pockets for basic commodities. In the last few months, everything from fuel at the pumps, to water rates, to electricity rates, to grocery items, to rent expenses, to property and trade license fees have all seen marked increases. Every Belizean is singing the same tune. A family of 4 can no longer live on $100 per week. Nowhere in his speech, Madam Speaker, did the PM proclaim that our Belizeans are enjoying more purchasing power. Even the most recent increases in minimum wage from $3.30 per hour to $5, lauded by the government as a manifesto commitment delivered to Belizeans and paid out by employers, not government, unless you are hired by the public service, has now been negated by sharp increases in the cost of living. As it is now, 41% of every dollar spent on the price per gallon of regular fuel and 46% on premium prices go directly into the government's coffers from revenue replacement tax, import duties, excise tax, environmental tax, and GST. While liquid petroleum stocks, better known as butane, are now spared, well, until today, from the PM's insatiable appetite, it is only a matter of time today that the cost of butane will be increased and be touted as necessary due to unpredictable global developments. The stated unemployment rate also appears questionable. It should be noted that this figure represents 2% of individuals actively seeking employment. The figure does not accurately, however, reflect reality. Nowhere, and I mean nowhere, in Belize can you gather a group of 100 individuals who fulfill all the requirements for employment and expect to find any situation in which 98 of them are gainfully employed. There are persistent challenges facing Belize's labor market. Despite meeting employment qualifications, a sizable population remains unable to secure stable, long-standing jobs. Madam Speaker, as the Prime Minister likes to say, let us state the obvious. Government is spending more than it earns. The notion of a surplus is artificial, as it excludes debt obligations. As we indicated before, every Belizean household shoulders a deficit budget. Translated into simpler terms, 1 in every $7 this government spends is going to financing our public debt. After years of undue fiscal adjustments by the Belizean people, this administration has effectively signaled that they're now reversing course. Plan Belize 2.0, Madam Speaker, promised a new phase of economic dynamism for Belize. It spoke of building economic capacity to sustain great growth rates above 5% annually. Such growth would allow Belize to expand employment opportunities for our rapidly growing young population, strengthen the middle class, and support higher wages across our economy. Madam Speaker, this budgeting for prosperity that the Prime Minister boasted about in his presentation is a farce. Prosperity should be generated through economic diversification, through investments, through growth of existing industries that serves as the main pillars of our economy, and support for new and emerging ones. Madam Speaker, as of January of this year, 2026, Belize recorded a trade deficit of $251.5 million. This brings into sharp focus the value of goods we import exceeds the value of goods we export. Export expansion, sector diversification, and productivity growth remain limited. Strategic economic planning is vital for Belize to address major global challenges. Madam Speaker, where is Belize's comprehensive manufacturing expansion strategy? How can we develop a productive agro-productive sector? Where is the roadmap for developing a digital economy capable of providing high-value employment? Where is Belize's forward-looking strategy to compete in key sectors of the global 21st century economy? Or the planned investments in innovation and technology that will support our farmers to become the primary food chain providers of our region? This issue is straightforward, Madam Speaker. Belize cannot achieve sustained prosperity with only a modest 2% growth rate. Belize is a nation with immense potential, abundant resources, wealth untold, and should set its sights higher. Socioeconomic policy should prioritize not only stability, but also the advancement of Belize's productivity, competitiveness, and growth driven by investment. Madam Speaker, we recognize that Belize's economy is influenced by global events. Madam Speaker, this administration seemed to have believed that ignoring the global political changes would have somehow insulated us from their inevitable effects. In a word, Madam Speaker, this is incredulous. The Prime Minister's budget figures are inapt and out of touch for the times we're living in even before these budget estimates were delivered. Rising tensions in the Middle East and the ongoing war in Iran have caused volatility in global oil markets. For Belize, fluctuation in oil prices translate quickly, well before a new shipment arrives in port. We're seeing real pressures coming to bear. Just last week, Madam Speaker, an unregistered oil tanker with 50,000 gallons of diesel was detained at the Blue Creek port in Belize. Allegedly, Madam Speaker, the contraband was sourced by a fuel station owner in northern Belize. Yet we have not heard a peep from the authorities responsible, save and accept that the tanker and its cargo was seized by the government. Investigations, we understand, are ongoing. Madam Speaker, before I proceed any further with the details outlined in the draft revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2026-2027, I wish to share with Belizeans our lived experience in Albert. Madam Speaker, the Albert constituency receives $10,000 monthly from the Consolidated Fund via the Constituency Development Fund. The resources are used to support registered voters and others in Albert. We use this money along with contributions from private donors to offset healthcare expenses such as prescribed medications, lab tests and imaging services, and access to specialized care. It is used to help cover school activity fees, buy uniforms, textbooks, and supplies, support community groups aiding vulnerable individuals, fund micro and home-based businesses, assist with urgent housing repairs, provide skill training for single-parent households, offer funeral grants for loved ones, support community engagement initiatives and community workers, and give rent assistance when we can. Rental rates have risen, reducing the affordability for families. The moment has arrived to introduce regulations for this sector. We continue to allocate these funds efficiently and to assist as many individuals as possible. Madam Speaker, we also administer a monthly grocery bag assistance program provided via the Office of the Prime Minister, totaling $5,000, which provides food vouchers valued at $50 each to 100 Albert families every month. The nominal contribution helps to buy the basics: eggs, rice, beans, flour, and sugar. every contribution plays a significant role in providing meaningful support to families on the brink of poverty. Madam Speaker, we continue to face challenges in obtaining land access for first-time property owners. The Lands Department will only accept applications that include a recommendation letter from a current area representative. Madam Speaker, this policy contradicts the government's promise to streamline land application and acquisition. This goes against the manifesto's pledge to reduce ministerial involvement in public services for all Belizeans. Madam Speaker, I can offer several examples where these commitments were not offered to future landowners. What I find particularly concerning is the deliberate attempt to appeal to young voters in constituencies to transfer votes in constituencies represented by PUP standard bearers and caretakers by providing them with access to land. An individual's place of residence should not impede access to vital government services. Madam Speaker, despite it being illegal for KHMH to withhold proof of birth, young parents still face difficulties obtaining it for newborns. Madam Speaker, this practice causes additional hardships for young families. Birth registrations, access to Social Security cards for their children needed to access NHI facilities and early childhood education. Madam Speaker, the government recently enacted legislation raising birth registration fees and imposing strict penalties for late registration without considering the systemic issues parents face at public institutions or the hardships these fees increases cause on families. We are still dedicated to collaborating with the appropriate authorities to make sure this issue, that of proof of birth, is settled completely and decisively. On a more positive note, Madam Speaker, we do acknowledge that when specifically requested, Albert residents have been recipients of life-saving oncology services, dialysis treatment, and emergency procedures through the Patient Care Assistance Program available by the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Albert students, I am very fair member for Toledo West. I am very fair. Albert students in primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions have received tuition grants from the Ministry of Education. These tuition grants provide the support infrastructure for young minds to be meaningfully engaged to ensure that they can become productive citizens of Belize. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the beneficiaries of these programs, we take the opportunity to express our gratitude to the Prime Minister and his executive for the support afforded to our constituents. Madam Speaker, the primary issue facing families in Albert and in approximately 80% of families we on this side of the House represent, and I believe it would be true for the representatives on the government side, is the rising cost of living. The government revenue system plays a key role in this reality. According to the budget estimates, the government will depend primarily on indirect taxes, consumption taxes, for its revenue. The estimated amount of GST is $485 million. Excise duties at $245 million. Environmental tax at $70 million. Taxes on foreign currency transactions at $53 million. Import duties at $160.8 million. Property taxes will see a marked increase from $6.4 million to $9 million. The estimated total tax revenue is estimated at $1.581 billion. As previously noted, these taxes are included in the cost of essential goods and services. They influence the cost of fuel, transportation, construction, materials, food, and a wide variety of consumables. When government revenue relies on consumption, ordinary Belizeans bear the burden. That is the simple fact. Madam Speaker, in Plan Belize and Plan Belize 2.0, Belizeans were promised meaningful tax reform. Many swallowed that bait hook, line, sinker, rod, and reel. The government pledged to take legislative action to enable the central bank to make targeted, incentive-based market interventions to reduce lending rates, to reduce business tax, to eliminate environmental tax on inputs for products manufactured in Belize, to abolish the contract tax, and to provide land tax credit for farmers and for land under cultivation or in the use of livestock. As of now, the Income and Business Tax Act, specifically Section 112, still mandates a withholding tax of 3% on all gross contract payments, providing no meaningful relief. Essential commitments to poverty reduction, tax reform, and lowering the trade deficit have been completely overlooked. In replacement, Belizeans receive GST-free tax weekends twice a year for back to school and Christmas. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Finance touts this initiative as a badge of some sort of special distinction. We urge this ministry to provide comprehensive tax relief instead of one-time individual measures. Madam Speaker, I will now provide a more in-depth analysis of the budgetary priorities outlined by this administration. Affordable, quality health care is increasingly difficult for workers. More funding is welcome if it prioritizes patient care over personal gain. The health and wellness budget is just under $200 million, with $102 million for recurrent expenditure, $95 million for CAP 2, and $2.5 million for CAP 3 support. Most of the recurrent expenditure represents salaries and emoluments, while CAP 2 is classified by the reclassification of a $33 million subsidy committed to KHMH and $52 million for the purchase of medical and pharmaceutical supplies. It is important for the Belizean people to note that there is no previously established precedence where such reclassification has been done for medical supplies. Madam Speaker, with the sum of $52 million allocated to central medical stores, a $20 million increase from this year, no Belizean should be denied care at any public care facility or at the KHMH due to shortages of basic medication and supplies. No Belizean, Madam Speaker, should be given a list of supplies required before an emergency surgical procedure can be scheduled. We can all remember, not so long ago, when our nurses and doctors countrywide staged a walkout protesting the shortage of both staff and medical supplies. Basic items, gauze, medical tape, Tylenol, basic diabetic and hypertensive medicines were not available to sick patients. In 2024-2025, there were reported 25 separate instances of out-of-stock inventory at central medical stores. Aside from the $19.1 million investment proposed for the state-of-the-art hospital facility to be provided by our friends of the Republic of China, Taiwan in San Pedro, this year's budget falls short of improvement to healthcare facilities. No new investments are envisioned for the country's #1 referral hospital in Belize City, which desperately needs a roof, we are told, by hospital officials. No mention of the rebuilding or replacement of the polyclinic in Port Loyola. No sums allocated for district public hospitals, save $167,000 proposed pediatric wing at the Northern Regional Hospital in Orange Walk. Madam Speaker, equal and equitable health care services must be for all government institutions. Madam Speaker, another critical concern is the minimal sum of 100.8 million, 101 million, that has been allocated for health training. This translates, Madam Speaker, to no major expansion in specialized medical training, increasing rural healthcare capacity, designated scholarships for locally trained nurses, doctors, technicians, and other healthcare auxiliary providers. These raises another fundamental concern. How do we intend to address adequate patient care if Belize yields to the pressure of the United States to end its long-standing partnership with the Cuban Medical Brigade? We have always shown profound respect and regard for our friends, our allies, our international partners who have consistently helped us in the arduous work of nation building. It is deeply troubling that both our democracy and our sovereignty are at risk if we do not unfollow the unreasonable demands of those who seek to have unbridled power in this hemisphere. Our government has been read the Riot Act. We have been reliably informed that the Prime Minister has been given a firm timeline in which to act on the requests related to the Cuban Medical Brigade, or be exposed to consequences of visa restrictions, revocations, restrictions on travel and tourism, and trade sanctions. Madam Speaker, our foreign policy outlook does not have to be loud, confrontational, or dismissive, but it must remain, at the very least, principled. Those of us on this side of the House recognize the strategic importance of all our friends, the United States of America being no exception. Here's the premise from which we note our concern. Friends respect friends. Friendship should not be used to create power imbalances, justify political actions, or inflict egregious harm on humanity. Who, I ask, who will provide health services in our rural and remote communities, or provide specialist care to those who cannot afford access? In speaking to our UDP caretaker in Toledo West this past weekend, yes, I checked with him because I couldn't find you. He shared the concern that there are no doctors or nurses permanently stationed in the 28 villages that comprises this constituency. This is problematic, I try to call you, Patient care is arranged for designated hours on specific days each month. Severing ties with the Cuban Medical Brigade would only exacerbate the challenges they already face. Madam Speaker, we are privy to the fact that a group of locally concerned healthcare professionals wrote to the Ministry of Health and Wellness just shy of 6 years ago, expressing their grave concern on Belize's continued reliance on external support for healthcare services, and went further. They offered recommendations on how this matter could be addressed. As we understand it, the recommendations were either ignored or were placed in file 13, as those concerned doctors, one of whom I met with this weekend, are still awaiting a response. What is the government's strategy to train and retain nurses so they opt to stay here in Belize and not be recruited by developed countries? We cannot strengthen the health system if we do not invest in the people who deliver care. There are zero investments in mental health facilities despite 16,000 consultations per year. $0 allocated for specialized equipment and infrastructure upgrades have seen a sizable budget reduction from 900,000 to 100,000. I would be remiss, Madam Speaker, if I did not call your attention to the lack of budgeting for critical care services. For the third consecutive year, there has been no increase in the allocation for dialysis treatment, even though there's a growing demand for these services. We must expand our oncology services, particularly as it relates to pediatric oncology support. Our young patients must seek cancer care services outside of the country. Madam Speaker, we acknowledge and we thank Dr. Yakab and the oncology unit at the KHMH for their outstanding work in delivering cancer care to adult patients. Madam Speaker, my colleague representing Queen Square will offer a more comprehensive analysis of the $57 million designated for NHI during his intervention on Wednesday. However, we take this opportunity to formally request an audit of the NHI financial statements. To the best of our knowledge, there has been no audit conducted since 2020. The system is operating without any accountability. Even though an oversight body has been convened with a member recommended by the opposition, the Commission still hasn't received budgeted allocation for NHI services this year. As a result, it cannot conduct or provide feedback, despite requesting the information several times. We call on the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Commission's chairman to make the proposed budget available post haste in the interest of transparency and accountability. The government expects that 325,000 people in Belize will sign up as active NHI service users. This, Madam Speaker, represents a little over 80% of those of us who require primary health care services. We agree with you, Prime Minister, that a healthy nation is a wealthy one. A healthy population maximizes productivity. About 70% of patients are treated by private or will be treated by PCPs, private care providers, who have major health service contracts, while the remaining 30% will visit established clinics such as Cleopatra White and Matron Roberts. Madam Speaker, this proposal does not, in our view, constitute healthcare reform. Rather, it represents state-funded privatization of health care delivery. The Prime Minister says that health care is an entitlement, but the draft NHI legislation that now sits in committee introduces mandatory taxpayer contributions. Madam Speaker, we all know the adage, if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Madam Speaker, a reclassified budget and a shift of healthcare funds into private hands under the guise of NHI is a public healthcare system in decline. Allowing public facilities to deteriorate further jeopardizes the future of sustainable primary health care. Affordable, quality health care is still a challenge for far too many.
Leader of Opposition, I'll just ask for your indulgence so we dispense, since it's about 11:45 with the Standing Order 12. Correct.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honourable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The sum of $314.6 million has been allocated for education. The Prime Minister budget presentation purports. These sums would seek to accelerate system-wide transformation and protect the well-being of our teachers, ensuring tangible results for students, education, and the nation. End of quote. Yet, there are no meaningful education reform initiatives, such as nationwide school infrastructure upgrade program to accommodate our growing student population, no budgeted allocation for national teacher training, no allocation for the digitization of classrooms in either our urban areas or rural communities, no aggressive literacy and numeracy intervention plan, no nationwide competency assessments to gauge how our academic institutions and students are performing, no strategic teacher retention programs. Madam Speaker, just as we saw with our nurses, our skilled teachers are being recruited to teach in developed nations across the globe. Madam Speaker, because of inadequate planning, teachers are stretched too thin. Classrooms are overcrowded, and there is still a lack of resources. We all know that education is not free. The plan believes manifesto commitment for free education from preschool to sixth form was a fabrication from the start. Madam Speaker, our students gain advantages from tuition grants, subsidies provided to public academic institutions, feeding programs, bus transportation, and other similar initiatives. However, church-state institutions impose fees for additional educational services that often surpass the cost of tuition, creating financial challenges for families who are already struggling to meet these expenses. The issue is not about spending money to fulfill our salary commitments to teachers. What matters more is considering transformative strategies to invest in our educators, modernizing our schools, and preparing students so they can help drive Belize's future economic growth. My colleague from myself, Madam Speaker, will address infrastructure investments in detail during his intervention tomorrow. The United Democratic Party has always maintained infrastructure development is both important and necessary. I remember when the rallying cry in this House by the opposition, by the then opposition, was, "We cannot eat streets." You remember that? I'm sure you remember that. I remember that very well. Roads, bridges, and transportation networks are vital in economic growth and national connectivity. No responsible opposition, of which we consider ourselves, would oppose investments in the nation's infrastructure upgrades. Conversely, Belize should be confident that infrastructure investments are managed transparently and responsibly, ensuring that every dollar spent delivers real value. The 200 million allocated for road maintenance, drainage works, and other infrastructure upgrades across the country should come with transparent details, such as the cost per mile of road, cost per bridge, tender procedures, contractor selection methods, and a comparison between final project delivery costs and original estimates. This request ought to be straightforward and should not require private conversations in the minister's office initiated by a member of the opposition. Regardless of whether investments are funded through the consolidated fund or via loans and grants, the government is using public resources and must, I say must, ensure full disclosure in Parliament. In the People's United Party's Plan Belize manifesto, Madam Speaker, this administration promised to establish the gold standard for transparency and accountability. The people of Belize are still waiting patiently, Madam Speaker. If the mishandling of the proposed BTL acquisition of SpeedNet and Smart is any indication, Madam Speaker, or the fact that we do not have a single audited financial report in hand to review for this current administration, 5+ years and counting, we still have a distance to travel. Setting precise benchmarks and implementing oversight on loan fund usage will strengthen trust among both current and future generations who bear the responsibility, Madam Speaker, for repaying these loans. Madam Speaker, the government has proposed a $900 million upgrade in the port of Belize, in Belize City, which can be characterized as ambitious, but lacking adequate transparency. The proposed development is called transformational and seeks to modernize cargo operations, increase cruise tourism, create jobs, improve working conditions, support coastal protection, and regenerate Belize City's south side. The touting of this large-scale facility attempts to entirely dismiss other cruise port facilities which received government's clearance. The Stake Bank project, Madam Speaker, received bipartisan support and parliamentary approval back in 2014 when the Stake Bank Cruise Ship Docking Facility Development Act of 2014 was approved. The Act of Parliament granted fiscal incentives and authorized the project as a public interest initiative. Then there was a mysterious approval of an environmental impact assessment and the acceptance of a mysteriously signed definitive agreement of the Portico project, embraced by the now Prime Minister and a group of, in his words, senior colleagues for the development of a second cruise tourism facility. Madam Speaker, after the Prime Minister was discovered behaving inappropriately, he quickly withdrew from the agreement in these chambers, hoping to separate himself from a deal that his ministry had unsuccessfully sought approval and backing from his executive. The pushback, Madam Speaker, came from his own cabinet members, those sitting across the aisle. It is sufficient to say that the government's handling of the need for a modern shoreside cruise port facility for central Belize has been nothing short of a calamity. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's interference in private investments, I think of Serene Development, Madam Speaker. I think of investments in Stake Bank, Madam Speaker. I think of what is now happening in the north with the coercion by government to have farmers withdraw their legal claims from BSI, ASR, and Tate and Lyle. The Prime Minister's interference in the affairs of private investors, in his attempt to stave off other initiatives to promote interests of his own, has exposed Belize's reputation to grave risk, our investment reputation. When the country's top office treats local investors with such disdain and disregard, interfering in the business of private sector-led investments, it sends a strong signal for foreign investors to proceed with extreme caution. Madam Speaker, the budget estimates excludes funds allocated for forthcoming government legal challenges that are apparent. Madam Speaker, the State Bank developers have stated categorically that they refuse to withdraw their interests until a legal review at the highest court addresses alleged government interference in their negotiated agreements with a local banking institution. Madam Speaker, it is deeply troubling when the highest office in our nation deliberately misrepresents correspondence received from a U.S. congressman. By portraying such communication as a broad and sweeping endorsement of his administration's policy decisions, the government sends a misleading signal to the public. This act suggests that those in charge may be losing their grip on effective leadership and are responding to mounting pressures from a place of desperation rather than reasoned governance. Such misrepresentation undermines public trust and should trigger a no confidence vote in this sitting administration. For the avoidance of any doubt, Madam Speaker, those of us on this side of the House support the 4% salary increase for public officers, teachers, security personnel, and healthcare workers. These increases provide welcome relief for the working class who are committed to providing services to the public. In this year's estimates, approximately $651.9 million have been allocated for salary and wages, while pension and ex gratia payments are projected at $129.9 million. Together, these obligations account for 11% of GDP and 60% of total recurrent expenditure. Although the government has acceded to the union's request, Madam Speaker, there has been an increase in labor activism over the past year as trade unions continue to express concerns regarding outstanding benefits, delays in settlements, and unresolved pension matters. We on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, implore the member of Kaya North not to rely on reading scripted statements when facing challenging questions in this House. Instead, we ask that you use your influence, your authority, and your judgment to address the ongoing concerns of the Belizean communication workers for justice directly, fairly, decisively. Please listen to the resounding cry of the masses. Madam Speaker, it is a fact that 70% of Belize's energy supply, electricity and petroleum, is imported. This one-way trade flow makes Belize vulnerable to external shocks, trade deficits, and reduced energy independence. The situation has been a direct factor in increasing energy costs, impacting households, businesses, the productive sector, the service industry, and public services such as transportation. Additionally, Madam Speaker, Belize has aging infrastructure that is vulnerable to extreme weather conditions. and unprecedented increases in demand. No one can erase the memory from the rolling blackouts caused by load shedding that we experienced in 2024. It's also important to note, Madam Speaker, that the transportation sector in is Belize's largest energy consumer, accounting for 52.9% of total energy consumption. In such a global context, we can agree that energy security, energy reliability, and energy affordability are essential components of a national economic policy. In August of 2023, Belize secured $154 million from the Saudi Fund for development to construct a 60-megawatt solar energy plant aiming to enhance renewable energy supply. The Millennium Challenge Corporation, through the MCA Compact, has agreed to provide an additional $83.4 million, and that's Belize dollars, which is expected to facilitate lower cost energy integration, reduce electricity costs, and strengthen Belize's competitiveness. While the government continues to vigorously promote energy sustainability, it has failed to provide a quantifiable roadmap for achieving it. Instead, Madam Speaker, the government has outlined projects funded by public debt and private investors rather than government-led transformation. Madam Speaker, for the working class, for people like me and you, and those sitting in the gallery, electricity and energy costs are on a steep upward trajectory. At the beginning of this year, Madam Speaker, electricity rates increased by 3.4 cents per kilowatt, and fuel prices at the local pumps are through the roof. Remember? You remember when the representative from Orange Walk Central had all the solutions for the challenges we were facing under the previous Barrow administration, due to no fault of our own. He may have the solution for crime. He may have the solution for national security. He may have the solution for increases in the cost of living. And he may definitely have the solution for inflated costs of petroleum at the pump. Madam Speaker, it was the current Prime Minister who was then the leader of the opposition. No, I have some time to go. So rest up. I have some time to go, man. Who led the public protest calling for government to lower the fuel tax by $2 per gallon. Talk about political grandstanding. Back then, premium was $10 per gallon. And now, don't make fun of my disability. You, Prime Minister, who say you are concerned about the disabled in this country, do not make fun of my disability. Don't worry, I am standing tall. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. Your wife, who has dedicated her life to those with a disability. You, sir, should be ashamed of yourself. Premium was $10 a gallon, and now, back then, and now it is $14. As an initial temporary measure, we call on this government to reduce the fuel tax by $2 to help lower high fuel costs for struggling households. Regionally, Madam Speaker, CARICOM countries such as Barbados, Jamaica, Antigua and Barbuda have introduced measures to cap their respective governments' take on the fuel pie, because they recognize that their national economies, like Belize, are driven by the cost of fuel and the impact increasing costs can have on economic growth. We must challenge the government to become more cost efficient, curtail unnecessary government spending, and closely monitor the government's fuel usage on their vehicle fleet. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to correct misinformation provided by the Prime Minister in a recent interview with one of our local media houses on this issue of petroleum pricing. For him to say, Madam Speaker, that the Barrow administration collected millions from the petroleum revenues that could have been used to subsidize tax on fuel is a deliberate attempt to mislead and misrepresent the facts. It seems to us, on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, this is a trait that is fast becoming habit-forming for him. Madam Speaker, the Barrow administration collected petroleum revenues over several years in a series of payments instead of receiving a single lump sum as he suggested. After 2015, revenue collected from petroleum taxes went from $30 million to $1 million, and that has been the figure ever since. Even after 2015, when oil revenue virtually disappeared, Madam Speaker, fuel prices at the pump were nowhere where they are today. Prime Minister, please, man, stop take way fi kunumuno. Fool the talk, but they no fool the listen. The real question is budgeting for prosperity for whom? It is fair, Madam Speaker, that the telecommunications sector is undergoing rapid transformation worldwide. Advances in satellite-based broadband technology, particularly low Earth orbit satellite networks, are reshaping the economics of telecom markets across the globe. Against that backdrop, Madam Speaker, the ongoing controversy surrounding the proposed acquisition of smart SpeedNet infrastructure by government-owned BTL has sparked a robust national debate for good reason. The timing of the proposed acquisition, the implications for competition, the cost and quality of service and public confidence, the lack of fairness for former employees, and transparency in the process. Caught blue-handed, with his hand deep down in the cookie jar, Madam Speaker, these public concerns are amplified by the fact that SpeedNet and Smart is linked both to the Prime Minister's family and the Waterloo Trust. The proposed acquisition has been grossly mishandled by the executive chairman of BTL. I don't know what he's still doing there, and it is time for him to be replaced. Despite public protests, the cries of concerned Belizeans as pressures from virtually every sector of society, including the BCCI, civil society, the labor unions, and the opposition, continue to go largely ignored. The transaction can potentially jeopardize social security contribution from workers. The prevailing circumstances surrounding this telecom buyout underscores the need for full disclosure and accountability when public institutions are involved in complex financial and technological arrangements. Madam Speaker, we trust that the BTL fiasco has taught us all one important lesson. Institutions, particularly those funded from the public purse, must never be utilized as instruments for resolving private financial challenges. Even before the ink could dry on the first hike in fuel prices at the pump, Madam Speaker, the member from Orange Walk Central looked to our young academics in the eye and promised more of the same, throwing his hands up in the air because in defeated resolve, the Prime Minister flagged the same dead horse when students proposed a question about the increasing cost of living. Inflation, he said, is imported. Inflation is imported, and there is nothing my government can do about that. If this administration is serious about budgeting for Belizean prosperity, there are no shortage of proven policy tools that can be utilized to mitigate the exposure of fuel costs. Madam Speaker, this leads me to a quick, I promise, overview of what are not considered national priorities in the upcoming financial period. There are no key investments or strategic plans for economic diversification. Tax relief for working families, agricultural stability, food security, youth engagement, social protection for those facing poverty, crime prevention, community and border security. On the latter, Madam Speaker, violent crime is on a steady incline. This brings into question the current leadership of the Belize Police Department, who cannot decipher or hold to account who thief Budna. It also brings into sharp focus, in my view, the incompetence of the administration. Just hours after painstakingly explaining about a plan the Prime Minister concocted without sound advice, I suppose, Madam Speaker, to negotiate a prisoner exchange with Guatemalan authorities for Budna, none other than his trusted Foreign Minister had to publicly shut down the idea by explaining that such an option was not a possibility. No such arrangements are in place, nor do we enjoy formal diplomatic relations with Guatemala currently. the single most important issue for Belize's foreign affairs, I hope you will agree, Minister of Foreign Affairs, I hope you will agree that the single most issue for Belize's foreign affairs efforts is the hearing of the ICJ on the Belize-Guatemala territorial claim. Its definitive conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we hope will bring an end to the centuries-old unfounded dispute and establish once and for all sovereignty and international independence, sovereignty and our national independence. We wish to enforce that the Belize-Guatemala territorial dispute is not a partisan or political issue. It is one of great national importance. Both parties, both the People's United Party and the United Democratic Party, have supported this effort. The opposition, Mr. Speaker, remains engaged and supportive in this process. Despite this, there is no mention of or update by the Prime Minister in his budget presentation. No mention of what the cost of defending Belize's national interest has been, neither how much will be spent on the highly capable international legal minds tasked with advancing our arguments at The Hague. One has to comb through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs budgeted estimates to find the sum of $2.5 million allocated for ICJ under Cap 2 projections, which is on par with the previous year's estimates. In fact, despite receiving its own substantive talking section in the budget speech about expanding Belize's diplomatic footprint, it is worthwhile noting that these efforts are estimated at $13.9 million for foreign policy, strategic management, an increase over $4 million, and $16.8 million in overseas representation. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, the infiltration of criminal elements in northern border towns and incursions by those who do not formally recognize Belize's sovereignty in our southern communities should keep us up all at night. The plan to have these matters addressed seem elusive at best. We understand that Belize is reaching out to federal law enforcement agencies in the US to design the solution against narco trafficking, money laundering, and the unwelcome advancements on our national patrimony. Please tell us, Mr. Prime Minister, please tell us what the plans are and how much it will cost. Alongside this, the public sector is expanding with an addition of more than 600 new employees, who we can only assume, without any other justification, that they are political appointees. We call on the Ministry of Public Service to provide the necessary information for these new hires. My friends, the future outlook for Belize is not a rosy picture. Large capital programs funded through external sources provide no immediate relief to the working class. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we once again state the obvious. Belize cannot borrow its way to prosperity. Achieving economic transformation needs more than large-scale government infrastructure spending. It needs clear strategy, defined policies, and substantial investment to generate genuine growth, not a get-rich scheme that seeks to provide a retirement plan for a chosen few. We need to ensure we balance the scales between infrastructure and meaningful investments in our human structure. The budget estimates as presented, Mr. Speaker, falls short of addressing the basic social protection for Belizean families. Mr. Speaker, we wish to remind the Prime Minister of his commitment as a leader of the PUP in Plan Belize, and I quote, to respect human rights, something he has a problem with, and fundamental freedoms, to uphold the position of the family in a society of free citizens and free institutions, to preserve the dignity of human rights and the inalienable rights for which all members of our human family are endowed by the Creator. End of quote. The question, Mr. Speaker, is who cares for the 26.6% of our population classified as multidimensional poor, according to the 2022 Multidimensional Poverty Index? Who cares for the women and girls who disproportionately are victims of gender-based violence? And we welcome, Member for Corozal Bay, the introduction of the bill this morning. Who cares for young boys who have fallen prey to gang-related violence to escape the scorn of poverty? Who cares for those like me who are differently disabled, have a disability? Who cares for those who are who suffer from mental illness, who are helpless and homeless and roam our city streets? Who cares for the aging population, who are not the spoils of yesterday, but rather the very foundation on which we build? In 2004, Mr. Speaker, the National Gender-Based Violence Plan of Action 2024 to 2030 was approved by Cabinet. At that time, $269,000 was allocated for its implementation. You want to go slower? You need me to go slower? Fast forward 2 years later, Mr. Speaker, and the current allocation stands at $308,000, despite the glaring gaps in service and the absence of a comprehensive referral pathway for victims. The Domestic Violence Amendment Bill and the proposed new bill needs to be widely socialized. Last October, Mr. Speaker, 5 women were violently killed by their intimate partners within a span of just 18 days. These tragic deaths sparked national outrage, the very reason socialization matters. I pause, and I invite you to pause with me to remember all victims, both of domestic abuse and gun-related violence that disproportionately affect our young men. Our communities, Mr. Speaker, and our homes are bleeding out, literally and figuratively. Zero tolerance to all forms of violence must mean zero tolerance, and we must provide the necessary support infrastructure for victims who are either trying to find their way out of life-threatening situations or a pathway to a new way of living. Approximately 35,000 Belizeans live with disabilities, according to the data from the Statistical Institute of Belize. The current budget, Mr. Speaker, allocates a one-time sum of $400,000, which is a total sum of $11 per person annually, to the Secretariat, and this sum is provided to the Secretariat for Persons with Disabilities. This is sufficient for staffing, implementing programs, or raising awareness. I think we need some in this house, in the current economic reality. It is important to note that disability is not a uniform experience. A one-size-fits approach, as I know you know, Member for Corozal Bay, does not fit all. Mr. Speaker, I should be done by 1. Who is counting? Who is counting? You know the count. You know the count. We gave you the time you needed. Yeah, we have all day. 5 hours. Come on, now we have all day. Or 4. Or 4. Madam Speaker, it has also been said that the true measure of a nation is reflected in how we treat our elderly. Yet in these estimates, the National Council on Aging is slated to receive a total allocation of $156,000 this year. The Council has long championed the introduction of universal pension. Currently, fewer than 1,000 Belizeans receive a non-contributory pension. Gender disparities are stark. Over 60% of Belizeans, primarily women, lack any form of pension, leaving older women particularly vulnerable to poverty. Madam Speaker, these instances illustrate areas in which social safety net programs for vulnerable populations are not being adequately delivered. Prosperity cannot be budgeted while survival is underfunded. A country cannot claim prosperity or progress when those most in need of support are left behind to fend for themselves. How does this administration speak of protecting women when gender-based violence plans is funded at levels that cannot even sustain training, awareness, or basic service delivery? How does the administration claim inclusion when the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities receive a one-time allocation with no future commitment? How does this administration speak of dignity for seniors when fewer than 1,000 out of 420,000 people receive a pension, leaving the majority, especially women, exposed to poverty in their final years? National development, Madam Speaker, is not measured by how much we build. It is measured by how many lives we uplift. We see highways being paved, but the pathways out of poverty remain blocked. It was the Prime Minister who made the case to respect the principles of social justice and reiterated in Plan Belize that the economic system must result in material resources of the community being used to serve the most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we continue to be concerned by the high-level corruption that has become systemic, while oversight mechanisms are under-budgeted. As a constitutional office holder, Madam Speaker, I have written to the Office of the Prime Minister on more than one occasion to ask for basic operational support for the function of the Office of the Leader of the Opposition. Madam Speaker, just as there are allocations for the Integrity Commission, the Office of the Ombudsman, the Office of the Contractor General, the Office of the Auditor General, and the Office of the Governor General, there should be support for the Office of the Leader of the Opposition. Building a robust democracy with the necessary checks and balances depend on it. The responsibilities of the Office of the Leader of the Opposition are not political in nature. Rather, they serve as an essential constitutional oversight mechanism designed to hold the executive accountable. The government's commitment to constitutional reform, electoral reform, redistricting, and institutionalizing the gold standard for transparency and accountability seem to all have been lip service. Madam Speaker, a government that does not exercise its sacred duty to protect a citizen's constitutional rights without due process dismantles our democracy, our sovereignty, and by extension, our national identity. This should never be accepted by any of us, nor should it be normalized. Madam Speaker, I'm getting there, I promise. In closing, I want to ensure that all Belizeans here at home and those who reside in the diaspora, that the United Democratic Party, the political organization that I lead, remains committed to serving Belize. We are ready to lead. We are prepared to take charge of the governance of our beloved Belize. We are open to an inclusive approach in crafting the policies and remedies we seek to propel Belize's socio-economic growth forward and to create a higher quality of life for our citizens. We will avoid making empty promises that severely undermines trust. We will govern with integrity, accountability, transparency, humility, something I don't believe this administration knows very much about, and sincere concern for those who continue to struggle to make ends meet. The aloof, often callous arrogance that we are experiencing within the national discourse by this administration will not be countenanced. We will maintain a zero-tolerance policy for those who seek to pilfer from the public purse or abuse their authority. Madam Speaker, unconstrained power and unrestrained greed amongst elected leaders will not be tolerated. Madam Speaker, like many countries in this hemisphere, Belize stands at the edge of a defining moment, a watershed moment in our history. The forces shaping our global reality are no longer distant. They are present, they are pressing, and they are profoundly consequential. How we respond in this moment will determine not only our resilience, Madam Speaker, but the very strength of our sovereignty and the future we wish to secure for generations to come. Since the budget was presented in this House 2 weeks ago, the conflict in Iran has escalated, leading to crisis in the Middle East. I trust, Madam Speaker, that in the Prime Minister's response at the end of the next 3 days of rigorous debate, that he will lay out an emergency plan on how this administration will address the implications caused by the war in Iran. Madam Speaker, may I hasten to add that supplemental allocations, which add up to another 10 to 15% of expenditure to government spending, is not the answer. In times such as these, leadership must rise above narrow political convenience. Our first and solemn duty is to the people of Belize. Our security, our prosperity, our right to self-determination. We therefore call on the government to act with urgency and statesmanship by convening a bipartisan, multi-sectorial national commission, one that brings together political leaders, civil society actors, private sector partners, and technical expertise to craft a unified strategic response to the challenges that lie ahead of us. May I hasten to add that the gravity of this moment demands collaboration, vision, courage, bringing our best minds to the table. As Belizeans, we deserve leadership that is equal to the times we're living in. We deserve a united front, steady, deliberate, and unwavering in our collective commitment to protect our national interests and people. Unprecedented times call for unprecedented measures. These are extraordinary times, and they call for extraordinary leadership. Let us rise above anything forces that seek to divide us, and instead remain anchored in the values that define us: unity, dignity, an unshakable belief in Belize's true potential, and an undeniable belief in who we are as a Belizean people, to be a beacon of light in the dark that guides this nation forward. Finally, and I mean finally, yeah, I'll be done before 1. Madam Speaker, as Women Month draws to a close, I take time to salute the women and girls of Belize who are called, each in their own way, to this sacred work of nation building. I pay special tribute to the women who paved the way before us, trailblazers like Madam Gwendolyn Lizaraga, Dr. Jane Usher, Miss Sylvia Flores, Miss Elizabeth Zabani, and my dear friend and mentor, Mrs. Faith Babb, and the countless women who have been the backbone of our political movements. Women who stand in the gap. Women who have prayed. Women who continue to support the cause to equity in political leadership. I also salute my colleagues, past and present, who have served and who now serve in the first of its kind Women Parliamentarian Caucus. Your courage and your commitment are helping to shape a more inclusive Belize. Madam Speaker, if you would allow me, I'm especially grateful for the example of my mother, Mrs. Andrea Tega, who taught me by the way she lived her life what selfless, principled leadership truly looks like. And to my daughters, Adriana Maud and Hope Panton, you inspire me daily to be the best version of myself. To the good people of Albert, I thank you. I thank you for the distinct privilege and the profound honor you have given me to be your voice in this honorable house, the people's house. I am humbled by your trust, strengthened by your confidence, and deeply grateful for this opportunity to serve Belize. Madam Speaker, honorable members, and my esteemed colleagues, I thank you. I thank you for your patience, and I thank you for listening.
Before I call on the next member, I'll just ask for the parliamentary officers to get the chairs back and remove the podium. A couple minutes, not a break, just a few minutes. I now recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, member for Lake Independence.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to say happy Women's Month to all the women in Belize. You all make this place go wrong. We are nothing without you. Especially want to acknowledge you, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition, the members from Belize Rural Central and Corozal Bay. You have been awesome role models. You've been around as long as me, you know, doll. Madam Clerk, the first female clerk in all this land. Congratulations. You've been stellar so far. I hope you keep it that way. I also want to thank the member for Corozal Bay for being so kind to us and not try to have us wear any kind of purple wire bearer today. Instead, Laurentton came with the purple ribbon for women are all royalty. I liked my orange wire bearer, I must say, you know, because orange is my favorite color. But if the me want me to wear it, we are quite fine. But we have to admit that you dodge. You dodge. That it wasn't such a good look. Madam Speaker, the leader for the opposition spoke for almost 2 hours. And she spoke about just everything under the sun. And I have been here a very long time, and I have not ever seen a leader of the opposition speak that long. And in listing all her role models today, she failed to mention one man, and that is the former Honorable, the other departed, Melvin Holtz, because he is a champion of long speeches. But you know, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition had a lot of things to say, but what she did not mention is that, and what she did not say is that on this side of the House, we have not raised taxes. We have not raised taxes in any of the last 5 years. Absolutely no taxes. Even though when we came into this honorable House as the government back in November of 2020, the debt to GDP ratio for this country was the 6th worst in all the world. It was 135%. In fact, I could remember very clearly when the FinSec briefed us at the Biltmore for our very first cabinet meeting. I almost fell off my chair. We didn't know it was that bad. We were actually borrowing $1 million a day just to pay salaries for teachers and public officers. The IMF was recommending that we fire 3,000 public officers and teachers and raise GST to 19%. That was way back in 2020. We have not raised GST, not the 7% that they were recommending, not 6, not 5, not 4, not 3, not 2, not 1, not even 0.5%, even though we found what we found. Because that's leadership. We didn't cry. We didn't get frustrated. We didn't get shaky. We didn't make any excuses. We rolled up our sleeves under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister and we got to work. we've been working for the last 5+ years. So much so that today, the debt to GDP ratio is 66 point something %. We have had 20 or more straight quarters of growth in this country. We have shrunk our debt, even though our economy is much larger than what we inherited. And I noted that the leader of opposition did support what we are doing in this budget, which is that we're spending $780 million on salaries and pensions for teachers and public officers without having to borrow $1 million a day. That's what we're doing. And we give pay raise, and well, the unions call it salary adjustments, and we have to go face them on Monday, so I will call it what they like to call it, salary adjustments. No raise of pay, Minister Dull, salary adjustments. We had to grapple with that on this side of the house. We had to go through those negotiations. But like I said, we didn't make any excuses. We rolled up our sleeves and did the work. Now, I am a little bit hurted, Madam Speaker, more than a little bit hurted that the leader of the opposition, the honorable member of Alberts, could not pick up the phone and call me and say that her honorable voters were being denied the opportunity to apply for the first time landowners program. I wouldn't countenance that no day under the sun. I won't encourage that. Nobody sanctioned that. And if that be the case, and I will assume that that is the case based on the word of the honorable member for Alberts, that ends as of today. You disagree? That ends as of today. So by way of this intervention, we are publicly saying to our lands officers at the Belize City office, please accept the applications for the member for Alberts voters for the first time land program. We don't play like that, man. Madam Speaker, you're allowed to refer to your notes since it is the budget debate, right? Before I get into it, Madam Speaker, let me say that I rise not against others, but for the people of Belize, for the people of Lake Independence in particular. I rise here to pay tribute to the men and women of the public service who work tirelessly and endlessly to ensure that we have a budget 2026-2027 that's worthy of presentation. This country will only go as far as our public service. We will rise or fall with them. They are the ones who produce and execute these budgets. We ministers don't collect taxes, they do. We don't greet the public at the front desk, they do. If the policies are worthy of their commendation, they will execute. They will make all the difference. And I'm confident in their ability to deliver. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to be negative today. But you know, in opposition, you get to say all these audacious things, and you have all these fanciful ideas that somehow escape you when you're in the seat of government. In opposition, you see things ever so clearly. You become clairvoyant. You have all the answers. You become a fountainhead of ideas. But in government, you can be burdened by the beast of governing. So many priorities and not enough resources. So many issues and not enough time. So many demands and not enough hands. And if you have served in government before, you understand this, or you should. So I don't expect the members from Mesopotamia and Queen Square and Kaya West to get this. But I certainly would want to think that the leader of the opposition understands this. See, I'm sorry to disappoint them on the other side. You know, we start no war, you know. We didn't start COVID. We don't cause hurricanes and droughts. As much as you blame the rain and the storm and the heat and the drought and everything else under the sun on us, we don't cause inflation that's imported. We don't cause higher prices. That's inflicted. We have not raised taxes. We've not done any of those things. What we have done, though, we've provided free education like never before. I know I'm hungry, but you have to help me, all right, because I'm hungry too. We have extended NHI all over this country like never before. That's better. We've been building cement houses like never before. We have created jobs like never before. We never got no honeymoon period, not the first term or the second term. From day one, we had to deal with a supersized headache. Our honeymoon in 2020 was a once-in-a-100-year pandemic. But no one day we make excuses. When you offer yourself to people, excuses no matter. You can't make excuses. If we who have the means and the power to struggle against the challenges, then we all have to remember the everyday Belizean man and woman will carry the heaviest load. So all we do on this side the work, all we do to serve, all we do to try, because nothing can work if you don't try something. We who get the trust of the people can't get tired, can't get weary, can't stop work, can't stop try. Stay to try. So we stay upon the job. Some of us get old upon the job. We here to get whiter and grayer. The wrinkles and creases, they get deeper. True, Albert? Some of us lose weight here. Some of us have to take it off every day so the white don't show. Some of us they put little thing in the hair so they look black and they really black. Some of us lose the waistline. Some of us can't even walk so good again. We get sick every minute. Touch are gray. Many touches are gray. But we stay upon the job. We stay to work. We stay to try. Have we been perfect? Far from it. Can we do better? Of course we can. Can we do more? Yes, we can. Have we had problems? We've had a lot. Some self-inflicted, some contracted. Will we have more? As sure as night follows day. It's not whether we will have problems, it's when we will. But what's important is what we do when we are confronted with the problems. Clearly, I can speak for us at the Lands Department, we don't get everything right at the Lands Department. When you're dealing with tens of thousands of applications each year, last year alone we had 31,563 applications. Of course, there are going to be mistakes. Some avoidable, some not avoidable, some not so avoidable. But it's what we do when we are confronted with the problems that will make all the difference. Just last Monday, I met a lady and her daughter and grandson, along with their pastor. They cried so much, they made me cry. They had a land for over 10 years, but never quite did anything to it. The lease approval had expired, and they tried, but they just couldn't get the account opened. Some time ago, we at Lands gave someone else the lot. The new landowner didn't keep the land long. He sold it. Now you're a first-time landowner. We don't give you the land for sale, brother. We give you the land so you could build something, so you could own something, so you have something to pass on to your children and grandchildren. We don't give you no land for sale. That family ripped my heart apart. We have to get them back their land. And obviously, we now have to find another lot for the person who bought the land. But if we can right this wrong and restore the family to a land they believe they are entitled to, a decent, humble family, by all means, we have to. We must. That's when I enjoy my job the most, Madam Speaker. I don't enjoy seeing people hurt, but I enjoy being able to make people happy. Enjoy seeing the joy in people when you are able to lift them up. That lady held me so tight as she cried, saying, please, please help my family. I'm happy to report that as I'm speaking, the family is signing up to purchase their old lease land. And they will be able to build their mother's house on their land. That's what I believe governance is all about. Trying to be fair and just when faced with a conundrum. Trying to make the right decision in the face of a tragedy. Trying to make sure that everybody wins. Now to the budget, Madam Speaker. 2026, 2027. Somewhere in our constituencies right now, a young lady sits in her living room. In the old days, they used to call it your parlor. She sits in her parlor, wondering what is in the budget for her. A young man sits on the corner, asking if there's anything in the budget for him and others like him. And the short answer is that there's so much in this budget for the young people of this nation. Now is the time to go to school. It's never been this good. Never been a better time to go to school. No government has ever helped like this before. It's free to attend any government high school across this country. You just show up, man. Your school fees don't paid, uniform provided, hot meals served. It gets no better than this. And if you are attending sixth form or university or even primary school, there's something in here for you too. Over $13 million in grants to support deserving students. Over $10 million for the Healthy Start feeding program. Over $7 million for the New Skills for the Future program. Now it's for us to try to figure out how to make school more fun for the kids, more attractive to all, how to make the kids have fun while learning, because education should be fun. It cannot feel punitive, it cannot feel like pressure. It has to be fun. They have to want to go to school. And that's our big challenge. Youth and sports. Man, you don't want a lucky fella, you know. Member for Pickstock. No government has spent so much on youth and sports. It looks like they're almost $15 million. I conquer money that's close to that for youth and sports combined. I've been around these parts for damn near 30 years. Never seen a combined budget like this for youth and sports. Never. It's heartwarming, ladies and gentlemen. I'll say it again. All our youths should play sports, whether they are good at it or not. Sports builds character, discipline, teaches our youth to resolve conflicts, or to work together. It builds communities. It inspires confidence. Our children are as good as any in any part of this world. We see that. So only as they get older, when the nutrition and training and financing advantages of other countries kick in, that's when our children get left behind. This budget puts us on the right track. Human development. Support for families and young continue in the 2026-2027 budget for human development. This budget will see $5.5 million budgeted for the so-called BOOST program. In this past year, some 283 students under BOOST graduated from high school, while another 159 is transitioning from primary to secondary school. Without BOOST, these kids may not have been in school. They would have probably become right young targets for gang activity and gang membership and delinquent behavior. The new budget will only deepen the reach of BOOST, now serving a record 1,763 households. I must hasten to add, Madam Speaker, that this is a program started under the previous administration, started by the former Minister, Honorable Boots. I have to give him a plug, but let him not take that as an invitation to come back, because that ship has sailed. Tell him I say so. We have continued that program because it makes sense. This year also marked a marked increase in the monthly allowance for the elderly and the disabled. And we probably haven't done that in many, many years. But there's always a need for more. Too many of our elderly are still living in poverty with not enough means or no means to fend for themselves. Our institutions housing the elderly need more resources. The test of whether any government is successful is not how many elections they've won, but how well the least advantaged members of our society are doing. Whether they live in a sea of despair or whether they are coming closer to the ocean of prosperity. Speaking of despair, Madam Speaker, we have to grapple with the reality that way too many of our people are dying way too young from a lot of stress-related diseases, what doctors call diseases of despair. Despite all we've done and all we're doing, way too many of our people are hopeless about the future, hopeless about their prospects for success. Life can be too hard, too unforgiving, too lonely, and some seek the easy way out. Regrettably, they look to drugs and alcohol, anything to ease the pain, to have some so-called fun. But that's just for the moment. It's temporary relief. When the alcohol has worn off and the high from the drugs has faded, the problems remain. Stress is killing our people. Imagine the daily stress of a single parent on minimum wage or a single parent with no wage at all, and the growing cost of food and the high cost of rent for less than adequate shelter, and light bill and water bill and internet bill. And then suddenly your child gets sick and you don't have the money to take them to the doctor. I've seen instances where people take too long to take their loved ones to the hospital for fear of the potential cost, and their loved ones pass away. I've seen that way too many times over my lifetime. In the constituencies we serve, we see an inordinate amount of our people grappling with health issues and the high cost of health care. It's one of the greatest and costliest realities our people face daily. How did we get here? It never used to be like this. That's why we have to spend so much on health. But we have to make sure that we spend it wisely. I mean, Minister of Health, how much is KHMH collecting from patients annually? $2 million? Maybe $2.5 million? Max. Man, why don't we pay that as a government and make KHMH free while we continue to expand NHI and continue to make all our public clinics free and make quality health care truly a right for all Belizeans? Then our people will not wait too late to go to the hospital for fear they can't pay the bills. And then they can focus on getting better without having to worry about how much they have to put down and how much they have to pay to get discharged. And then our young mothers can walk out the hospital freely after childbirth without having to be looking over their shoulders for fear that someone might holler them back to pay before they leave. And then our people can focus on giving their dearly departed loved ones a decent burial without fretting that they can't pay the hospital bill to get their loved ones released. We're living in a rich country. We have enough for everybody to be living well. We have to make government work for all. It's about our priorities. Healthcare is a human right. This has to be our ultimate goal. Madam Speaker, we have to keep questioning what we are doing and whether we can do it better. At the Lands Department, we have been pushing. We know that everyday people, they face all kinds of problems, struggling to deal with everyday prices, struggling to deal with rent and the spiraling cost of food. Our part of the solution is to try impact them fast. One lot change the equation, change the odds. We can't get a land into the hands of first-time landowners fast enough. This is a for we part, from villages to towns to cities, from house lots to farmland. We feel the urgency. We feel the pressure. It's not about no elections. It's about survival. We know we need roads to go along with all that. We know you need access to financing to go along with that. We know access to light and water is important. But what we control is to get that paper in your hands. In our storm, one ship need a good anchor. We think one piece of land, that one good anchor. And we have been pushing anchors like never before. Over the last 2 years, up to Friday, March 20th, we have issued 19,931 purchase price approvals. That's almost 20,000 purchase prices delivered in just the last 2 years alone. The vast majority for first-time landowners. In the 2025 calendar year alone, over 10,000 titles were delivered, 4,905 land certificates, and 5,353 grant fiats. I always remember the grant fiats right well because I have to sign in a 6th time. When I see the files, I hold my head. And in 2025 alone, we surveyed 8,300 lots. And we have another $3 million budgeted in this year to do even more surveys for first-time landowners. But that is not enough. There is no rest for us. We have to do more. We have to do as much as we can, for as many as we can, for as long as we can. We will redesign our website to make it more user-friendly, so the site can explain what it means when it says your application is at inspection or qualification or land accounts maintenance. We will establish a dedicated WhatsApp hotline for citizens to post their land issues or lodge complaints or report land disputes. People are tired of waiting and having to go from office to office and from district to district without quick enough results. You shouldn't have to come all the way from PG to Belmopan to tell us that you have a land dispute and you need the help, man. Only to be told go to Belize City, but that we can't do anything about that. Once you post your issue on that WhatsApp hotline, we will review very quickly and let you know if you have to come to Belmopan, or you can just go to your district land office, or whether we can solve this problem for you virtually. I cannot see everybody who wants to see me. I wish I could, because I love seeing people. And truth is, everybody doesn't need to see me. But that doesn't mean we can't solve everybody's issue or help everybody who needs our help. Everybody for win. That's our mantra, our serious mantra that we take very seriously. It's the reason we have been quietly transforming squatters into landowners. That's from Gungulung to Belama Phase 5 to Compassion Lane, where the lowest there. To Compassion Lane, to Kamalote, to Griga Airstrip, to Baby Gungulung in Bella Vista. Baby Gungulung. It's not no Baby Gungulung, that's about 5 times the size of the original Gungulung. 5 or 10 times. We are literally helping to regularize thousands of new landowners, lifting these folks out of poverty, throwing them an anchor in the middle of the storm. People who have been squatting for decades, but can't regularize their status. That's not to say that we condone squatting, you know, or anyone can go and squat on anybody's lands, not at all. We're a country of laws. We respect private property. Our constitution guarantees the rights of landowners. Some people lately are saying, want to go squat on 25 acres of land through Mountain Pine Ridge Road. Wrong on the people. The people need to rest themselves, man. Why not expect the government to acquire 25 acres of land, a private land in a Mountain Pine Ridge Road for you to do your farming? We acquire land for you to get your house lot. We can't acquire Mountain Pine Ridge land for you to get 25 acres. Something wrong with that? These cases that I cite to you, the Gungulungs, the Belama Phase 5, the Angriga Airstrip, Kamalote, Bea Vista, these are all house lots. A lot of first-time landowners. Compassion Lane in Ladyville for Minister Dolores had been bedeviling them for decades. Every minister come and promise to get it done and can't get it done. Penwood Extension. I hear you, Gilroy. I hear you. Crewman Lagoon, there you go. See, I forget. It come. It come. These are compassionate cases, humanitarian cases, cases of poverty that we are transforming into cases of landowners. We are creating an ownership society People don't need to squat no more, man. When they give well land hand over face, just come in and apply and get one. You don't need to squat pan no land no more. 10,000 lots a year with the give a G. How much more you need? So please, stop with the squatting. Please, stop with the squatting. We are transferring wealth to everyday people every single day. It's often overlooked. But in time, people will understand that that piece of paper means everything. All our lives, we have seen a massive transfer of wealth from those who have very little to those who have too much. With our land distribution practices, with the land distribution practices of this government, we are trying to reverse that. We are transferring wealth to those who have very little. Madam Speaker, the work continues. 2026 will be a big year for the Lands Department. We've gotten approval from the Cabinet for the National Land Use Policy, but that is not enough. With the support of the World Bank and their Blue Cities and Beyond project, we will be preparing a National Land Use Plan, moving decisively from policy to action. We've just gotten back from the Attorney General's Ministry their revisions of the draft comprehensive real estate legislation. That draft should be presented to Cabinet shortly for their consideration and guidance and hopefully approval before we do comprehensive consultations among the many stakeholders. We're also advancing a comprehensive digital transformation and modernization plan for land administration and management in Belize. Only you understand anything on the Prime Minister. This work is already underway. That's true. This work is already underway with the support of the Inter-American Development Bank under the Digital Innovation to Boost Economic Development in Belize initiative. This is about fundamentally rethinking how government delivers services, moving from slow, paper-based, fragmented systems to efficient, transparent, fully digital processes that will serve our people better. It means reducing processing times and strengthening accountability. It means ensuring that citizens, investors, and communities can interact with government in a way that is simpler, faster, and more reliable. Complementing these efforts will be the development of Belize's marine dredging policy, to be spearheaded by the mining unit. This policy will establish a very clear, enforceable national system, defining how dredging is approved, how it is carried out, and how it is monitored. It will ensure that decisions are transparent, coordinated, and anchored in environmental, social, and economic considerations. Madam Speaker, to the beautiful people of Lake Independence, you have held my hands all through the valley of time. You have kept me humble and grounded. You tell me about myself all the time. And I tell you about yourselves some of the times. Not all the time. I dare not do that all the time. You know how that is, Albert. You define love. You set the standard for love. Anything after that, just imitation. There is nothing like Lake High love. No money can buy uno. A lot of people bring money for buy uno. Uno not enough for sale. Uno stand with me when I never got nothing to give uno. Uno not no fair weather lover. Uno not the gold standard of love. It's only right that I continue to do all I can to leave this place a better place than I found it. When they get there, we don't reach there yet, but I believe where they go correct. But I can't do it alone. I need this grand team. You see this team over here? Compared to that team over there? It's a deep team, you know. This is the team of the people that are voting by unprecedented numbers a year ago. It's a team Belize. Unimaginable numbers, unheard of numbers. I tell people in the old days when Mr. Barra and Mr. Musa was win by 500 votes, it may seem like a big deal. I nowadays, man, they win by the average margin of victory for this party had 1,900 votes, you know. 4 times as much as Mr. Barra and Mr. Musa, who went on to become Prime Minister, used to be winning. Some man win by 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Why, that's the problems. That's the problems. Precisely. It's crazy numbers. So we have a crazy responsibility. And we have to work together to make sure that we deliver what those people expect from us. Because they expect nothing less than the best from us. They don't want no excuses, and we don't get in none. That's why they give we the job. Because they know that we're all about work, and we're all about service, and we're all about social justice, and we're all about making sure that the people in need we help the most get the help whenever they need it. We don't say that we don't make mistakes, you know, because nobody perfect. But if we work together and we stay focused and we stick to the George Price principles, then nobody could beat we. You hear already telling you? But we have to work together, and I need you to work with me right now. Prime Minister, Sir John has to lead this team. You've been with me every step of the journey. If I enter this business, you can campaign for me 30 years ago when I'm very skinny. I don't know nothing about politics. You say something here, you leave by you can campaign with me. You have stood with me ever since. I'll be calling on you some more this year, sir. I just want to give you some warning. The Minister of Infrastructure and Housing not there, but that man they make I lose friends, you know. Because everybody, whether my friend want one in their house, they want a nice thing on the bill. Everybody, and they want it now. And I have to try to explain to them that the term of 5 years, and not 1 year. Within the first year of the second term, we still got 4 more years to go. But we can't build enough on our house. I'm happy to say that this budget, there's an increase, only increase for housing, so we can get some more house. And there's also a budget in there for putting the roads the mile yet. The minister don't caution me. The minister don't caution me that, you know, be enough, but like I tell you already, the Prime Minister and me the friends, so we are here again. Minister of Education. You can't stop spoiling people like you know, you don't spoil it beyond anything we used to. Right? We take care of people in a massive kind of way. Whenever we call for you, take care of business. You can't stop now. If you try that now, we have one riot. I don't want no problems with you, so please continue to support the people. I have no doubt. The Minister of Health, he always answer the bell. Wait. All you have to do, my brother, take the low-hanging fruit, the HMH, pay that $2.5 million a year, and me and call you less, you know. Because I have to take care of people. I call you less, for people who live longer, they have got less stress. Can you imagine you're don't sick, and then you get a bill, we're big and fat, where you know you can't afford, man, there's more stress, there's more problems. And sometimes when people have to go to the loan sharks, they go to the money lenders, they go borrow only money. It make it worse, the more stress. The stress they kill people, you know, every single day. Heart problems, high blood pressure, diabetes, alone stress-related diseases. We could do better than we've been doing, man. The Minister of Police. Continue to push for law and order, my brother. I could do the police station on Lake Boulevard, no, sir? Soon, sir. Depends on you, no? The Minister of the Public Service, him not there. He's supposed to come later. But I'm a brother that I want to do the same thing like you. I want to go put the fire station right across the way from the police station, right on Lake Boulevard. That's in the middle of the action now, you know. You dig? We live long enough for Lake Boulevard and Lake become Albert Street. That everybody want to go now, right? Who would have think it? The Minister of Tourism, Youth and Sports, I have to consider with you, that you are the man, you have everything we need. And even can have a chat with you. Again, Madam Speaker, this budget will be good for us in Lake. The other ministers will not call, no feel like another come for you now. Because we know that I have enough time to turn right well and I need some of the agriculture goodies. We get 1 greenhouse in the last 6 years. We must get a couple more. Floor, you know I always call for you, sir. Please accept the calls. Oscar, because you're Julie Cannon, I depend on you all the time too. So try to the back for me. Madam Speaker, I want to conclude now. I can never expect to talk so long. It seems like about 40 minutes and I'm hungry bad. So I want to end up on this note. I'm not going to tell you that we are in some golden age or something, because we're not. We're living in very serious times. Our second term has begun with a radical change in the region's geopolitics. As the most powerful country in all the world and the most significant geopolitical force in our hemisphere, they now stir up the whole rule book. Uncertainty and predictability are the order of the day. Now the whole global economy is on the brink of chaos. War and rumors of war prevail. All of a sudden, the Strait of Hormuz, our household name, oil stop flow, which means price start grow. And the smallest of nations like Belize will get the worst of this. Like I said at the beginning, we don't start no war. We wish it would have ended today, but we don't have no say in that. But we still can't make excuses. We don't have that luxury. We have to lead. The people elected us to lead. They trusted us with the wheels in a massive kind of way a year ago. We don't have no time for excuses. We don't have no time for no quarrel like cats and dogs with the critics. We have to stay focused. We have to be about the work. We have to be about service. And we have to constantly communicate with our people. Because if we come together, we could weather the storm and make this place better. There is no time for division. There is no time for backbiting or backstabbing. There is no time for isms and schisms. This is a time for us to be Belizean. Be all about Belize. Be all about this 8,867 square miles. We will be tested like never before. All we have is each other. Now more than ever, we have to look out for the unseen and the unheard. We have to be our brothers and sisters' keeper. We must look out for the people who need our help the most. Together, we will not surrender. This budget has my full support, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to everyone. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the debate on the budget for fiscal year 2026-2027. And I do so proudly on behalf of the Freetown constituency, which I am honored and privileged to represent. And I do so, of course, also in my capacity as a cabinet minister with responsibility for foreign affairs, foreign trade, education, culture, science, and technology. So what I will do today, Madam Speaker, in the briefest possible way, is talk about education, talk about foreign affairs, foreign trade, culture, and then also talk about my own constituency of Freetown. But as I start, you know, I listened very carefully to the leader of the opposition, her presentation. It was long. I mean, that's really the only memorable thing about it, that it was very long. It was, in my respectful view, a very weak, very tired, very uninspiring presentation. It's difficult to understand how you could talk 2 hours without saying anything. But that's what we experience here today. It's a classic case as you listen to the honorable leader of the opposition. Really a classic case, and I'm very disappointed for that reason, that it's a classic case of seeing the glass half empty. That's very easy to do, right? That's why I say it's a tired, uninspiring presentation. It's always easy to see the glass half empty. And that's what the presentation really was about. It was about trying to seize on any opportunity where we're facing any challenges in the country. And of course, we live in a developing country where there are many challenges that we face on a daily basis. So the whole presentation was about seizing on any little opportunity where there are challenges we are experiencing in our country, in our society, or in economy, and try to make those, to portray them as bigger than they really are, and to try to somehow, evolve them into some serious problem. While at the same time offering no ideas. I did not hear one concrete recommendation, one concrete policy idea for how anything can be done better. So no ideas, no solutions. Really, as I said, a presentation grounded in a lack of hope and like a lack of confidence in the Belizean people. It was good of her in her presentation to acknowledge the work we're doing. She highlighted some areas where she talked about the support the government is giving to each of them, the representatives. The same support the government gives to all 31 members of the National Assembly through the Constituency Development Fund, the grocery bag program. So it's good, at the very least, that they could acknowledge that support, because for those of us who have been here during the UDP term in office, we received no support from their government. So she sat there in the government side under her government. Yeah, she sat and did not care in the least that people in Orange Walk Central and Lake Eye and Freetown and Fort George were not getting any help from their government. Not a concern expressed for those people in those constituencies, which I represented during all those dark years. No grocery bag, or what they call it, pantry. Nobody in Freetown got any pantry during all those years in government. Scholarships, absolutely nothing. I think one time they said they would give like $5,000 for the year to the constituencies. So no support in terms of that. And certainly no development fund, which they receive on a monthly basis. So, again, it's important for the Belizean people to understand the significant difference between our Prime Minister and their Prime Minister, our government and their government. And you see it in all the work we do, not just in these funds that we share equitably with them, because we know there are people in their constituencies who need help, who need support, who need food. But we do it in our ministries too. Land distribution, the Deputy Prime Minister talked about that. They make sure that people in all those constituencies get access to land. the Ministry of Education that I am privileged to lead, we make sure, we don't ask nobody when you go to the Ministry of Education, you're a PUP or you're a UDP. We determine whether you need help or not, and then we help you on that basis. That is the philosophy of this government. Under their government for all those years, you had to literally pledge support. You had to be a flag-waving member for you to get a scholarship to study. Same thing with health. She grudgingly acknowledged the support she's receiving from the Ministry of Health. Again, we are providing in a fair, just way support. So it's important, Madam Speaker, that I make that point. And I really, before I get into the substantive matters of my responsibilities, I want to make the point that as the Deputy Prime Minister has pointed out, we are living in very challenging times globally, right? And there are many things that small countries can't control, right? Small states can't control. Many, many things we have absolutely no control of. That's just the nature of the global order, right? So, wars, we're experiencing a war right now in the Middle East. Everybody has said and everybody knows, we have nothing to do with that war, but we have to deal with the consequences of that. We have to deal with the implications of that war, and it will affect the entire globe. When you have natural disasters, we are prone to hurricanes in Belize. We have no control over that, but we have to deal with it, right? Global inflation, when there is inflation, we have no control over it. Our little Belize cannot impact inflation globally, but we have to deal with the consequences. We have to deal with the realities of it. And we see those realities in our stores, on the counter, in the shops, in the prices of goods, in the prices, in the cost of, all the things the components that go into producing anything. So we have no control over that. Oil prices, we have no control over those things. Pandemics, we had COVID, no control over those things. But what I am proud of, Madam Speaker, is that we, and I belong to a government, and a party in government, that understands that there are things that we can impact. There are things that we can make a difference in. So we can provide housing to our people, right? And we're doing that. We want to do more, but we're doing it. Unlike the previous government, we're doing a lot more than they ever did. So we can provide housing to our people. We can create these low-cost houses for our people, changing their lives, transforming their lives across the country. It's one of the most beautiful things when we are able to go into Freetown. And we only had a few houses. When we're able to go into Freetown and change the life of a family by providing them with a house, transformative, restoring their dignity. So we can do those things, and we're doing that. When we have control over providing greater access to land. We're doing that through the Deputy Prime Minister and his team at the Ministry of Natural Resources. So we can do something about making sure that our Belizeans, especially our first-time landowners, our young Belizeans, our young couples, young families, that they have access to land. We're doing that. We can make sure that we are providing quality, affordable education to our people. We're doing that. We can make sure we're providing healthy meals to our students when they go to school. We are doing that. we can make sure that our students and teachers, wherever they are in this country, can be transported to school. That's a big, big deal. We're doing that, and I'll tell you more about that when I talk about education. We can try to create an economy where there are more job opportunities for our people. And we are doing that in very creative ways, very strategic ways, building an economy that's resilient, building an economy that works for the people of Belize. A lot more to do, but we are doing that, creating that economy. We can provide better health care for our people. We're doing that. NHI is a transformative program, a visionary program, NHI. And we are expanding that program. It's rolling out to Cayo now. That will be the last area of the country. We will have universal coverage for NHI when it rolls out to Cayo. So very, very, very important program. I know how strongly and how passionately the Prime Minister feels about the NHI program. He has taken that program under his own office to make sure that we deliver on that program for the people of this country. So we have control over those things. We can increase the minimum wage. We did that already. We did it from $3.30 to $5. And then we're moving it now to $6. That's coming up. That will be the next move in terms of the minimum wage. So we understand that with the changing circumstances that we need to put more money into the pockets of our people. We are paying our public officers and teachers and security officers. We are paying them better. We have an 8.5 increase over 2 years, right? This year we're doing the final 4%. This year that's an 8.5 increase over 2 years. That's a value of over $60 million that we are investing in our teachers, public officers, security officers. Those are deliberate choices of this government, things we control, that we are doing to improve the lives of our people. We're doing tremendous work, Madam Speaker, in the area of MSMEs, right? Training, incentives, and especially I'm very, very proud of the work that they're doing with women across the country, making sure that there is training for women entrepreneurs, providing incentives to them, making sure that they have access to concessionary financing for their products and their creative ideas. So the MSME revolution that has taken place in this country over the past 4 or 5 years is a remarkable, remarkable story that's impacting the lives of so many of our small entrepreneurs. With technology, again, we're doing tremendous work in our education system with access to technology and making sure that we have a wonderful program. I'll talk about it a little more later, Connect Ed, where we're making sure that all of our schools have access to high-speed, reliable Wi-Fi. Tremendous program, Connect Ed. So we're investing. Those are things that we can do. Those are things we have control over. We're making those decisions in the interests of the Belizean people. We are providing tremendous support to our farmers across the country. Tremendous support. Resources, again, training, access to new markets. We're working with them to develop, diversify the crops that they're producing. So tremendous work in agriculture as well. And all of that, Madam Speaker, means that households have more income and people's lives are improved and are better. So that's a great, great, great story that is told as a part of this entire budget for fiscal year 2026-2027. Now, in terms of, let me focus a little more now on education. You know, we have a fantastic plan for education. When we came into office, we had our 2020-2025 education agenda, making education work for Belize, and that has been a remarkable success, remarkable success. And now this budget marks the beginning of a new phase where we're going to focus on the 2026-2030 plan for education, or new making education work for Belize, phase 2, if you like, plan. And that really is about transforming. You know, we've done the transformation work. How can we now make sure that we have the greatest impact with that transformative work that we have laid, that foundation that we have laid for transformation, for change in our education system? How can we then translate that into meaningful impact in the lives of our people? So that's the whole focus. And we have our Belize Education Sector Plan 2026 to 2030. And again, there the focus is on how do we maximize efficiency, how do we enhance, always looking for enhancement of accountability, how do we improve budget performance. I say it all the time, you know, the government of Belize, the people of Belize are investing around $300 million in education every year. We have to make sure that we get value for that money that's being invested in education. So we have a great responsibility at the Ministry of Education to do that. And of course, it's always about greater access, greater quality of education, greater equity in the education system, and greater relevance of the education system, right? I make this point all the time to our team at the Ministry of Education. And we all share this vision that education, you know, is not some luxury good, right? So it's not something floating up there, education. It has to be about national development. How can we educate our people so that they are active participants in the national development of Belize, in the economic development of Belize? So the education system, the outcomes of the education system have to be directly tied to our national development goals, our economic priorities. We have to be intertwined, interlocked. So that is critically important. And I want to just spend a few minutes talking about some of these exciting programs that we are engaged in fulfillment of that mandate, right? So enrollment, for example, we're making tremendous strides in terms of enrollment. We have unprecedented enrollment, for example, at the preschool level, right? Critically important. Yeah, big deal, because everybody knows that when you get the foundation, right, those early formative years of your life, if you get that preschool education, it helps you every other step of the education system. So we've been investing significantly in that area, and we've seen tremendous increase in enrollment at the pre-primary level. So, you know, that's significant. And then we've also seen unprecedented enrollment at the tertiary level. We want to make sure that our people understand that, listen, nowadays, the high school education is not enough. It's not enough. The associate's degree is good, but even that, we need to go beyond. We need our young people, our students to stay in school. We need them to go get their bachelor's degree. So very important investments are being made, and we've seen a tremendous uptick in enrollment at the tertiary level. So going back to school, and we're supporting them in significant ways. So we will continue to strategically invest in our education system, Madam Speaker, to meet the needs of this growing population, student population. Now, one of the programs I'm very, very proud of, and I think our entire government is very proud of, and I'm very, very grateful for the full support that we've received from the Prime Minister, the entire cabinet, for the Education Upliftment Project, right? Education Upliftment Project. Together we rise. That's what we call it. Because that's what it's about. It's all about. It's about lifting our people up. So that program is, fantastic. We've seen fantastic growth in that program. The Deputy Prime Minister referred to it. But when we started out in 2022, we started out, in a responsible way, in a very modest way, on the south side of Belize City with the GEM schools. And we had a little under 1,000 students enrolled in the program at 4 secondary schools. In this, I'm so proud of the fact that in this fiscal period, this 2026-2027 budget period, Madam Speaker, and I want you to hear me very clearly, the Education Upliftment Project will expand to 27 secondary schools. 27. Remember I told you we started with a little under 1,000 students. Now we will have 14,000 students in this Education Upliftment Project. That represents an increase of over 1,000%, Madam Speaker. And as the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned, every single student in this country attending a government secondary school is going to school free of cost under this government. Every single student, 100%. No letter for nobody. Just show up. And it's not just about free tuition. They could tell you, I get vexed when anybody call it free tuition. Because it's bigger than free tuition. It's better than free tuition. It's a comprehensive package. I said to the parents, I say this all the time to them when I visit the schools, I don't want to hear no excuse from you why your child is not in high school. No excuses. You have no excuse. We pay the tuition. We give you your uniform. We give you your tennis if you need tennis and shoes. We give you that. If your child, you don't have the money to feed your child, when they go to school, they get a healthy meal at school. We give them the digital device that they need to use at school. Every single one of these students, Prime Minister, who is in this program, have a digital device. We told you about the Connect. The school have the Wi-Fi. Everybody has Wi-Fi at the school. We are providing transportation, as I said earlier. So you can't say, oh, I live too far. I live in this rural community, so I can't send my child to Georgetown Tech or whatever. No excuses. We are providing the transportation as well so that your child can get to school. So that's the spirit of this program, Madam Speaker. Tremendous, tremendous program, improving the lives of our people in a direct way. I talked about the Connect Ed program. Let me share with you just a few numbers from under this budget, Madam Speaker. Internet access, remember we've been doing this 5 years, will be expanded across 283 schools from preschool to tertiary institutions, benefiting over 78,000 students and more than 4,500 teachers. When we connect, we don't leave out the teachers, you know. We make sure the teachers get their devices. We make sure they have reliable internet access. Not only there at school, but they have packages where they take home. So you go home for do your work at home as a teacher. You have access to internet as well, Wi-Fi. These are important programs. So we're investing in those things. And internet access is really just the foundation, Madam Speaker. We have innovative digital programs, such as the 501 Academy website. That has key features. Access 501. We even recently launched an AI chatbot, 501 Historian. So demonstrating again our ministry's commitment to transformative education. I talked about the Healthy Start feeding program, expanding that under this budget. We're expanding that program. So now we'll reach over 15,850 students across 56 primary and 22 secondary schools. That's an investment of close to $8 million. With this budget, that was last year, with this budget, we're going to benefit around 20,000 primary and secondary students. And our total investment in the National Healthy Start Feeding Program will be around $10 million. $10 million, again, a reflection of our government's commitment to healthy, well-nourished students who are ready and better able to learn. So that's, again, Madam Speaker, a very, very important initiative. I talked about transportation, and I said I would come back to that because it's very, very important, because I think it's something we kind of take for granted. And I don't think that, you know, whenever I share this with people publicly and I'm talking to people at schools, so they're really, you know, shocked at the investment that's being made in transportation. So last year, for example, we had a total of about 280 bus runs. That benefited about 14,000 students and teachers across the country. Over the past 5 years, we've dramatically increased the number of bus runs in response to rising demand from all these representatives and from our communities and schools. You know, as I said, we want to remove any barrier to school attendance. So in this budget, we will further enhance existing routes and expand school transportation with an additional, we're adding in this budget, we're reflecting 15 new bus runs, 15 additional bus runs. And that costs the government about $1 million per month. So we're spending, you know, close to $12 million on transportation, just getting our students to school and teachers to school in some communities. Again, another significant and important investment. Then I want to mention, of course, our investments in STEAM education and technical vocational education and training. Two very important priorities for the Ministry of Education. In 2023, we pioneered the establishment of the ITSAT STEAM Academy, the first public STEAM high school in Belize, and in fact in the entire region. And I'm very, in 2025, last year, we met the cost of all the teachers and staff as well as operational costs. Well, I'm happy to report that in this year's budget, 2026-2027, the ITSAT Academy will come under the Education Upliftment Project. So we have 300 students there attending the ITSAT Academy, and those 300 students at the STEAM Academy will benefit from the Education Upliftment Project. A very, very important development. And critically important as well, Madam Speaker, we're working with our development partners as we always do, and we have the ITSAT Academy in Belize City, but we know and we recognize and we have from the very beginning that of course we have to expand across the country, and so we are going to expand and develop what we call STEAM pavilions, right? We can't build the whole ITSAT Academy school. That cost us about $7 million to build. We can't build that everywhere, but we're building the STEAM pavilions in every district town. And that will cost, those will be beautiful and as well, but that will cost us, that will be an investment of about $18 million. So it will be on average about a $3 million investment in every district town. Again, because we know that it's critically important for us to expand access to, innovative learning across the country. That has to be nationwide. So that is very, very important. And then in this budget, we will provide resources as well, Madam Speaker, to operationalize the recently approved National TVET policy. We will activate the National Training Authority. We will revitalize the mandate of the TVET in Belize. The TVET Act, we're revising the Act. So that's in its final stages of development. And so, with these measures and the additional funding of approximately, I think it'll be about $16 million $16.5 million secured under the MCC Compact over the next 5 years, we will see a full transformation of the TVET sector. Very, very important, because that has really been a gap in our economy. Skills training. How do we make sure that we are providing technical vocational education training to equip our people with the skills they need to participate actively in the job economy, in the very, very important. You hear it all the time. We need technicians, right? We need AC technicians. We need better trained electricians. We need refrigeration AC technicians. We need better trained, better skilled mechanics with the new vehicles that we have in our country. And welders, we need welders. So that we recognize. I want the Belizean people to understand that we recognize the critical importance of investing in technical vocational education and training. And we're so very happy that through the MCC Compact and the United States government, that we're getting a significant infusion into the TVET sector over the next 5 years. And then we also have the Skills for the Future program, where again we're in the first phase of that. We are going to invest about $1 million focused on 1,000 at-risk young men. So we're focusing on young men who are at risk. And that Skills for the Future program will help to train them and develop skills that they can use to seek employment and move away from any life of crime or any bad choices that may be options available to them. So that's a critically important program as well. And also the whole MCC, I mentioned the MCC, so let me say something more about that. Again, we are, as a government, we're very grateful for the support we've received from the United States government on that program. Over the next 5 years, we will invest about $50 million in our education system, particularly in the areas of training for our teachers, transforming teaching and learning in secondary education, as I mentioned, reducing the skills gap in key growth industries. So that is really an exciting program that holds great potential for Belize. Just on the teaching, learning, training, and learning resources side of it, we're investing about $23 million in that area. So again, a significant investment in our teachers, critically important. Then the special education, Madam Speaker, that's an important priority for us at the Ministry of Education. I just on Friday, it was World Down Syndrome Day, and I had the opportunity to education. I have to acknowledge the special envoy always calls me or sends me messages or emails about important work going on in special education. So always reminding me of how important it is for us to maintain that as a critical priority for us. We, as I said to the children and the staff and teachers on Friday at Stella Maris, we have to make sure that we give these students, these young students who are vulnerable, they are special, they have, differently abled, that we give them every opportunity to succeed in life. We want them to be as independent as possible. We want them to lead productive lives, meaningful lives. We want them to feel, that they have dignity. So we have to do our part. We have to do our part, and we're doing that. New programs, we have as well. New tools that we're sharing. We have, as I mentioned earlier, the 501 Academy, Access 501. We have new programs on those new tools that students can, we have what we call the inclusive corner, where families can go. Families often feel very frustrated. They don't know where to turn, what to do. We have a lot of information there for them, to help them and to guide them. Support for their children, support for our teachers. Very, very, very important work. So we have, I want the Belizean people to know that we have a very, very, very strong, unwavering commitment to inclusive education. Financial assistance, I think we've talked about that enough, but the whole point is that we're touching everybody. We're making sure that at every level we are supporting our students, and we're looking at how we can reform the whole financial assistance program. So that's one of our priorities for this fiscal year as well, to make sure that, we're touching everybody, but we're doing so in the most effective way, in the most efficient way, that, as I said earlier, we're getting value for dollar in terms of our investments. Teachers, again, we've made tremendous investments in our teachers. Right now we have about 6,360 teachers across the country. We have about 513 at the pre-primary level, 1,600, about 1,700 at the secondary level, about 700 at tertiary level, and of course the bulk is at the primary level, where we have about 3,450 teachers. So a lot of teachers in our education system, and we're investing in those teachers. I talked about all these other investments we're making in them. You know, the budget that we have, you know, over $200 million is going to our teachers, right? To pay their salaries and allowances and other benefits. So significant investment. It's a reflection of our commitment to the teachers of this country, our respect for them, our appreciation for the work that they're doing. We don't always agree with the BNTU. We have some hard fights and talks, but they know that we have a shared respect and a shared appreciation for doing the right thing on their behalf. So those are significant investments we're making in our teachers. So, you know, in addition to that, I should mention just finally on the teachers, you know, the government, and Prime Minister and Cabinet approved that, of course, we take on the 100% of the benefits, right? That was a sore issue for 2 decades. So that was a bold decision taken by the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, because we understand that that was an injustice being done to our teachers. It costs money. So, you know, we will see, again, reflected in the budget, but around $12 million additional dollars going to our teachers to make sure that when they leave the education system, when they retire, that they have their full benefits. Something that they could have never, they tried, and the last government was unwilling to do for them. We got it done, and we are proud of getting it done. So, you know, I could talk, of course, the whole afternoon about education, Mr. Speaker, but let me, you know, I have to turn to other responsibilities. So let me turn quickly to foreign affairs. And CEO will forgive me if I've left out any of the important points. Last year I spoke in terms of foreign affairs. I spoke about the worrying global outlook with which Belize would have to contend in the fiscal year. As we can see, those concerns not only came to fruition, but rather deepened. As we all know, geopolitical tensions and competition have intensified, levying formidable pressures on the multilateral system and on the rules-based order and on international cooperation. Sometimes we feel like these pressures are abstract, right? We think they're far away. But as we know, they have real-life consequences. They affect prices at the gas pump. They affect access to health care. They affect the cost of living. They affect citizen security. They affect the value of remittances from our families abroad. And they affect our ability to protect Belizeans from the impact of climate change. So, you know, the truth is that in this new age of interconnectedness, there is really very little distinction between foreign policy and domestic policy. They're intertwined. So we have an obligation to meet the moment. Our mandate at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is to protect, promote the interests of Belize. And while that has become more difficult to fulfill, it has become more critical than ever. Now, you know, we live, as I said, in a very chaotic, uncertain world. And during that, as we live through this very difficult period, our foreign policy must continue to reflect our values, right, as a people. It must reflect our experience, our desire for a fulfilled life, our vision for the world. And as Belizeans will appreciate, we have long pursued in Belize a foreign policy that is based on principles. So firm principles. We are committed to the rule of law. We are committed to international law, good governance, the UN Charter. Those are all fundamental principles that underpin our foreign policy. Our foreign policy also has to be strategic, right? It has to advance our interests. Just like how education has to be tied to our national development, so too foreign policy has to be rooted in national interests. What are our interests? So we have relationships, as you all know, with bilateral relationships with friendly countries, but we also have regional partnerships, multilateral relationships as well. And those are very, very important, and we have to continue making sure that we invest in those relationships. The number one foreign policy objective, of course, remains protecting our sovereignty, our territorial integrity. That has to be our number one objective. Sustainable development, development cooperation, citizen national security, climate change, trade, investment, human rights, all of those are at the core of our foreign policy agenda. But we have to evolve, right? You can't remain static. We have fundamental core principles, but we have to evolve. We have to change. So we are focused on building resilience. That includes deepening our Caribbean and Central American integration, widening our partnerships, leveraging our significant experience in climate diplomacy, diversifying our trade and markets, cooperating on hemispheric priorities, positioning Belize to take advantage of the digital and technological future, and of course, resolving Guatemala's claim peacefully and finally at the ICJ. We are expanding our diplomatic footprint. We've established diplomatic relations with a number of countries over the last year, and we're going to continue to do that. We've been working with a number of countries, both at the bilateral level and at the regional level, where we have cooperation agreements and projects. The EU, Portugal, Guatemala, Brazil, India, Colombia, Italy, Japan, Taiwan, we have very, very robust programs. Very proud of the fact that Belize was successfully elected to the Council of International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, for the first time ever. And it was a woman candidate from Belize, our former CEO, who won and was able, with the support of our government, to obtain that seat. So we have taken up that seat. We are playing our role in ensuring the view of small states, especially and particularly so of Central America, are accounted for in international civil aviation policy. We've also recently, over the last few months, reopened our permanent mission in Geneva. We did that strategically because of the global environment we're in. It's more important than ever that we have, expanded access to our UN development agencies that are based in Geneva. So that Belize mission in Geneva further reinforces our commitment to multilateralism. And we will continue to engage the world through new overseas posts, through further establishment of diplomatic relations with friendly countries, and by active participation and leadership at the regional and multilateral level. Let me talk very briefly about Belize-Guatemala relations. Belize-Guatemala relations, of course, are always challenging. And and that was true over the last year. The heightened tensions at the Sarstoon in particular last September are well known, but there have been a number of maritime incursions and encroachments on the western border. And I think these challenges underscore the imperative of a final and peaceful settlement through the ICJ process. So we're pursuing that, as you all know. We have 2 cases before the ICJ, the Belize-Guatemala case, and then we have a Belize-Honduras case. Last week we talked about the fact that Guatemala was permitted to intervene in the Belize-Honduras case as a non-party. That was, as I said publicly, that was entirely expected. And we believe that that is in the interest of Belize's case moving forward. We want to have a full determination of these issues. We don't want, when we leave the ICJ, that there's still issues unresolved. So that's where we are. At the political level, relations between Belize and Guatemala are friendly and constructive. We have high-level meetings with the objective of addressing the border challenges, building the bilateral relations. Outcomes have been mixed, but it is clear that Guatemala's political leadership wants to maintain a channel for constructive dialogue. So for us at the Foreign Ministry, Guatemala engagement is at the forefront, from the continuous assertion of our legal positions on our borders to having oversight of the legal preparations for the next phase of our case, pressing to build cooperative bilateral relations, to prepare for the post-judgment phase. We have to be ready for that. So those objectives will continue to be top of our agenda in the next fiscal year. In terms of regional integration, we have, again, prioritized regional cooperation as a cornerstone of our foreign policy. We're working to promote integration. 19 years after CARICOM single market and economy, we are reaching the milestone of free movement, full free movement, to which we have long aspired. Last October, Belize, Barbados, Dominica, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines moved ahead of the other 10 member states to enable the full free movement of our nationals from those 4 countries. And that has worked very well so far. So deeper and faster regional integration is an essential part of the resilience of our Caribbean economies and societies. And we will continue to do our part to contribute to achievement of the regional goal to reduce the food import bill, the regional food import bill, by 20% by 2030. SICA, again, on that front, we will be, again, engaging, very important. Belize will take up the pro-tem presidency of SICA in July of this year. And that period of leadership will support our strategic interests in deepening our engagement in regional economic structures, including our pursuit of observer status in the Secretariat for Central American Economic Integration as a pathway toward full membership in that organization. On trade, of course, Minister Marconi Leal, the Minister of State, will speak at greater length to that issue. I just want to make the point that in terms of foreign trade, our vision is to position Belize not at the margins of the global economy, but as a confident and credible participant within it. A country that leverages its partnerships, its geographic position, and its productive potential to create opportunities at home. So this requires more than just expanding trade. It requires the deliberate construction of a modern, resilient, inclusive economic architecture that allows Belizean enterprise to move from just participation to competitiveness, and from competitiveness to sustained growth. It also requires that we align our external engagements with our internal transformation. So trade policy cannot exist in isolation from domestic reform. So we have to support that trade policy, Mr. Speaker, by strong institutions, fair, efficient markets, and systems that inspire confidence among investors, producers, and consumers alike. So in that regard, the work of the ministry is guided by a long-term plan, a long-term horizon. We're laying the foundation for a trade and foreign policy framework that is coherent, strategic, and responsive to emerging global realities, including shifts in the supply chains, evolving sustainability standards, and the increasing premium that is being placed on transparency and traceability. At the multilateral level, Mr. Speaker, Belize remains steadfast in its commitment to a stable and predictable global trading system. That's critical for small states. We can't overstate the value of that. And that is why we have taken deliberate steps to strengthen our presence and engagement in key international fora. It is why we continue to advocate for reform, inclusivity, and equity within the global system. And it is why we are investing in the capacity to defend our national interests with greater precision and authority. Regionally, we recognize that our strength is amplified through cooperation, so we engage within CARICOM and Central America, not merely as a matter of geography, but as a strategic imperative. And so through deeper regional integration, we expand markets, we reduce vulnerabilities, we create new pathways for growth that no single country can achieve on its own. Equally, we are clear that the future of Belize's economy will be shaped by our ability to move up the value chain. It's no longer sufficient to just participate in trade. We must compete in higher value segments, supported by investment, innovation, and strategic partnerships. And so that's a critical priority, Mr. Speaker, for our government. That's the direction in which we're moving, supporting sectors with export potential, encouraging value-added production, fostering an environment where Belizean businesses can scale up, can diversify, can access new markets. But even as we pursue that growth, we remain anchored in the fundamental objective that the benefits of trade must be widely shared. The success of our trade policy will not be measured just by export figures, but by its impact on livelihoods. So how does it impact our farmers? How does it impact our workers? How does it impact small enterprise? And how does it impact the communities that depend on them, on those goods and services and industries? So, I will leave that there. And as I said, my colleague, the Minister of State for Foreign Trade, will delve much more deeply into that issue. And finally, on that issue, on the area of international cooperation, just to say that, we are, again, engaged with some strategic partners to mobilize financial resources, technical expertise, institutional support across key national priority areas, including migration management, economic resilience, human rights, renewable energy, environmental sustainability. We're working, for example, with the EU. We have a number of projects with them for migration. We have for labor. We have like 3.3 million euros investing with the IOM to strengthen border management, capacity building, infrastructure. We have about 4.2 million euros working with the ILO to promote economic resilience in southern Belize, targeting rural and indigenous communities, particularly women and youth. We're working with the EU again with single trade and digital window. Continued support to the OAS Adjacency Zone Office. We also have the EU working with us. I think they've approved about 400,000 euros for what we call the National Human Rights Institute, which is what the whole Ombudsman's office will evolve into. So again, critically important, public access to human rights mechanisms. We're working with India on renewable energy cooperation, working with Taiwan on a number of initiatives. One of the new exciting ones is, I'm sure you'll hear a lot about it from the Minister of Transport, the electric mobility initiatives, electric buses, supporting sustainable transportation and infrastructure. So those are some exciting initiatives under foreign affairs and foreign trade in terms of cooperation. In terms of consular services, Mr. Speaker, we are, the consular posts, of course, are the first point of contact for Belizeans in need of migration services or if they need any support or help when they're abroad. The stricter enforcement of U.S. immigration laws required our consular posts to provide adequate support to our diaspora, facilitate issuance of travel documents, self-repatriation and deportation. So we will continue to stand ready to ensure that the process for Belizeans returning home is smooth, dignified, and efficient. That our consular offices all understand that that has to be a priority for us to ensure that we're responding to the needs of our citizens who live in these diaspora communities. So on foreign trade and foreign policy, Mr. Speaker, these are critical to our sustainable development. They are, instruments of nation building, foreign policy, foreign trade, and they are really the means by which a small state secures its place in an increasingly complex and competitive world, while, as I have always maintained, we continue to safeguard the dignity, the prosperity, and the future of our people. So that is critically important. I will turn now to culture. Very, very important area. Culture is, we had a fantastic ceremony a few days ago. We were privileged and honored to have the Prime Minister with us for the Wild 501 unveiling of that documentary, and with the Fosters, really a tribute to the Fosters, Carol and Richard Foster. And I said there at that meeting that really culture is the soul of a nation. And we, at our ministry and at the National Institute of Culture and History, we move forward with that mantra. That for us is not a slogan, that is our mantra. It's the heartbeat of the work we do. Culture is who and what we are. And so today I am very, very proud to reaffirm that our government does not view culture as some luxury of the past, but as a primary engine for future development. And we are investing in that soul of Belize. Mr. Speaker, our history is no longer buried in silence. It is being illuminated by the light of the future. Through LiDAR, drone surveys, and 3D printing, we are mapping our legacy from Altunha to Seromaya, ensuring that all of our 14 archaeological reserves are digitally immortalized. We're not just looking at stones, we are caring for the people and the treasures within them. We have brought home over 150 of our ancestors' artifacts from foreign shores, housing them in a modernized, climate-controlled storage. We have breathed new life into Caracol and the Serpon sugar mill through solar electrification. The world's eyes are on Belize. The unearthing of Maya king Tekab Chak's tomb at Caracol. I hope, Director, you will forgive me if I mess up the name. Tekab Chak, his tomb at Caracol. Last year, the unearthing of that Mayan king's tomb is a reminder that Belize remains a titan of Maya scholarship and national pride. Our heritage is also found in our flavors and our struggles. The Belize Food Heritage Project ensures that the secrets of our kitchens are preserved for the next generation. We have honored our political journey with this PUP at 75 exhibit, serving the people, continuing the revolution, teaching our youth that independence was not a gift, but a hard-won journey. And we'll do the same thing for the UDP if they reach 75. We'll do the same thing. Through the Niche Culture Fund, we are putting resources directly into the hands of our creators. So the Culture Fund, very, very important. Putting resources directly into the hands of our creators. We are working with our people in Gales Point and Sartineja to learn how traditional knowledge is our best shield against climate disasters. From the personal letters of the father of the nation, George Price, to the archives of the 17th century, we are decoding our past to empower an informed, critical thinking citizenry. The National Festival of Arts and the Bliss Center remain the vibrant nurseries of our youth's imagination. By subsidizing over 25 major productions, we have ensured that the stage belongs to everyone, not just a few. We are turning hobbies into industries. On July 10, 2025, we engaged in a national strategy and roadmap, a blueprint for a creative economy. Just this past January, our Big Tune Music Forum gathered 120 of our musical giants to align our rhythms with the business of the global stage. Meanwhile, our houses of culture are expanding their reach, partnering with the BTB to bring that community spirit to new welcome centers in Punta Gorda and Saint Bite. In the year ahead, Mr. Speaker, at the Institute of Archaeology, we will celebrate 20 years of the important Archaeology Symposium. The Institute will continue its stewardship in managing our 14 archaeological parks across Belize. The upcoming year will see a renewed focus on digital archaeology, more research and lectures, an anti-looting campaign, specialized tour guide training, an upgrade in our ticketing system, and the implementation of the occupational health and safety protocols. For the creative arts, we will continue to pursue our policy of investing in our artists and cultural practitioners. We will continue to invest in the Festival of the Arts, cultural industry workshops, creative arts development, summer arts programs, the Belize National Orchestra, and Emancipation Day. Our Belize Music Project stands at an optimistic juncture. Much work has been done in documenting and researching the last 100 years of Belizean music, and a unique box set of music is planned in this coming fiscal year. Also, some 50 new songs by young Belizean beat makers will be released over the coming months for public consumption. I thank the Prime Minister and the Minister of Tourism for their support for that Belize Music project. Important, very, very important project. In the area of social and cultural research, our young team has made great impact, collaborating with communities across Belize. And this grassroots agenda will only continue, whether it is supporting the Sacred Dare Dance, George Price Day, dynamic lecture series and conferences. This area of our cultural work can only grow. Our Museum of Belize, Museum of Belizean Art and Houses of Culture have long served our communities with programs of an educational, cultural, historical, and artistic vibe. In the coming year, this work will be expanded and enhanced to meet the growing needs of these spaces. Mr. Speaker, in closing, it must be noted that our government has directly invested close to $1 million in creative Belizeans and organizations pursuing cultural projects and another 2.4 million is planned for programming this year. Of significant note, as I mentioned earlier, was the creation of the Belize National Orchestra last September. Everybody who was there for the opening of that, the launch of that orchestra, will remember that very beautiful night. The orchestra for us is more than just a musical project. It is a cultural initiative designed to establish an orchestral ensemble that truly reflects the rich musical tapestry of Belize. Mr. Speaker, on December 9, 2025 in New Delhi, the world stood still as the Christmas Bram and Sambai of Gales Point, Manatee were inscribed upon the UNESCO representative list of intangible cultural heritage. The echoes of those drums traveled from the shores of the lagoon to the halls of India and back home to the largest Christmas celebration Gales Point has ever seen. This is our commitment at the Ministry of Culture. This is our commitment at the Ministry of Education. This is our commitment at NICH, to keep the drum beating, to keep the stories flowing, and to ensure that the culture of Belize remains our greatest national treasure. Mr. Speaker, finally, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I want to say a few words about, of course, Freetown. As I started out by saying, I stand here because of the people of Freetown. I'm honored and privileged to represent them. I am humbled by the trust and confidence they have placed in me for all these years. And, I don't take that for granted. I do not take that for granted. They are wonderful people that I am privileged to represent. So in Freetown, this year, again, we will focus on some of their priorities. People, of course, always want access to more land. We're going to continue to work very closely with the Ministry of Natural Resources to provide greater access to land. The land that has already been distributed, we want to make sure that, as others have said, the Deputy Prime Minister said, that we make sure people have access to the land, right? You get the land, but now you want to be able to go on the land and build on the land. So we need to put in some infrastructure there. So we're going to work on that. So land, I want to say to my people in Freetown, we're going to work even harder to make sure that you have greater access to land. Those of you who have been waiting, we will make sure that you get your land over this next period, this year. Housing, again, we have delivered a few houses in Freetown. Deserving families, always to deserving families. A wonderful program, I mentioned it earlier, Transforming Lives. So we're going to continue to work on that program. And in terms of education, again there, we're going to continue to work on providing support wherever we can to our students in Freetown for education, assistance, scholarships. We're going to continue to work on that. That is a priority for us, has always been. We're very happy. We thank the Prime Minister, we thank the government for the NHI clinic, which was opened last year in Belama. Overwhelming response, positive response. Our people have signed up, Prime Minister. Everybody in Freetown has signed up. We have people coming from all over the city to sign up. So it's a wonderful clinic. Again, part of our mandate and commitment to expanding health services, access to health services. Infrastructure, we've been doing a lot of good work. We thank the MIDH, we thank the City Council for their support in terms of infrastructure. You know, Freetown, especially the Belama community, is a growing community, expanding. So, you know, as soon as you do something, another need pops up. but we'll continue to work and prioritize infrastructure. And of course, jobs. We're always looking for opportunities, but I'm happy to say that, for the most part, great majority of our people in Freetown are working, they're employed, they're earning a living. So that's very, very good. But we're always looking for economic opportunities for people to support them. So I thank them for that. And I thank all the people. I have many of my team members with us today. I want to thank all of them, from Nitch, the president, the deputy mayor, administrator, members of the board, directors, CEO, of course, communications director. All of these people make, and they're way a buck, I can't say no. And the Freetown Women's Group, the ladies from Freetown. I apologize, ladies. I was wondering where you were, but you're way to the bank. Thank you for coming. Again, these are, the backbone of the Freetown constituency. Strong women who work hard in support of me every single day. So I'm grateful to all of them. And none of what I talked about in terms of the work we do in Freetown, the work we do in terms of education, the work we do in terms of foreign affairs, foreign trade, culture, none of that would be possible if it were not for these people who support me and share my vision for those areas. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that, I'm very proud to support this budget. I'm proud to be a member of this team. And I say this all the time to people, in private conversations. I say, I'm always excited about going to work every day. Get up every day and go to work, because we're doing good things on behalf of the Belizean people. And when you have a good leader who supports you, you have good team members, good colleagues who support you, who we have a shared vision, then it's easy to get up in the morning and go to work with a sense of passion, a sense of excitement. And that's what I think in our government, that's what we do every day. We rise each day and go to work on behalf of the Belizean people. We face the challenges before us and those yet to come with a sense of unity, sense of purpose, a sense of strength. We're not afraid of what the future holds. We are prepared for it. And where we're not prepared, we're getting prepared. We understand what lies ahead. So there's a strong sense of unity and strength and purpose in this government. Life is real, as you know, and it can be difficult. But we are a government of hope. You heard a presentation, as I said, at the start of the day, about a half empty glass. Well, we are a government of a half full glass. We are a government of hope. We are a government of hope and of promise and of the future. So we are a government, a cabinet committed to service to the Belizean people. We are a government of opportunity. And at the end of the day, it's all about love. We are a government of love for the people of this country. So we love the people of Belize who have placed their trust and confidence in us and given us the honor and privilege of leading this beautiful country. As the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned, it was just last year, right? Our term goes until 2030. It was just last year that we received a resounding mandate, renewal of our mandate from the Belizean people, a vote of confidence in Plan Belize. Now we are embarking on Plan Belize 2.0, and we ask the people of Belize to continue to have trust and confidence in our plan, our vision for Belize. Very difficult, challenging circumstances, but we are committed to the work that lies ahead. We do not take their trust and confidence for granted. We accept the great responsibility that comes with being in government, the great responsibility that comes with power and authority. We understand that responsibility. And our government, Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of Prime Minister Briceño, has very, very clear priorities grounded in our vision as set out in Plan Belize 2.0. As I said, we have talked about them today, but education, economic growth, health, the NHI, land, access to land, housing, and rural development. So I am very, very proud, Mr. Speaker, to support this budget, and I appeal to the Belizean people to support it as well. I thank you.
I recognize the member from Kaya North.
Northeast. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to lend support to this budget for fiscal year 2026-2027. I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to salute my CEO, Ms. Milagro Matos, and everybody who else is in the audience today. But before I go into the heart of my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I just want to mention that in celebrating Women's Month, I want to mention that in my ministry, men are the majority of the employees. However, unfortunately, they are in the lower echelons of the workplace. But women, they take up the majority of the middle and upper administrative staff. In my constituency office also, Mr. Speaker, I have 3 employees, and 3 of them are women. But we received shared Facebook information from a page by Alberto August, a former UDP chairman, who really bashed women in his piece. He was opposed to women being empowered. He lambasted the young women in leadership, which translated to the special sitting of the House and Senate, which was held on March 20. That was indeed shameful. Mr. Speaker, this morning I also heard the leader of the opposition, and I was perplexed because in the beginning I heard her say that it was this administration's fault for us having an increase in the rise of fuel. But later on she did acknowledge that there was this problem which is geopolitical in nature, and hopefully what she meant was that it wasn't our fault. Really and truly, the current geopolitical ramifications that affect the entire world, especially those affecting the cost of fuel and gases, come from things that we have no authority over. The US Energy this morning said that the ongoing Iran-Middle East situation has forced supply disruptions and initiated a significant risk premium, causing oil and petrol prices to rise. The rapid rise in gasoline, up 35% in the past month, as of March 23, 2026, reflects immediate market anxiety. Mr. Speaker, the theme, budgeting for Belizean prosperity, could not be more appropriate as it speaks of Plan Belize 2.0 and the upcoming medium-term development strategy aimed to improve the quality of life of all Belizeans. $1.9 billion, unprecedented. I am happy because my ministry got almost the entire budget that we budgeted for. The work of my ministry sits at the heart of Belize's future. Its work reaches every district and every Belizean family. Its core lies in protecting the natural resources that sustain our economy, strengthening our communities against the growing impacts of climate change, and ensuring that development across this country remains sustainable and resilient. Protecting our environment is part of that development, and that is exactly what this budget seeks to advance. Today, I report on policy, regulations, and plans, but most important, on delivery, results, and investment, so that every Belizean citizen can hear and know how their monies were spent and how this new budget will improve on those programs that have commenced and start new initiatives for the furtherance of the development of Belize. Mr. Speaker, I begin with solid waste management. The Belize Solid Waste Management Authority continues to play a vital role in protecting public health, maintaining cleaner communities, and safeguarding the environment that supports Belize's tourism industry and the broader economy. Over the past year, more than 62,000 tons, or 136,400,000 pounds of waste were safely managed through 7 operational transfer stations located in Belize City, Borrelboom, San Pedro, Keycorker, Belmopan, San Ignacio, and Dangriga, serving over 54,000 urban households, or approximately 220,000 Belizeans. That is not a minor achievement. Mr. Speaker, it is evidence that Belize is steadily moving toward a more fully functional national waste management system. Through the IDB-supported Solid Waste Management Project 2, the government completed the construction of 6 redesigned transfer station facilities in Belmopan, Dangriga, Placencia Village, Punta Gorda, Orange Walk Town, and Corozal Town. In addition, the regional sanitary landfill was expanded by 2.5 acres, including an additional holding cell, extending its useful life and strengthening Belize's capacity for safe and responsible disposal. Mr. Speaker, I wish to underscore a key point in this budget. The Capital 2 budget has increased by $2 million in fiscal year 2026-2027 to support the full operationalization of the Orange Walk and Corozal transfer stations. That increase is important. It means progress toward a national system in which every district is better served. It means waste services are not concentrated in only a few locations, but extended more fairly and more effectively across the country. At the same time, recognizing effective waste management begins in our communities. The ministry continues working with municipalities, town council, and village councils to strengthen garbage collection at the household level. We are also expanding waste separation and organic waste management. Through the home composting pilot project, an additional 150 households in Orange Walk, Benque Viejo, and Dangriga towns have joined the program. That initiative alone is projected to divert 268 tons, or more than 590,000 pounds of organic waste annually from the landfill. Feasibility studies have also been completed for the establishment of 2 composting plants in San Ignacio Town and San Pedro Town. And the ministry is mobilizing resources through international partners to advance those facilities. Because, Mr. Speaker, waste management must not be only about disposal. it must also be about recovery, reuse, and sustainability. That is why the government is also exploring waste-to-energy opportunities, including interest in the use of waste and sargassum from San Pedro and Kikakar as part of innovative solutions. At the same time, we are engaging international agencies regarding the establishment of additional sanitary landfill sites in the northern and southern regions of the country. That is critical. It will reduce the cost of transportation from long distances for final disposal, improve operational efficiency, provide accessible options for growing communities, and extend the useful life of the current regional sanitary landfill. Let's talk about the environment. Mr. Speaker, solid waste infrastructure must go hand in hand with strong environmental enforcement. Belize is experiencing significant development activity with the Department of the Environment monitoring 190 development projects across key sectors, such as tourism, industry, agriculture, and national infrastructure. While this growth supports investment and livelihoods, it also places pressure on ecosystems. Technical monitoring has identified 178 shoreline structures on the Placencia Peninsula that are affecting natural sediment transport and contributing to coastal erosion. A recent national assessment also identified over 400 illegal dump sites, with the highest concentration in the Belize district. Mr. Speaker, this government is responding decisively. With the support of this year's budget, the Department of the Environment will double its enforcement capacity through the hiring of additional personnel. A stronger operational presence will be established in San Pedro, one of Belize's most important tourism destinations. Officers will also be deployed across the districts to work directly with town councils and village councils to identify illegal dump sites, coordinate cleanup efforts, and strengthen local waste management systems. In addition, the government will invest directly in practical solutions through the purchase and installation of garbage bins across villages, towns, and cities nationwide, including separation for recyclable and non-recyclable materials. Let me say this clearly, Mr. Speaker. The days of irresponsible dumping must come to an end. Cameras will be installed in known garbage dumping hotspots. Littering laws will be enforced. Public accountability will be strengthened. Protecting Belize is everyone's responsibility. The Department of the Environment has also advanced Belize's environmental regulatory framework through the Ozone Layer Protection Regulations of 2025 and the Refrigeration Technicians Licensing Regulations. So, when we speak about cleaner communities, we are not speaking in slogans. We are speaking about transfer stations, about landfill expansion, enforcement, bins, composting, and stronger standards. That is what delivery looks like. Mr. Speaker, Belize's forests remain one of our greatest national assets. They protect biodiversity, regulate water systems, store carbon, support livelihoods, and underpin the tourism economy. In 2025, Belize joined Mexico and Guatemala in signing the Calakmul Declaration, establishing the Great Maya Forest Biocultural Corridor, which protects approximately 5.7 million hectares of forest across the region, making it the second largest tropical forest reserve in the Americas after the Amazon. Belize contributes nearly 600,000 hectares
within this corridor, connecting 11 protected areas in our country, along with protected forests in Guatemala and Mexico. This is significant, not only for conservation, but for national interest. It strengthens regional cooperation against illegal logging, wildlife trafficking, and forest fires. It improves wildlife protection, including the habitat for the jaguar, and it positions Belize to access greater international conservation and climate financing. Just 3 days ago, I signed, along with the ministers of Mexico and Guatemala, a memorandum of understanding that outlines the cooperation and partnership for the work that is before us in protecting the forest, its wildlife, flora and fauna, and the heritage, culture, and stewardship of the communities that live within it. Mr. Speaker, another major initiative is the Greening Belize Initiative, which aims to plant 1 million trees over 10 years. This effort is being supported by a national tree census and strengthened district nurseries to improve reforestation and plant distribution. This is a government-led initiative, yes, but it must become a national movement. I encourage every Belizean, every school, every community, every organization, and every political party to participate in planting a tree. I must report, Mr. Speaker, that the Forest Department has received many calls from municipalities, schools, NGOs, civil society, and the private sector, all wanting to be engaged in this noble effort. Very soon, an online phone application will be available to the public so that they can send in their information on the trees planted to a repository at the Forest Department. At the same time, the government will continue the 5-year moratorium on yearly logging concessions and tree cutting on national lands and lands without valid leases. The Forest Department has also finalized the draft Wildlife Policy and Action Plan and the National Jaguar Action Plan. These measures will strengthen the legal and policy framework for wildlife protection, particularly as Belize remains part of the largest remaining jaguar habitat in the Americas and still maintains over 60% forest cover. To reinforce those efforts, the government intends to introduce a 2-year moratorium on the hunting of certain wildlife species, giving vulnerable populations the chance to recover and our large cats an available food source in the wild. We are also addressing human-wildlife conflict and wildlife road fatalities, working with the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and our conservation partners to reduce wildlife collisions in identified highway hotspots. On the ground, the Forest Department has strengthened management in the City Forest Reserve and the broadleaf portion of the Mountain Pine Ridge Forest Reserve. It has advanced restoration through the Ridge to Reef program in the North Stand Creek watershed, and Belize has participated in its first peatland national land initiative, an important step in identifying high-value carbon sinks and advancing Belize's position in the blue and green economy. Enforcement has also produced real results. Belize $46,000 in court fines, $25,322 in out-of-court settlements, and more than 10,134 board feet of illegal lumber has been confiscated. On the National Biodiversity Office, Mr. Speaker, we note that these are not isolated actions. They are part of a broader commitment to protect Belize's biodiversity and natural capital. That work is being reinforced by the National Biodiversity Office. Supported by the Global Environment Facility and the United Nations Development Program, the office implemented the Global Biodiversity Framework Early Action Support Grant, leading to the updating of the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan 2025 to 2035 and the National Protected Areas Management Framework. The office also strengthened participatory conservation through new co-management agreements with the Mayflower Bokawina Environment Development Group and the Southern Environmental Association. And conversation has commenced with the Honorable Oscar Requena, and which will then be taken to the community level for potential formation of a community-based organization in San Pedro, Colombia, for the co-management of the Columbia Reserve. The latter will provide sustainable use of resources and assist in the illegal incursions and illegal harvesting of timber and non-timber products. The National Biodiversity Office is also drafting Belize's 7th National Report to the Convention on Biological Diversity and conducting a comprehensive finance needs assessment to cost the updated biodiversity strategy. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, the office has secured substantial resources to strengthen the National Protected Area System through 2031, including a combined investment of Belize $2 million from PACT for projects between 2026 and 2029, and a major Belize $25 million GCF-funded project expected to launch in 2027. That initiative will reduce community vulnerability to climate change by rehabilitating high-value ecosystems and improving the financial viability of co-managed protected areas. That is what it means to invest in natural capital, not for its own sake alone, but because our ecosystems support livelihoods, they support tourism, water security, and long-term national resilience. Mr. Speaker, on sustainable development, water security, and community resilience, the sustainable development means that good policy must translate into real improvement in people's lives. Through the Sustainable Development Unit, Belize's development planning is being guided by data, inclusion, and measurable results. The unit led the Climate Landscape Analysis for Children Plus, or CLAC Plus, positioning Belize as the first country globally to expand this framework to include children, persons with disabilities, indigenous communities, and other vulnerable groups. This initiative engaged more than 80 stakeholders and over 100 youth across all 6 districts, helping ensure that future climate investments are directed toward those most at risk. The unit also strengthened public investment planning. An assessment of 21 public sector investment projects valued at over Belize $70.6 million confirmed strong alignment with national priorities, particularly in climate and environmental resilience, while identifying opportunities to improve investments in energy, infrastructure, and inequality reduction. Through phase 2 of the SDG Data Ecosystem Assessment, carried out with the Statistical Institute of Belize, national data systems are being improved to support better planning, stronger accountability, and measurable outcomes, feeding into the SDG Progress Report 2026 and Belize's 2027 Voluntary National Review. And this work is producing results. Through partnerships with the European Union and the International Organization for Migration, the government completed a new polyclinic in Docron 1, valued at over Belize $1.06 million, improving healthcare access for that community. A polyclinic that will shortly provide NHI services to the people of all surrounding communities. Plan Belize continues to be expressed in rural communities. Mr. Speaker, water security itself remains fundamental to Belize's development. The National Hydrological Service has been restored to full departmental status, strengthening national capacity for monitoring, forecasting, and drought response. The Integrated Water Resources Management Policy and Strategy now provides a coordinated framework across more than 40 government agencies, utilities, NGOs, and water user groups, supporting sustainable water management for over 420,000 Belizeans, as well as approximately 504,000 overnight visitors and 900,000 cruise tourists recorded in 2025. The National Integrated Water Resources Management legislation, which comes into effect on April 1, 2026, establishes Belize's first comprehensive legal system for water governance. It will provide clarity for between 3,000 and 5,000 major water users, including farmers, utilities, industries, and tourism operators through licensing, water rights, and regulation. Mr. Speaker, we are not only improving policy, we are also delivering on the ground. Scientific monitoring has been strengthened in southern Belize, particularly through sediment transport studies in the Swayze, in the Bladen, and Monkey River watersheds. These studies now support erosion control, watershed management, and flood risk reduction, directly benefiting between 35,000 and 45,000 residents in the Monkey River and Toledo regions. A new real-time monitoring station at the Monkey River Village estuary strengthens early warning capacity for floods, extreme rainfall, and drought, improving protection for more than 8,000 downstream residents. Pipeline investments are also in motion to expand the National Hydrological Monitoring Network, to develop flood and erosion hazard maps, create a national water resources inventory and vulnerability profile, and to strengthen drought risk management, and to continue sediment and water quality monitoring to support ridge-to-reef management. To protect the reef, we must first protect the rivers and the watersheds. Just 4 days ago, we celebrated World Water Day with overwhelming support from various sectors, and I'm happy to report the participation of various primary and high schools with our strong partner in this event, the UNICEF. The direction is clear, Mr. Speaker: stronger institutions, better data, smarter planning, and real protection for Belizean communities. Mr. Speaker, Belize continues to strengthen its leadership in climate governance while positioning the country to access critical international climate financing. A major milestone this year is the advancement of the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiatives Bill, Belize's first comprehensive legal framework to regulate carbon markets and strengthen oversight of climate-related investments. The bill has passed 3 readings in this Honorable House and now awaits final consideration in the Senate. Through the National Climate Change Office, Belize this year mobilized over US $1.5 million to strengthen national climate planning capacity, including the Capacity Building Initiative for Transparency project funded by the Global Environment Facility, GEF. The office also advanced Belize's climate finance architecture through the Climate Finance Needs and Tracking methodology. Funded by the Initiative for Climate Action Transparency, ICAT, to strengthen national systems for tracking climate investments and ensuring transparency. To mention that ICAT hub is stationed in Belize. Belize's third nationally determined contribution has also been prepared, targeting the avoidance of over 6,200 kilotons of carbon emissions by 2035 through renewable energy, climate-smart agriculture, electric mobility, and the protection of forests and coastal ecosystems. The office has also developed Belize's national loss and damage framework, positioning the country to access international support under the Global Fund for Loss and Damage. Mr. Speaker, Belize's leadership is being recognized internationally. Belize now holds representation on several key global climate bodies, including the UNFCCC Consultative Group of Experts, the Climate Technology Center and Network Advisory Board, and the Article 6.4 Supervisory Board under the Paris Agreement. That means Belize is not merely present in the global discussion, but Belize is helping to shape it. And that work is translating into financing opportunities. Belize has engaged the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility, and the Adaptation Fund in developing and supporting a strong pipeline of investments, including a US $25 million climate resilient housing initiative, a US $25 to $40 million for indigenous and protected area programs, with additional proposals for coastal resilience and community adaptation. Mr. Speaker, this work is closely aligned with the work of PACT, which this year celebrates 30 years of service to Belize. Since its establishment in 1996, PACT has invested over Belize $50 million in National Protected Areas system. In the last year alone, it directed approximately Belize $12 million into more than 20 protected areas, while disbursing more than $1 million through secondary and extraordinary funding windows. PACT is also investing in people. Through the Youth Academic Support Grant, 31 Belizean students received assistance for tertiary education in environmental and natural resource fields. Outreach initiatives engaged over 500 students and more than 10 national institutions. The Trust has also launched a Belize $1 million grant facility under the Canadian-funded CORE program to support gender-responsive, locally led climate and nature-based enterprise initiatives. Strategic partnerships have also advanced, including collaboration with the Association of Protected Areas Management Organization, the Belize Fund for a Sustainable Future, and the successful hosting of the inaugural EcoLens Summit. Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight a joint initiative between PACT and the Belize Tourism Board, the Belize $2 million Tourism Enhancement for Protected Areas program, which strengthens conservation while enhancing Belize's tourism project. PACT has also maintained accreditation with the Green Climate Fund, secured reaccreditation with the Adaptation Fund, and is now recognized as an eligible entity for the Loss and Damage Fund. Through those efforts, PACT has mobilized approximately Belize $30 million with over $100 million in the pipeline. Communities such as Sarteneja, Ladyville, Hattieville, and Belmopan are already benefiting through the enhanced direct access program. Upcoming investments include coastal resilience and shoreline stabilization in Dangriga, and a Belize $10 million water security initiative benefiting Otosha, Dolores, Boom Creek, and Copper Bank. Mr. Speaker, what all of this shows is simple. Belize is not waiting on climate change. Belize is organizing, it is legislating, it's financing and delivering. And that delivery is also visible through the ministry's Policy Planning and Projects Unit. Over the past fiscal year, the ministry mobilized and delivered over Belize $7 million in direct investments across climate resilience, restoration, and community empowerment projects. A flagship achievement is the US $1.6 million flood warning capacity improvement project for the Belize River Basin, implemented with the Republic of China, Taiwan. That project now provides up to 3 hours of advanced flood warning, directly benefiting over 100,000 residents in San Ignacio, Belmopan, Belize City, Santa Familia, St. Paul's Bank, and Rancho Dolores. It also trained more than 50 community members as rapid response emergency teams and strengthened national systems through improved hydrological monitoring and the use of drones. At the same time, through the US $5.1 million Integrated Production Landscape Project, the ministry supported 89 farmers across more than 15 communities in the Belize River watershed, distributing 3,475 fruit and timber trees and providing training in agro-processing, sustainable agriculture, and value-added production. Importantly, more than 50% of participants were women and nearly half were young people. Mr. Speaker, that is what inclusive development looks like. Through the Greening Belize initiative, supported by Belize $900,000 in grant financing, communities are leading restoration efforts across the country. The Greening Belize app now allows every Belizean to participate directly in planting and monitoring trees as we look forward to the national goal of the 1 million trees. Public outreach under these programs has already reached over 2,300 Belizeans, including 1,200 children, 500 youth, and 600 adults, while community nurseries have produced and distributed more than 2,000 seedlings. These are not abstract concepts. These are real investments in real communities producing real results. Mr. Speaker, the achievements I have outlined today are the result of hard work, of commitment, and of service. Across the Department of the Environment, the Forest Department, the Sustainable Development Unit, the National Climate Change Office, the National Biodiversity Office, the National Hydrological Service, the Belize Solid Waste Management Authority, and the Protected Areas Conservation Trust, there are over 250 public officers working diligently to deliver results for the people of Belize. These are the men and women who protect our forests, monitor our waters, improve our environmental standards, prepare our communities, and help move this country forward in a sustainable and resilient way. Our ministry is also proud to reflect balanced and inclusive leadership, where women and men work side by side at every level of decision-making and implementation. That is not an accidental, but deliberate, inclusive leadership which strengthens national results. Mr. Speaker, this budget is about cleaner communities. It is about stronger protection for our natural resources. It is about better environmental enforcement, greater climate resilience, stronger water security, real investments reaching Belizean families, farmers, and communities across every district. It is about building a country where development is not short-term or limited to today, but sustainable and secured for tomorrow. The environment is not separate from Belize's future. It is Belize's future. If we protect our forests, rivers, reef, watersheds, and communities today, we secure jobs, livelihoods, public health, and opportunity for generations to come. This government remains committed to delivering results, mobilizing resources, and ensuring that no community is left behind as we build a more resilient and sustainable Belize. Mr. Speaker, now please allow me to greet my people of the beautiful constituency of Cayo Northeast. the people of Moratown, Santa Familia, Billy White, Docron 1, 2, and 3, Los Tambos, and Esperanza Village. These people, Mr. Speaker, came out in record numbers in the last election and gave me an overwhelming victory at the polls in March of 2025, as they did for all my colleagues. You see, Mr. Speaker, Cayo Northeast has an area representative like no other before. I work for my people. The work in Cayo Northeast is a continued commitment to improving the quality of life of our people, ensuring equity, ensuring inclusivity. In 2025, thanks to the Prime Minister, the Ministry of Finance, and MIDH, we started and have completed the paving of the road starting at Bullet Tree through the Santa Familia and onto Billy White. The portion from Billy White through Docron 1 and up to Spanish Lookout has now commenced. This road, Mr. Speaker, is a thoroughfare for more than 800 workers from San Ignacio and all the villages in between. All the beans, all the corn, chicken, and 50% of all the cattle that exported from Belize passed through this road. Prime Minister, thank you. I recall when we went on the campaign in 2020, when you promised these people that that road, before our term of office was over, would have been completed. Before the end of this year, it is also anticipated that the old Hallover Bridge will be refurbished, sandblasted, painted, and installed across the Belize River between Santa Familia Village and Trapiche in Santa Elena. And it will provide immediate access for students, workers, and the public alike. But most importantly, it will cut some 10 miles of travel time one way for those who work or shop in Spanish Lookout. Currently, Mr. Speaker, most people go on the Western Highway to Black Manede and on to Spanish Lookout, which is about 19 miles one way, 38 miles two-way. This new bridge will provide access for 20 miles two-way, so saving over 20 miles. Already, Mr. Speaker, the residents of these communities are experiencing the benefits of their properties, which have increased in value. This will not come about without a cost, of course, as a full-fledged police substation and traffic officers will be needed in Santa Familia when the bridge is completed to deal with increase in traffic and potential crime. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, with the continued support of the Deputy Prime Minister, we were able to hold our second mobile clinic in October. Some 150 documents have been processed and another 50 almost completed. In addition, we were able to secure some 600 house lots, which are currently under distribution to residents of Billy White, Santa Familia, San Ignacio, and Docron 1. Most of these are afforded to first-time landowners, young families making every effort to have their own home. Mr. Speaker, and these are not leases. These are title documents, documents which can be taken to the bank for these recipients to get their housing loans. And I can't speak of saying for school loans because now the Ministry of Education is providing that free education for those people. And Mr. Speaker, 54% of our lot distribution has gone to women, many of them single parents. We remain steadfast in our support for women's empowerment, ensuring a more balanced distribution of financial resources. Through targeted support for education and entrepreneurship, we are enabling women to become stronger economic contributors in their homes, but also within their communities. Mr. Speaker, these are the kinds of things that get you elected and re-elected. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I are working for our constituents. We now need the complementary work to fully complete town and village extensions. So I call on the full cooperation of electricity and water supply by BAL and BWSL for houses without infrastructure remain as houses and never become homes. In the agriculture sector, we are addressing the long-standing concerns by improving road access for farmers, allowing them safer, more efficient entry to their properties, and better access to markets. Healthcare remains a priority. The soon-to-be completed polyclinic in Docron 1, strategically located, will complement 5 newly constructed hurricane shelters and health centers. Together, these facilities will significantly enhance both emergency preparedness and healthcare delivery across Cayo Northeast. This polyclinic will serve as an NHI clinic, providing healthcare services to the residents of surrounding communities. Education continues to be at the forefront of our agenda. To date, we have supported over 1,000 students with knapsacks and school supplies, easing the financial burden on families and encouraging school attendance. Through the Ministry of Education, we were able to train some 50 children on a summer program called 501 Academic Coders, which worked with microchips and which they built and flew their own drones. That was impressive. Mr. Speaker, these achievements are a testament to our vision of sustainable development, improved infrastructure, and inclusive growth. We remain committed to building a stronger, more resilient Cayo Northeast. And with those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully commend and fully support this budget for fiscal year 2026-2027. And as we are on 1 week away from the close of Women's Month, I also recognize the women of Belize whose work, leadership, and contributions continue to strengthen our communities, our economy, and our national development. I thank you.
I recognize the member from Belize Rural Central.
Pleasant good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make my brief contribution to the 2026-2027 budget debate for the budget estimates. I will be brief, Mr. Speaker. I will not speak for 2 hours, but I can tell you that I believe that what I will say will have some substance. A year ago, Mr. Speaker, a year ago, the beautiful people of Belize Rural Central gave me an overwhelming mandate to stand here on their behalf and to contribute again to the development of our country. We live, Mr. Speaker, in challenging times, but there is absolutely clear government commitment. And this budget reflects that commitment to the people and to the development of Belize. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I forgot to ask you for permission to refer to my notes, as the young women did on Friday in the all-women parliament that was here in the National Assembly in an unprecedented display of support for our women. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the people of both Port Loyola and Belize Rural Central, this is the 10th time that I am contributing to a budget debate, and it has always been my distinct pleasure, because I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we have a good man in the Prime Minister, the member from Orange Walk Central, and the Prime Minister of this country. And I want to big up my colleagues as well, Mr. Speaker. We have very good people as colleagues, and we work together, and we make sure that every living hour, every waking hour, we contribute to this country. It is still, after all these many years, Mr. Speaker, a privilege to serve not only the people of Belize Rural Central, but all the people of Belize. In Gales Point, Manatee, the school has been completely renovated. It's a beautiful, beautiful edifice, and there are beautiful children in Gales Point, Manatee. The preschool is a wonderful building, and the children can go to school in comfort in a wonderful, structurally sound place. We are working, Mr. Speaker, it's not complete, but we are working on the water system. We have resurfaced the basketball court. There has been rehabilitation of the public bathrooms, and we donated tables and chairs to the village council, and we have plans for the full rehabilitation and refurbishment of the community center. On the 9th of December last year, the Christmas Bram and Sambai were named to be part of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity by UNESCO. And along with the Ministry of Culture and NICH, our ambassadors, Justice of the Peace Shelley Andruin, and drummer Mr. Emmett Young, represented in India and did a beautiful and wonderful job. On stream as well, Mr. Speaker, in Gales Point, Manatee, we have the Clearwater Marine Aquarium Center and Resource Institute, which will be a marine reserve and educational center, looking at the manatees and the sea turtles. And of course, we acknowledge the Ministry of Tourism and all international partners, and the Manatee man himself, Jamal Galvez. In La Democracia, Mr. Speaker, there has been, through our office, continued support for St. Agnes Anglican School, with desks for the children, renovation of the community center, and the distribution of a number of house lots for the people of La Democracia. In Mahogany Heights, we put in the PlayStation and the bleachers. We gave support for the Village Day and cleanup, and we continue to support the Mahogany Heights Dream Marching Band, who will be going to the Bandfest again this year. Government is also working so that the people of Mahogany Heights can begin to get their titles for their land. This is a big deal, Mr. Speaker, because for many years, the land in Mahogany Heights was in some difficulty in terms of what was the situation. But now that we know that it is in the hands of the government, and we will be asking that some of the mortgages be written off, we will be asking for many of the persons in Mahogany Heights to be getting their land titles. In Gracie Rock, it might take a little while, but we are working on a new survey because the old survey that had been done of house lots was in an area that was marshy and wetlands and swampy. So we are working on a new survey for our people of Gracie Rock. And in Freetown, Cebu, we make regular donations for the cutting and maintenance of the road that goes in. Mr. Speaker, Hattieville, we have completed the full paving of Sylvester Boulevard, the road into the East Windmill area, and the loop that joins all the way around the back of Hattieville to rejoin the highway. We continue to support the Leap Women's Group with donations. We created the Tyrell Requena Memorial Park, and there is now going to be a new park at the Belizean American site in Hattieville. There is ongoing assistance to schools, and we thank the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons, for the donation of school furniture at the Hattieville Government School. We have contributed weed cutters and financial contribution to the old Hattieville Park, and we continue to work for all our Hattieville people. In Western Paradise, There was the renovation of the community center, a PlayStation at the ball field, lighting and upkeep of the field, and we are doing upgrading and attention to the roads, and we are looking into the provision of more house lots. In Lord's Bank, the softball field in the BDF area has been created. There is covering for the bleachers at the cricket field, support for sports, distribution of house lots, and we are working very proudly on the renovation of St. Patrick Church, and that renovation should be completed shortly. We also have on stream the police booth and the upgrading of Edwin Parks Avenue. Last but not least, in terms of the 9 areas and villages of Belize Rural Central, we have the huge suburban and rural community of Ladyville. And I first, in relation to Ladyville, want to big up the NHI clinic. Mr. Speaker, this NHI clinic in Ladyville has been transformative. Hundreds of people have accessed primary health care at the NHI clinic in Ladyville. Literally hundreds of people. And it is something that is great for the community of Ladyville. We have paved Mirage Road, that's a full mile of paving. We have distributed, as Deputy Prime Minister said, the land titles for long-time residents of Compassion Lane. Many years, the people were crying out for their titles in Compassion Lane. Who did it? This particular government of John Briceño did the Compassion Lane titles for our people. We also are putting in a new park in what is called the Milpa area. And we have paved the entrance and the main boulevard at Los Lagos. We have put in bleachers and upgrading of the park in the Japan area. And we are putting lighting on the softball field. And we are going to be upgrading the detour through the Egbert Quilter Road. Also, there has been distribution of house lots. There are now being built homes at the Dolores Estate in the Plunkett Road area of Ladyville. And finally, last but not least, I want to say that we, along with Minister Francis Fonseca and the Ministry of Education, we have provided free education at Ladyville Tech with its full 474 students at Ladyville Tech. Free education, Mr. Speaker. But I would like to take this opportunity, I don't want to put him on the spot, but he is sitting here with us today. I want to put our good Prime Minister on notice that I will be visiting him very frequently to ask for more infrastructure for our house lots, Prime Minister. We can't give out house lots and not have the infrastructure. So you will be seeing a lot of me, Mr. Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker of the House of Representatives. We need our infrastructure, please. Now, the progress, Mr. Speaker, under Plan Belize Point 2 is undeniable. I was honored to have been named Executive Chairperson of the National AIDS Commission last year. And I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge in the gallery Enrique Romero, our Executive Director, and our staff, Adriani Alpuche, Lisette Aldana, Starla Renault, and Mr. Ferdy Cab from the Ministry of Economic Transformation. We have had in a year, a short year, Mr. Speaker, major accomplishments along with our main partner and implementer, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and other ministries and various civil society partners. We have done a lot, Mr. Speaker, and I must take this opportunity to big up the little man, the big little man, Honorable Kevin Bernard, the Minister of Health, who gives us his full support as we go forward in this struggle. The giant little man. Now, our major accomplishments along with our civil society partners. Our goal, Mr. Speaker, is to vastly reduce or even eliminate HIV as a public health challenge by 2030. Now, that is a tall order. I'm sure our staff would agree. However, I am happy to say that 80% of all funding to combat HIV and AIDS in our national response comes from the government of Belize. Unfortunately, we are still seeing more than 200 HIV cases yearly. And we have a challenge still on our hands, but we are working. In the past year, Mr. Speaker, the National AIDS Commission led the initiative for HIV self-testing and the self-testing policy, which has now been approved and signed. Thanks to our main implementing partner, again, the Ministry of Health and Wellness. That was a big deal, Mr. Speaker, the self-testing policy for HIV. Secondly, the National AIDS Commission nominated the Ministry of Economic Transformation to continue as the principal recipient of monies from the Global Fund. And we thank CEO Mr. Carlos Paul, Mr. Ferdy, who is with us this afternoon, and all their staff for your wonderful support and work. I really want to say thank you. Thirdly, the National AIDS Commission will guide the process for the Global Fund grant cycle number 8, which presently will stand at US $2.5 million. And next, the National AIDS Commission has obtained a legal opinion from the Attorney General's Ministry on how to bridge the gap between the ages of sexual consent, which is at 16, and the age for accessing sexual and reproductive health services, which that age is at 18. And we will be furthering our recommendations so that all our teenagers and young people can access sexual and reproductive health care. We don't wish to take away the rights of the parents, but where the parent is not there or there is no one to act in loco parentis, then we should be able to allow our sexually active teenagers and youths to access the care that they need. Next, Mr. Speaker, the National AIDS Commission, along with the Ministry of Health and Wellness, once again, we have now revised the approved guidelines for what is called the pre-exposure prophylaxis, which is better known as PrEP. And we want to make sure that people who have need for the pre-exposure prophylaxis will have access to get that, so that we can work on both the prevention and the treatment and care. We guided the successful process for the Memorandum of Understanding between, again, the Ministry of Health and Wellness and NHI to provide for NHI services and communities. And again, Mr. Speaker, this is a big thing, because if the NHI clinics can offer the HIV services for the treatment, etc., we will only be doing much better. We participated in ensuring, again, a memorandum of understanding between the National Health Insurance and hand-in-hand ministries for care and support to children with HIV. And then we also facilitated and worked very closely for the Memorandum of Understanding between the Ministry of Human Development, and we acknowledge Minister Thea Garcia Ramirez, and the Ministry of Economic Transformation, for the Ministry of Human Development to provide monthly food packages for persons with HIV. I listened to the leader of the opposition whining and complaining that this government is not doing enough for the social services of this country, Mr. Speaker. And I give the lie to that. I absolutely give the lie to that, because never before have we seen the level of support for our poor people in need of help, people with HIV, people with disability, poor families. Never before have our families been able to enjoy this kind of care and support. And I am proud to be working in the office of the Prime Minister and to be the executive chairperson of the National HIV/AIDS Commission. Mr. Speaker, there is, well, I'm almost about to say last but not least, there is also an agreement between the National Health Insurance and the civil society organization Go Hove in Belize, and that was with the National AIDS Commission's facilitation for outreach activities to key population groups in fighting HIV and AIDS. And we work closely with our partners, Go Hove in Belize, the Belize Family Life Association, and others, to ensure close communication with Dr. Joshua Kanul, who is the focal point for the Ministry of Health and Wellness. I also want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank all our board members of the National AIDS Commission. Everyone is contributing to the revitalized efforts that we have seen within the past year. The work is challenging, but we have made significant strides in expanding our communication campaigns to provide key behavior change messages for condom use, pre-exposure prophylaxis, routine HIV testing, adherence to antiretroviral medications, and the slogan of undetectable means untransmissible. Let's take that to heart, people of Belize. And again, I want to acknowledge our wonderful Secretariat staff at the Commission, and again, all our partners. Mr. Speaker, in wrapping up, I reiterate my undying commitment to representing the people of Belize Rural Central. And I reiterate our steadfast work to combat HIV and AIDS. I want to acknowledge in the gallery my two right hands. I don't have any left hand. I have two right hands, Ms. Noelle Swift and Mr. Bernardo Bennett, who is chairman of Ladyville. Thank you for joining us. The Why Will Parliament. I got two good right hands. Thank you, thank you. The Why Will Project, the Young Women in Leadership Project, held a very successful parliament on Friday. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to all our partners. And let me say this, we make absolutely no apology for bigging up our women so that we can take our rightful place in this country. We make no apology whatsoever for that. And we need more women, not true, Minister Thea? We definitely need more women. Congratulations to all the participants. The presentations were excellent. Now, you might not want to hear about affirmative action, but a motion was passed that Belize should adopt temporary special measures to bring the level of women in decision-making and leadership up to an acceptable level. It is still too low. And whatever we can do to encourage that, then let us do it. But I commend all persons involved, and I would like to call all our names. Madam Speaker Valerie Woods, Madam President Carolyn Trench Sandiford, your humble servant, Minister Thea Garcia Ramirez, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Tracy Tager Panton, Senator Sheena Pitts, Senator Janelle Chanona, Senator Roselle Arana, and Senator Brittany Galvez. What more can I say? Mr. Speaker, a happy Women's Month to everybody. I, of course, absolutely, of course, support this 2026 to 27 budget, and I will steal one or two little sentences from the Prime Minister's budget speech. The pillars, so I quote here, Prime Minister, please allow me to. The pillars of sustained prosperity, you said it, include diversified growth, robust employment, a strong currency, ample credit, and a government that invests in the welfare of its people through education, healthcare, infrastructure, and security. I couldn't say it any better, Prime Minister. You did a good job. And finally, and again I quote you, I am convinced that our best days are ahead of us. And with the guidance of the Almighty, we will not stand still, but move boldly forward towards tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I recommend this budget along with the Prime Minister, and I ask that all members give their full consideration and full support. I thank you.
I now recognize the member for Belize Rural, Kaya Central.
I rise to lend my support to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditures for 2026-2027. Good day, buen dia, Malob King, Titulaka. First of all, I thank God for His continued blessings of health and life, for this great opportunity to be here in this Honorable House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, I wish to send my heartfelt greetings to all the constituents of Cayo Central who continue believing in me to represent them in this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, as I rise today to make my contribution to the 2026-2027 appropriation bill, please allow me to refer to my notes, as I wish to thank our Prime Minister and Cabinet for your continued support in serving and delivering to the needs of the people of our jewel Belize. Over the last term and currently, the Ministry of Education continues the Rural Education Assistance Program to students from primary to tertiary education. Last year, we were part of the free education program to our high school of Sacred Heart College, even though many of the students from Cayo Central do not attend that school. I want to see that in the very near future, we would have a high school in Santa Elena, or both high schools, to be a part of this program as well. With the support from the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of students across Cayo Central have benefited from this program. I know that Plan Belize 2.0 is designed and focused around 5 pillars with education as one of the biggest priorities. Mr. Speaker, I cannot continue without mentioning the commitment of our government to its human resource, especially the teachers, by addressing their salary adjustments. As Sir Richard Branson quoted, train people well enough so they can live. Treat them well so they don't want to. And that is exactly what this People's United Party government is doing with its human resources. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister and Cabinet for the decision to roll out the long-awaited NHI program in the Cayo district. I want to believe that my colleagues from the Cayo district are more than happy, just like the residents of the Cayo district, and are welcoming this program, as every person who registers will benefit with affordable health services which many are unable to afford. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, last year, in the first year of the second term, partnering with an NGO, we were able to construct a health post undelivered to the village of La Gracia, one of the most remote villages in our country. For many years, the nurses came and they had to take care of the babies under the floor, or under the second floor of one of the buildings that housed the remote teachers. Now they have a health post where they can take care of the babies when they go to that village. Mr. Speaker, this People's United Party government is not taking away land as our predecessors during their tenure. We are giving land to those who rightfully need it and those who deserve it. With support from the Minister of Natural Resources and his ministry, we will soon be subdividing a parcel of land in the Buena Vista village to make available approximately 200 house lots for constituents who are in dire need of a house lot and those who are first-time landowners. As I sat here this morning, someone was saying applications for first-time landowners were being denied. I don't agree with that. We have a lot of applications pending, and I want to believe and I have faith in our government that we will deliver a house lot to every single one of those applications that are waiting a response. So, Mr. Speaker, and I don't see the member for Lekai, but I know that he believes in the need of the people. And together, we will not rest till we have identified and distributed house lots to all those first-time landowners in Santa Elena and the 10 villages who are still awaiting for a house lot. I listened to a member for Kaya Northeast, and he was boasting infrastructure. Sometimes we have to wait our turn. And we have to explain that to our people. The way how the Ministry of Infrastructure is working with us in the Kaya district, I'm not sure of the other areas, but we are provided equipment by turns. And I want to tell the people of Kaya Central, what you are seeing in Kaya Northeast, we will get it. Unfortunately, the Minister of Infrastructure is not here, but I know he's listening somewhere. We will continue receiving the support from the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing. Because this government is not about favoritism. It is all about delivering to the needs of every corner, every town, and every village of our jewel. You see, Mr. Speaker, this is the huge and clear difference between our government and those who were there before us. Thanks to our Prime Minister and the Minister of Housing, in the first term as an area representative of Kaya Central, we handed over more than 20 starter homes to many deserving single mothers and other deserving recipients. For 13 years, I asked the people when I walk, especially in Santa Elena, show me what he did. He can't see anything. This term, over the last year, we have delivered 5 houses to deserving recipients in the last fiscal year. 2 are currently under construction. 6 other applications have been approved for construction at the start of this fiscal year, which is next month. So for those applicants who are listening, and you have been informed that you have been approved, construction will start soon, while 5 more are awaiting their approvals. So you see, we are not here sitting down. We are not here playing around. We have substance to the talk. While the other side, it's all talk but no substance. Mr. Speaker, there are also those people who applied for starter homes but had overqualified. You know what it means? You know, like, I went looking for a job once, and I gave my CV to the GM. I made the mistake of giving him my CV. And after looking over it, he says, "Sir, I don't think you belong at this place." And I go like, "Why? You overqualify, man." So this is what happened. Some of the people applied for the starter homes, but they overqualified. What does that mean? They are thriving residents who are better off with a steady income, but still cannot afford to build a home. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform those who applied for a 2 or 3 bedroom house in Kaya Central. The first 10 of those houses will be starting construction in this current or this upcoming fiscal year in the Santa Elena subdivision. Thanks to the support from the member from Cayo South and his CEO, we have started implementing the street works in that Santa Elena subdivision. And people have started to construct their homes. That shows that people were just waiting to get that land document they're building, and we are putting in the streets. We have started implementing the utilities as well, and it doesn't stop there. We have the other subdivisions in Georgeville, and currently, thanks for the support from the Ministry of Natural Resources, we are undergoing and will soon be delivering another set of the 200 house lots in the village of Buena Vista. So, Mr. Speaker, we are delivering to the people of Cayo Central and the country at large. Well, Mr. Speaker, the security of our residents in Cayo Central is another one of the top priorities on my list. And I had that even before I got elected in 2020. So, Mr. Speaker, I had visited the office of the minister responsible for police, and we had acquired the land. For some hiccup with the agency providing the funds, we are now about to start the construction of a state-of-the-art police station in Santa Elena town, because we want to ensure that the safety of our people in Santa Elena and the 10 villages remains at the top. The project was supported by our former Minister of Police. And I know that our current minister will see it as a priority in bringing it to fruition. So, Mr. Speaker, by providing the safety of our residents in Santa Elena, last Christmas, for the first time in the history of Cayo Central, we were able to, every time, even the town council, and sometimes I want to believe they're biased, Mr. Speaker. Everything happens on San Ignacio's side, and Santa Elena is left to wonder when it is going to come. So, for last Christmas, Mr. Speaker, we decorated the Rotary Park. We had our Christmas cheer for the children and the parents. Everybody came there and were able to enjoy a night out with their family. For the first time, the 13 years that my predecessor was there, it never struck him to come out and give the people a night to spend with their family. Mr. Speaker, while we enjoy ourselves with our families, we also want to make sure that we are prepared to provide for our families. The Father of the Nation commissioned us to plant what we eat and eat what we grow. So, Mr. Speaker, the 2026-2027 budget visions to allocate approximately $2 million to farmers with crop diversification, support to export programs, and financial assistance, especially value addition to their agricultural products. So, Mr. Speaker, over the years, the Ministry of Agriculture is committed not only to the aforementioned programs, but in creating the avenues and opportunities for industries which eventually flourish and make huge contributions which to our ever-growing economy. So, Mr. Speaker, the difference is, again, we have substance for our talk. I'm not standing here just because I want to take up some time this afternoon and stretch the hours that we are here. In 2020, when the former Prime Minister and his puppets decided to end the cattle exportation, the intelligent and bright-minded Belizean people decided it was enough and it was time to give us, the People's United Party, the opportunity to take this country forward into the right direction. The day after the 2020 general elections, our Prime Minister and the Minister of Agriculture opened the borders for the exportation of cattle, which has ever grown over the last 5 years to the point that almost every farmer wants to be a cattle farmer now. The industry has boomed when those before us thought that it was not fit for the exportation when we were going through a crisis, when we were going through a pandemic. The vision that our People's United Party government has is for the continued development and growth of our economy, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, this People's United Party government has supported our farmers in the production of soybeans, not only to suffice the local demand, but with the capacity to export, contributing with millions of dollars to our economy. All those millions of dollars that were going out as foreign exchange is now staying in the country because our farmers are producing all the soybeans that we need. And also to the extent that we are exporting soybean meal to our neighboring countries. So the ministry is working to support our farmers. We are also, Mr. Speaker, undergoing some research and are hoping to develop some wheat varieties which are climate resilient to this region, and are hoping that when we come to the development of the right variety, we will be able, just like the soybeans, to produce our wheat for the flour that we use in Belize. Some people might say, what this man had for lunch? It's a vision. I remember in 2000, when we started the soybeans industry in Belize, we went right along. And in 2008, it was squashed by the UDP. But thanks to the good people of Belize, you brought us back, and we are here. We have mastered the industry, and we are now exporting soybeans, not importing. And those of you listening, I may not be here, but I sure hope that I will see when we are producing wheat in Belize. The Mennonites have been producing wheat for the last 10 years in small amounts, Mr. Speaker. And that is proof that it can be done in Belize. And the vision is for us to do it on a large scale so that we can suffice our local demand. Mr. Speaker, I know that we are taking care of our human resources of our country. I once again thank the Prime Minister and the Minister of Infrastructure because I know that 2 new bridges will be constructed to replace dilapidated ones in the villages of San Marcos and Selena. The work has started in Selena where the bypass has been created so that the work on the new bridge can be undertaken, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, it has been started. So, again, I say we are not sitting down. We are working to deliver for our people. Mr. Speaker, I also want to recognize the support and the assistance from the Ministry of Rural Transformation. We were able to acquire over $70,000 worth of pipe for water system expansions in 3 of our bigger villages in the Cayo Central. Mr. Speaker, most of these water systems were created over 15 years. So it is time that we work on replacing some of the infrastructure. And thanks to the Ministry of Rural Transformation, we have acquired the pipes and we have started to implement those pipes in the water systems in the villages of San Antonio, El Progreso, and Santa Teresita. While we are working, as I said on the day of the handover, working along with the minister responsible for rural transformation in getting more piping for improving and expanding the water systems in the other villages of Cayo Central. So, Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the member for Cayo South for his continued support. We were able to do some roadworks in the villages of El Progreso, they were long awaiting this assistance for the main entrance to the village. Mr. Speaker, I know that there are many things that my colleagues have been delivering. I may not have mentioned every single one, but I want to thank every single one of them for their supports in the different areas that I have come to them in Cayo Central. As a part of Women's Month, I want to recognize, along with my colleagues, all the women leaders of our country, those who are members in this House, members in the Senate, but I will be a little more selfish than my colleagues to recognize my wife, who has always been supportive of my service to the people of Cayo Central and the country of Belize. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying that on behalf of the constituents of Cayo Central, this 2026-2027 budget has my full support. Thank you. Gracias. Botik Tulaka.
I recognize the member for Orange Walkies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good evening to everybody. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off my presentation this evening by first of all responding to a few of the comments referred by the leader of the opposition as she related her message towards the Ministry of Health. And while I know she acknowledged the great support that we have been able to offer her constituents, I want to make some clarification and start off with one first clear observation in terms of the long, empty-winded speech that we listened to this morning. The leader of the opposition sought to bring about an issue with regards to NHI, and that NHI is not audited and so forth, but I will leave that to the Prime Minister to respond when he does his wrap-up. Just to say that NHI does get audited every single year, as it currently falls under the SSB. If she would have only checked, she would have known. But, Mr. Speaker, she also mentioned, and I would be in between my message, my prepared message, and I'll ask you if I could get the permission to refer to my notes. Because, Mr. Speaker, when the leader of the opposition gets up in this House and tries to paint a picture of doom and gloom as if all is going wrong, then it begs to wonder, are they serious in wanting to lead this country? Maybe I should remind the leader of the opposition that it is under their government, it is under the UDP administration that left the health system to its knees, that we had so many broken infrastructure, demoralized staff, no investment in health and capacity building in our health professionals. And we, as a People's United Party government, made that commitment that we are going to turn things wrong. And in Plan Belize, we said that health is one of the top priority in this country, and we have been investing in healthcare across this country. Mr. Speaker, it is with a deep sense of humility and responsibility that I rise to make my contribution to this year's budget debate. At the onset, let me congratulate our Prime Minister and the budget management team for what is once again a budget that shows growth and a pragmatic and achievable plan for delivering good governance to the people of Belize. It is with some measure of pride, Mr. Speaker, that I proclaim that we in the Ministry of Health and Wellness can celebrate our own achievements and share with this nation our forward-thinking and future-focused plans, which form part of this PUP's government budget for fiscal year 2026-2027. For us, there is a simple but profound truth. A nation cannot prosper if its people are not healthy. Regrettably, lifestyle change and, in some instances, unhealthy lifestyles have made some of us less healthy than we should be. This should concern us all, for no country can build a strong economy if its workers are sick, if its children are not protected, or if its families cannot access health care. Mr. Speaker, in Plan Belize, we have formed the principle that our health is our wealth. That means spending on health is not an expense. It is an investment in our national development. That is why, in this year's budget, the government plans to allocate $181.2 million for the Ministry of Health and Wellness. This is a real investment in the lives of our people and is, in part, fulfilling our promise to build a healthier, stronger, and better nation. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we are a government that invests in health. Budgets are more than just numbers. You have to see these figures in the wrong. And I think the leader of the opposition missed the whole aspect of this. To examine it holistically is to understand that this national budget reflects values. It reflects our government's priorities, and it looks to the future. Or as the Prime Minister said, this is a future-focused budget. This year's budget reflects clearly our administration's progressive agenda. It reflects our commitment to the upliftment of our people. This is why, Mr. Speaker, I say without hesitation that I support this budget, because it recognizes that we need a healthy nation. The numbers sends a clear message that we on this side of the House will ensure that the health of our Belizean families will never be neglected. This is evident in the allocation for health and wellness, which includes $66.1 million in hospital services, $41.2 million for medicine and for improvement in health technology, $7.9 million for primary care services, $1.47 million for community-based health programs, and $64.5 million for strategic management and administration to ensure the entire health system functions effectively. So when the leader of the opposition earlier this morning in her speech said there was zero investment in mental health facility, zero or nothing going to the district hospitals, Mr. Speaker, all she would have had to take a quick, simple look in the budget book and look at the key program strategies and activities, and she would have seen that it is clearly highlighted that the investment in across primary care and secondary care services and tertiary care, because $33 million is invested in Carl Huchner Memorial Hospital every single year. In fact, it is this government who increased the subsidy to Carl Huchner Memorial Hospital. As I said, Mr. Speaker, these are more than figures on paper. These are the resources that keep our hospitals open. These are the resources that will be used to purchase medication. It includes the necessary allocation to pay nurses, doctors, technicians, and health workers who serve Belize every single day. And at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, let me say to the healthcare professionals and the practitioners across our nation, thank you for your service. Thank you for being there for our beautiful nation, Belize. Mr. Speaker, one of the most serious challenges facing Belize today is the growing burden on non-communicable diseases. Diseases like diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, and kidney disease. These conditions, Mr. Speaker, are affecting too many Belizean families, and they are placing increasing pressure on our health system. I want to say that this government is confronting that reality head-on through expanded programs focusing on prevention, early detection, health education, lifestyle changes, as well as improved treatment services. The fight against NCDs is not just a health issue. It is a national development issue. And we are addressing it with seriousness and determination. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, last year, Cabinet approved, which we will pretty soon get from the Ministry of Finance, the removal of taxes on some critical NCD drugs, which will benefit the residents and the patients who utilize these very necessary medications. However, too, Mr. Speaker, health is not just about hospitals and clinics, but it's also about building healthier communities, safer environments, education, and prevention. And to accomplish this, Mr. Speaker, these appropriations also allocate funding to support community-based health programs, such as our health promotion initiatives, disease prevention programs, community health education, environmental health monitoring, and vector control activities. This is yet another context in which protecting the health of our population requires a whole of society approach. Government alone cannot do it. Communities must be partners, and the ministry continues to work closely with the communities to provide greater health protection. The leader of the opposition as well said that in the budget book, there's little to nothing in terms of looking ahead for healthcare and investment in healthcare. As I have said to many people who speak to me, buildings and equipment alone do not deliver healthcare. People do. Our doctors, nurses, community health workers, and other dedicated professionals are the backbone of Belize's health system. And you may rest assured, and I assure the Belizean people, that this government recognizes their value. Through continued investments in training, recruitment, and workforce development, we are ensuring that Belize's health system continues to benefit from skilled and committed professionals. Mr. Speaker, the men and women who work in our health system deserve recognition and support. And this government stands firmly behind them, all of them. And for context, because I asked my team to quickly send over my additional notes as I was going to cut down in terms of the speech. But because of the leader of the opposition, I had to add a few more lines. So members, bear with me. So for context, Mr. Speaker, let me share with you and everyone else how much this Ministerial administration has invested in training for healthcare professionals. In training of nurses alone, government invested more than $1 million a year since we took office in 2020. $6.62 million from 2020 to 2025, Mr. Speaker. In addition to this investment in nurses, last year alone, government spent $310,000 in scholarships, awarding 2 scholarships for bachelor's degree in pharmacology and 2 scholarships for general medicine. And a similar amount was spent in 2024. In both instances, Mr. Speaker, funding was provided through the IADB project. And I want to just segue a bit so that people can understand, going back to 2020 to current date, the number of persons who have benefited in terms of the training for nursing. In 2020, we provided, for a sum of $351,961.50, 15 bachelors in nursing, where we also provided another $120,000 to support in terms of stipend for their monthly support. In 2021 now, 16 bachelors of nursing was provided for a sum of $375,425.60. 31 persons for a value of $162,179.60 got their certificate in practical nursing, and 3 certified in infection control and prevention, which was done in the Chiang Mai Medical Center in Taiwan. In 2022, Mr. Speaker, Another 15 Bachelors of Nursing Scholarship was awarded for a value of $351,961.50. And 10 were given practical nursing for a value of $52,316. 23 cohorts of midwifery also benefited for a value of $432,997.38. And this, Mr. Speaker, excludes the 80% study leave payment that the government also pays these individuals. And we had 2 Bachelors of Public Health Nursing that values at $76,200 at UTEC in Jamaica. In 2023, Mr. Speaker, 16 new Bachelors of Nursing Scholarship was issued, 12 practical nursing, 19 in midwifery, and 6 operating room nursing that was also done in Taiwan. And we continue in 2024, where 15 nursing scholarship, or bachelor's nursing scholarship was awarded, 6 practical nursing scholarship, 19 midwifery cohort, 9 masters in public health nursing in Jamaica, and we continued this past year where we issued 29 nursing bachelor's scholarships in nursing, 20 for midwifery, 9 for practical nurses, and 2 masters in nurse anesthesia, along with 15 masters in nursing administration that is being done in UWI, Cave Hill, and Barbados at the same time. So that is just the investment alone in nursing, Mr. Speaker. So when the leader of the opposition speaks that we are doing nothing in this budget, let me also tell her that from that, in addition to that $6.6 million that we invested in nursing, in 2025, I said we also awarded 2 bachelor's of pharmacy scholarship valued at $35,000 and 2 general medicine scholarship valued at $310,000 through the IADB project. And in 2024, we did similarly, where we awarded 2 scholarships for general medicine, and which was valued at $310,000. And forward thinking, as we said, this is a future-focused budget, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness have been planning for any possible outcomes. What we are doing in this 2026-2027 fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, we are going to award 17 scholarships for general medicine, 66 scholarships for bachelors in nursing, 15 cohort scholarships for psychiatric nurse practitioners, and 8 scholarships for medical specialists, 5 that will be given through the IADB fund, and 3 directly from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. If that's not investing in our people, Mr. Speaker, then I don't see what we are doing. Let me also share with you, Mr. Speaker, that one of the largest investments in this year's health budget is the $66.1 million dedicated to hospital services across Belize. And then for the leader of the opposition to come in this house and say, there's no money being given for the district hospitals. It's all in the context of hospital services, Mr. Speaker. And these investments that we are making will support the continued strengthening of regional hospitals, emergency services, diagnostic capacity, specialist care, and maternal and neonatal services. We on this side of the House, this government, we fully understand, Mr. Speaker, that when Belizeans walk into a hospital, they expect quality care, not excuses, not delays, but real health care. For this reason, government is investing in the systems and services needed to deliver that care. And yes, when you look at hospital services across the globe, these are costly. But when the health of our people where the health of our people is concerned, Mr. Speaker, the government will act. and we have been acting, because the health of Belizeans will never be treated as optional. Mr. Speaker, another major component, as I highlighted in my initial beginning, is the $41.2 million dedicated to medicines and medical technology. And this investment will ensure the availability of essential medications, medical equipment, diagnostic technologies, as well as pharmaceutical services. When we took office in 2020, we knew what we meant. There were about $13 million worth of expired medication sitting in a container in some yard somewhere. Wasted resources that could have been invested in healthcare. That was the reason why there was raccoon coming out on the roof at KHMH, because there were no interest in delivering for the people the quality healthcare that was needed, Mr. Speaker. And we all know that when we invest in medicines and medical technology, we all know that the best doctors in the world cannot treat patients without the medicines and equipment they need. That is why this government continues strengthening the national pharmaceutical supply system. Belizeans, Mr. Speaker, should always be able to walk into our public health facilities and receive the medicines they need to manage their conditions, particularly those suffering from NCDs, as I highlighted, diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, and other chronic illnesses. A couple of weeks ago, I mentioned to our colleagues in Cabinet and the Prime Minister that we must also big up the team at KHMH, because there have been wonderful work that has been carried out at Carl Huchner Memorial Hospital. And for the Belizean, for information to the Belizean people, there have been successful surgeries carried out, cardiovascular surgeries that has been successful at Carl Huchner. Something that our team in the next 2 or 3 years will be able to do on their own, Mr. Speaker. And so, access to medicine should never be a privilege. It is a basic component of healthcare. And this government is ensuring that it remains so. We are strengthening primary healthcare, Mr. Speaker, and while hospitals are critical, we must never forget that the foundation of a strong health system is primary health care. Primary care is where prevention begins. Primary care is where early detection happens. Primary care is where communities are protected before illness becomes crisis. That is why this budget, Mr. Speaker, allocates $7.87 million to strengthen primary care services across Belize. And through this investment, we continue supporting community clinics, maternal and child health services, vaccination programs, early disease detection, and preventative health services. Every dollar invested in prevention saves multiple dollars in treatment. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, prevention saves lives. And to repeat the well-known but very important simile, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. Mr. Speaker, while we are strengthening primary healthcare services through the Ministry of Health and Wellness budget, we must also recognize one of the most transformative health reforms in Belize's history. And that is the national expansion of the National Health Insurance Program, NHI. Mr. Speaker, for many years, NHI operated in only a few areas of the country. Too many Belizeans felt left out of the program. But this government, since taking office, headed by our Prime Minister, John Briceño, has made a commitment to the people of Belize. And today, I am proud to stand in this house to to report to this honorable House that national health insurance has now been expanded to the entire country of Belize. And let us be clear about the scale of this commitment. Through the Ministry of Finance, the government is investing $57 million to operationalize and sustain NHI across the country of Belize. That is a national health reform that is already being implemented. Mr. Speaker, the expansion of NHI means that Belizean families can access essential health services, as we have highlighted all of these before: primary care consultations, diagnostic services, maternal and child health services, treatment of chronic diseases, essential medication and preventative care. And they can do so, Mr. Speaker, without the financial barriers that too often prevent people from seeking care. Because healthcare should never, ever depend on the size of a person's wallet. Healthcare should depend on the needs of the patient. Mr. Speaker, when you combine the $181 million investment in the Ministry of Health and Wellness with the $57 million investment in the National Health Insurance, you see that this government is committing well over $238 million towards protecting the health of Belizeans across this country. This, Mr. Speaker, is one of the largest investments in health in our nation's history. And it sends a clear message that this government believes that health care is not a privilege for the few. Health care is a right for every single Belizean across this country. By now, Mr. Speaker, it should also be clear to everyone that the future of healthcare is digital. Belize has already taken important steps through our Belize Health Information System. But we are now preparing to move even further than that. The ministry is advancing the development of a national digital health strategy that will modernize our health system information ecosystem. This strategy will expand digital systems to include pharmacy management, laboratory systems, surveillance and disease monitoring, health analytics, and improved patient management systems. A modern digital health system, Mr. Speaker, will allow us to, among other things, improve efficiency, strengthen planning, enhance patient care, and yes, make better policy decisions based on real data. This government, Mr. Speaker, is committed to bringing Belize's health system fully into the digital age under our national digital agenda. So, Mr. Speaker, when we look at all of these things, we are building a resilient system for the future. The last few years have taught the world an important lesson. We all remember the COVID years. Our health system must be resilient. They must be prepared for pandemics, emerging diseases, environmental threats, as well as climate-related health risks. And Belize is no exception. That is why we continue strengthening surveillance systems, emergency preparedness, and our public health response capacity, because protecting the health of Belizeans requires vigilance and preparation. I want to take this moment as well, Mr. Speaker, to note that I have in the gallery here our Director of Hospital Service and Allied Health, Dr. Polanco, who has been a very steadfast leader in the ministry as well. So I also want to acknowledge that he's here. But, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the Ministry of Health and this government, we have set out a clear vision for Belize. This government, as I said, has a clear vision for our Belize's health sector. It is rooted in the belief that every Belizean citizen, regardless of income, geography, or circumstance, has access to quality health care. A Belize where prevention is prioritized, a Belize where communities are empowered to protect their health, a Belize where health systems are modern, resilient, and people-centered. That vision is what drives the work of the Ministry of Health and Wellness every single day. And this year, Belize has reached an important milestone, as I said, where we have been able to invest in the national health insurance across this country. That, Mr. Speaker, is real progress. That is reform. That is leadership in governance. Before I turn, Mr. Speaker, to the Orangewa East constituency, I want to also take this opportunity to thank my wife and daughter, who was also the backbone of my little family, who tries to ensure that I remain grounded. As you know, we have a lot to do, and sometimes we have to ensure that we have them in our ears and eyes all the time, and our hearts, of course, especially. And I want to take this moment as well, Mr. Speaker, all those young people that you see sitting at the front there who represent some of my key executives for the Orangewa East constituency, to acknowledge them, and let us give them a round of applause. They are the ones who helped me to win every election. Mr. Speaker, I have a confession to make, and I think that it comes with no remorse or regret. The people of Orangewa East are the greatest people in our beloved Belize, bar none. And I know my good friend from Orangewa Central, not in here, but they might tell me something about that. So let me share you why I feel this way and how together we in Orangewa East are building and living better lives, and the people are living better lives. And indeed, it is for me a great honor, Mr. Speaker, to represent the great people of Orangewa East. I understand all too well my responsibility, first and foremost, is to represent their interests in this honorable house. In Orangewa East, we are neither speak nor act in abstractions. We deliver measurable, visible progress every single day. And this progress, Mr. Speaker, can be seen in our streets, it is felt in our communities, and it is experienced in the daily lives of our people. What we have and will continue to achieve is to a large extent done because of the confidence and support of our Prime Minister and our great People's United Party. So let me extend sincere appreciation to the Prime Minister for his steadfast leadership and commitment to national development, which continues to translate into real results for Orangewa East. All of us in the East have reasons to support this budget, and here is why. In education, we are ensuring sustained support for students at all levels in Orangewa East, from primary school to tertiary institutions. And I want to thank the Minister of Education and the Ministry of Education for the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of students who have benefited from the grant program that the ministry provides to be able to make sure that young Belizeans have access to education. So thank you, Minister Fonseca, for assisting us every single time. In infrastructure, our objectives are clear and measurable. We are advancing towards a target, Mr. Speaker, of paving 90% of all streets in Orange Walk East, complemented, of course, by proper drainage systems and signage. And in Orange Walk Town, where the bigger part of our constituency lies, we're working closely with our mayor and council so that we could continue to work together in building and extending the infrastructure development across our community. And of course, there are other important infrastructure projects that are ongoing and expanding. And Mr. Speaker, under this term of government, it is my commitment as their area representative to ensure that we see key streets in Carmelita also paved, because we must develop our rural communities. We must, at some point, Mr. Speaker, which will benefit you and me, the paving of that main thoroughfare that runs from the junction of Carmelita into Santa Marta and connecting it with the now paved road in Mascal Village. We will also ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the Pasadita area, which continues to receive its street paving, and just yesterday, the municipality, along with the government, have been putting down second coat paving on some of the roads that we have paved there just recently. Mr. Speaker, as well, in Champagne Ridge, a very small community, I was able to lobby through SMART that they're going to build a new telecommunications tower, which will significantly, of course, improve connectivity. Alongside that will come the development of a digital center to support education and entrepreneurship. And just today, we handed over a brand new riding mower to the Champagne Ridge Government School so that they could continue to be able to provide timely maintenance of their facilities. Mr. Speaker, as well in health, it has been, as you know, every area representative, every one in this side of the House have these challenges, and we need to help our people. And it's always a constant thing. And through our Constituency Development Fund, we are able to provide these social assistance in healthcare, in other educational support, in housing, in basic needs for grocery bag and so forth that we need to provide for people. And so we are continuing that. And we are looking at expanding access at the community level. We are working on a mobile health unit that will serve not just the Champagne Ridge and Palmar area, but will be able to bring services closer to those who need them most and reducing barriers to care. In youth development, Mr. Speaker, and recreation, we are making targeted investments. Sandy Field Park will soon be upgraded with a synthetic football field. The Ramon Cervantes Senior Park will advance into its second phase of work, which will also see expansion and a more improved sporting facility in that area. At the Esports Center, we will construct a dome and install new bleachers. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the Louisiana Nature Park, which is a very wonderful green park, will undergo a full transformation, keeping the green, keeping the trees, but including a small synthetic football field at the end of that park, enhance the playground and lighting, and of course, the whole purpose is to be able to create a safe and vibrant recreational space for families in the Orange Walk East area. Mr. Speaker, we are also advancing land distribution, and I want to thank the Deputy Prime Minister as well, because this is also a cornerstone of opportunity and social stability. Through coordinated efforts with the Ministry of Natural Resources, we have delivered the first subdivision, prioritizing young people and first-time landowners. Additionally, we have subdivisions that are underway, including the Champagne Ridge area, Carmelita, where infrastructure development is actively progressing to allow families to begin building their homes. Immediately after the Easter, Mr. Speaker, we already, through the CDF, we already coordinated efforts with the contractor so that they go in and assist us to open up those roads so people can then get access to those lands. That is what we on the people at this side of this government does for our people. We deliver, we don't talk, we take action, and we deliver tangible goods to the people of our constituencies. This is how, Mr. Speaker, we transform aspiration into ownership, and ownership into generational stability for the people of Orinjoa East. We continue as well to support sports development through structured programs in football, basketball, baseball, and other sporting activities. Mr. Speaker, I cannot stress more that the people of Orinjoa East are hardworking, resilient, and forward-looking people. Teachers, healthcare workers, farmers, entrepreneurs, and families all contribute to the progress of our nation. Our role as a government is to support them, to respond to their needs, and deliver results. And that is precisely what we are doing. So now you understand why I make no apology for believing that the people of Orinjoa East are the greatest of Belizeans, Mr. Speaker, because what we were able to achieve in the East over the past 5 years and the fulfillment of all those remarkable projects can and will be achieved in Orinjoa East because we work together. Houses has been delivered. Again, we must thank the Ministry of Infrastructure. And I have one of our house representatives, recipient here today, a single mother from Carmelita. We have continued investing in our people. Today, Mr. Speaker, there is no UDP in the East, just beautiful Orinjoa East Belizean. And I love all of the good people of my constituency. Yeah, he wants to transfer out. I don't want to continue that when I answer something. In closing, Mr. Speaker, and I repeat this message because it's very important, between the $181 million investment in the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the $57 million investment in NHI, this government is making an unprecedented commitment to the health of Belizeans. Perhaps this is a good time for me to thank the Prime Minister for the confidence he has placed in me to lead this effort on behalf of our government. Our Prime Minister leads by example. He works hard every day, and in so doing, inspires us all to do all we can to improve the lives of our people. I recognize this. The Belizean people recognize this. And we continue to support our Prime Minister as he leads us in what we consider to be a labor of love. Let me also thank the dedicated staff of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, our healthcare workers across the country, and all partners who contribute to improving the health of our nation. Theirs is a work of love, and they deserve our recognition. I invite everyone in here, in this chamber, to join me in thanking all our doctors, nurses, administrations, public health officers, and our entire Ministry of Health and Wellness family. Today, Mr. Speaker, I have made the case, I trust convincingly, that this Briceño-led administration is committed to building a healthier nation. Fellow Belizeans, what a different world we are living in today. No more raccoons in the roof. No more containers full of expired medication. No incompetence at the Ministry of Health. What was once broken, Mr. Speaker, has been fixed. And now we can focus on the future. We promised, and we are now delivering. And even as we face the headwinds of some turbulent days due to seismic changes in our region and world, we at the Ministry of Health and Wellness will keep a clear focus on continuing the work of building a healthier nation. My promise to you, the people of Orange Walk East, and to all Belizeans, then, is that the work will continue. Progress will be made, and Belizeans we will be better in it. Mr. Speaker, sorry, I enthusiastically support this budget, and I thank you very much.
I recognize the member from Belize Rural South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in full support of this 2026-2027 budget, one that reflects delivery and, most importantly, delivers discipline and a clear direction for Belize. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, please allow me to refer to my notes. But before I start, of course, allow me to congratulate this office here with the Madam Speaker and the entire staff on that brilliant initiative of the using for Women's Month and having the Women's Parliament that was very successful last week. I want to congratulate everyone. And also to salute the women of Belize and in Belize Rural South that we had a wonderful gala last week and full of women, beautiful women, and good food, and it was a celebratory. So I want to congratulate, of course, in my division of Belize Rural South, again to women. Also, Mr. Speaker, I want to, in particular, direct to one very strong woman that is currently battling cancer, my niece, who recently got married, but she's a warrior, a sign of resilience, that is putting up a fight against this terrible scourge. I recognize her as one of those women that I admire, my niece, and of course that I keep her in prayers, and of course all other women that are again battling these different diseases. Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget is not built on hope alone. This is a budget built on results. Mr. Speaker, in today's world, in a world that we all know is marked by uncertainty, by economic volatility, and by global instability, Belize has remained steady, resilient, and forward-looking. And that is no accident. It is the result of deliberate policy choices, responsible fiscal management, and a government committed to putting people first. While others question, we are delivering. While others hesitate, we are advancing. While others talk, this government is working. Mr. Speaker, let us look at the facts. Our economy continues to grow. Unemployment has fallen to historic lows, around 2%. Inflation has eased, bringing relief to Belizean families. Our foreign reserves now stand stronger at over $1.1 billion. These are not abstract numbers. These are signs of confidence. These are indicators of stability. These are the foundations of opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, underpinning all of this is the strength of our natural economy. Mr. Speaker, Belize is not just a small state. Belize is a big ocean state. From our barrier reefs to our mangroves, from our seagrass beds to our atolls. Our blue space defines us. Nearly 70% of our GDP is linked directly or indirectly to nature-based sectors. So when we speak about protecting our ocean, we are speaking about protecting our economy. When we speak about conservation, we're speaking about livelihoods. When we speak about sustainability, we're speaking about national survival. Mr. Speaker, for Belize, there is no dichotomy between conservation and development. There is no divide between environment and economy. They are one. Mr. Speaker, the results from the blue economy over the past year are very clear. We have seen a 23% increase in fisheries exports, reaching over 44 million Belize dollars. We are supporting more than 20,000 Belizean fishers, processors, families whose livelihoods depend on the sea. We have expanded marine protection from over 20% to more than 25% of our ocean space, and we are well on track to reach 30% by November of this year. But Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. This is not about just ticking the boxes, This is not about headlines. This is about real results for real people. This government is committed that our conservation efforts must work for Belizeans. It must strengthen fisheries, not weaken them. It must create opportunity, not restrict it. It must build resilience, not vulnerability. Mr. Speaker, a major milestone this past year has been the completion of the updated Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan. This plan represents a national blueprint. It ensures that development is guided by science. Decisions are coordinated across sectors, and our coastal resources are managed in a way that delivers both economic and environmental value. This is how you build a country, through planning, through vision, and through responsible stewardship. Mr. Speaker, we are also transforming how conservation is financed. Through our blue bonds, Belize has already demonstrated global leadership. But we are going on further, even further. The project finance for permanence initiatives, Resilient Bold Belize, which we intend to close this year, will secure long-term financing for marine spaces. This means stable funding for protected areas, stronger enforcement and management, and direct support for sustainable livelihoods. This is not temporary funding. This is not dependency. This is permanence. We are ensuring that our conservation efforts are not just achieved, but sustained for generations. We're ensuring that our conservation efforts are not just achieved, but sustained for generations. Mr. Speaker, let us now turn to this year's budget. This is a budget of scale. This is a budget of ambition. This is a budget of delivery. We are projecting $1.7 billion in revenue. We are investing $1.9 billion in expenditure, and we are allocating a record $606.8 million in capital investments, the largest in Belize's history. This government is not standing still, Mr. Speaker. We are investing in Belize's future. Within this budget, the blue economy is being advanced through real, tangible, and strategic investments that will deliver measurable benefits to our people and our economy. At the forefront is the US $32.23 million Blue Cities and Beyond project, a transformative initiative that will strengthen wastewater systems, expand water supply, and build coastal resilience in some of our most vulnerable and economically significant areas. Mr. Speaker, this is not just infrastructure. This is protection of public health, protection of our marine environment, and protection of the very assets that sustain our tourism industry. Complementing this is the US $7 million IDB Blue Economy Program, focused on strengthening fisheries sustainability, advancing critical resource assessments, and creating diversification opportunities for fishers and coastal communities. This ensures that our fisheries sector is not only preserved, but modernized and made more resilient. Mr. Speaker, we are also expanding new frontiers of opportunity through the development of blue carbon markets, positioning Belize to access climate finance while safeguarding our mangroves and seagrass ecosystems. At the same time, we are advancing marine spatial planning and strengthening fisheries science and management systems, ensuring that decisions are guided by data, that our resources are sustainably managed, and that economic use of our ocean space is optimized. This is what a modern blue economy looks like: strategic, science-based, and people-centered. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we are ensuring that these investments translate into real benefits for our people, stronger livelihoods, greater economic opportunity, and a more resilient future for Belize. At the core of this budget, Mr. Speaker, and our broader blue economy strategy is the prioritization of the effective management of our key marine ecosystems. This includes our coral reefs, mangroves, seagrass beds, and the very systems that underpin our economy, protect our coastlines, and sustain our people. These ecosystems are not only environmental assets, they are economic infrastructure. They support fisheries, they sustain tourism, they provide natural protection from storms and climate impacts. Mr. Speaker, this government recognizes that the functional integrity of these ecosystems must be maintained if we are to secure long-term economic growth and resilience. That is why we are strengthening robust stock assessments, ensuring that our fisheries are managed based on science and data. Modern management regimes, including adaptive fisheries management and marine spatial planning. Monitoring and enforcement systems to protect against overexploitation and illegal activities. Because if we fail to manage our resources effectively, we undermine the very sectors that depend on them. But this government, Mr. Speaker, this government will not allow that to happen, because we're ensuring that our blue natural assets remain productive, resilient, and capable of supporting livelihoods for generations to come. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is precisely why our innovative financing mechanisms, including our blue bonds and the upcoming resilient Bold Belize project finances for permanent initiatives, are so critical. Because they ensure that the protection and management of these ecosystems are not short-term efforts, but permanently financed national priorities. This is how we connect conservation to capital and sustainability to long-term national prosperity. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to address, at this point in time, my beloved people of Belize Rural South. It's people at whom I'm deeply grateful, honored, and humbled to stand here in this honorable house once again as the elected representative for Belize Rural South. To be given a second term is not just another victory. It is a responsibility to deliver, a responsibility to serve, a responsibility to continue building a better future for our people. In the area of healthcare for Belize Rural South, Mr. Speaker, as was mentioned earlier by the Minister of Health right here, that we are constructing, right now as we speak, a state-of-the-art hospital in San Pedro. This $30 million investment designed to serve the people of Kikakar and Ambergis Key is well on the way, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to report and is expected to be fully operational by the end of this year. This, Mr. Speaker, very important. This is a transformative investment in healthcare, bringing critical services closer to our people and reducing the need for travel to the mainland. These promises that have been done for decades is finally coming to fruition this year, 2026. At the same time, we're strengthening the National Health Insurance Program, thanks again to this vision of Prime Minister Honorable John Briceño and this government in expanding the access, improving service delivery, and ensuring that more Belizeans can receive affordable, preventive, and life-saving care. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report, as far as Belize Rural South, the benefits of national health insurance. If I allow me to share some figures here. Up until February of this year, since the start of April last year, Mr. Speaker, in Belize Rural South, a total of 10,550 registered members for NHI in Belize Rural South. Unprecedented, and it is clear that the people of Belize Rural South are taking benefit of this national health insurance. And additionally, Mr. Speaker, up from April, the figures that were shared in Cabinet some weeks ago, thanks to the presentation that the NHI made in Cabinet, I got some figures from there on the presentation. And from April to November of 2025, a total of 8,391 people had used the services for NHI. That is amazing. And for that, I want to thank again the Prime Minister and this government with the great vision to channel for we Bolido money that was in the hands of private hands, you know. It went for the revenue for NHI. And Mr. Speaker, it's working for Belize, and it's surely working for Belize Rural South, Kikaka, and Ambergis Key. Mr. Speaker, it's because this government understands that healthcare is not a privilege. It is a right. It is a Belizean right. Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to share right now that I want to take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation to the good people and government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, for their continued and steadfast support in the development of Belize. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, their partnership continues to deliver tangible results, not only at the national level, but directly for the people of Belize Rural South. This is what strong international partnership looks like, delivering real infrastructure, real services, and real improvements in people's lives. Mr. Speaker, I'll turn to education. We are supporting students from primary to tertiary level, ensuring that every child has access to quality education and the opportunity to succeed. We are investing in our youth, recognizing that they are the future of this nation and central to the continued development of our communities. And Mr. Speaker, this again is not by chance. This is by design. Because this budget has clearly prioritized education with significant allocations under both recurrent and capital expenditures to expand access, improve infrastructure, and support students and families across the country. The budget estimates reflect a government that understands that investment in education is an investment in national development. And with that said, Mr. Speaker, happy to report that thanks again, Honorable Francis Fonseca, the Minister of Education, and his wonderful staff, their team, that now we are setting, that this year we are building a new government high school in Kikakar, with construction expected to commence shortly. And this is made possible through these targeted capital investments in education infrastructure, such an important step towards expanding access to secondary education on the island. And starting this new year also, very, very important, I want to make it loud and clear that the country, that I'm very grateful that since last year, the free education, the recipients of San Pedro High, a total of 775 students, 2 years ago, qualified for the EOP, I think it's the education, yes, EOP, the free education program, where every single student enjoys free education. And as promised by the minister, being delivered at this beginning of this new school year for Kikakar, a total of 175 students in Kikakar will benefit of free education this fiscal year. This is real support for families, reducing financial burden and expanding opportunity for our young people. And while this is an infrastructure investment, Mr. Speaker, it is also an investment in education and youth, because healthy environments support better learning, better outcomes, and stronger futures. And in infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, in San Pedro, we continue to improve in the roads and drainage, working along with the San Pedro Town Council. A total of over 9 miles have been paved, and more roads are being developed as we speak for the development of Up North, preparation for the national development and the strategic plan for infrastructure in North and Burgess. Thanks to Ministry of Tourism, Minister Honorable Anthony Mahler, we inaugurated this year a new artisan market in San Pedro, creating space for local entrepreneurs, supporting small businesses, and strengthening the local economy. We are strengthening public safety through the construction of a new police station in Kikakar, ensuring greater security for residents and visitors alike. Hopefully, with our Honorable Minister Oscar Mira and the Ministry of Home Affairs, that by the early next year, we will be inaugurating a brand new police station for Kikakar. So lots of things happening for Kikakar. And of course, Mr. Speaker, another important that I must highlight here, no? Sorry, I beg, because it's coming. It's finally coming. At time we felt we were getting frustrated. It's not coming to Belize South, but it's coming now. Looking ahead, and already approved, Mr. Speaker, we are preparing, just discussed this morning, we are preparing for the commencement of the US dollars 12 million sewer system for Kikakar. A critical investment, yes, that will address long-standing sanitation challenges, protect public health, and safeguarding the surrounding marine environment. You know, some people criticize investment in infrastructure, but this is investment, Mr. Speaker, especially in Kikakar, investment in dignity, in resilience, and a sustainable future of our communities. Another important area I'd like to highlight, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of lands. Always a very sensitive, touchy issue, especially when it comes to Belize Rural South. When we entered in 2020, Mr. Speaker, and I have to repeat it, and I know I say a song like scratch record, the issue of lands, especially for Belize Rural South, was in a mess. And continue reeling from still cleaning up the mess that was left. Thanks again to Honorable DPM, Honorable Cordell Hyde, that he assisted along with his able staff in facilitating those clinics to speed up the process. And we continue to struggle, Mr. Speaker. For example, we are encountering people having 3 claims for the same property. That are the vestiges that was inherited from the last government. And we're still cleaning up. But nonetheless, happy to report that since then, we have issued, thanks again to the Lands Department, over 1,000, to be exact, 1,082 physical titles have been facilitated through my office, and I want to thank you, Minister Hyde, for this. This is a major game changer, that people are finally getting their titles in their hands, something that years and years they have been fighting for. And also, we continue to churn up more for the first-time landowners, Mr. Speaker, first-time and younger generation who have never owned a piece of property. They are born and grown in Belize Rural South. And we continue. And we continue to do that. And that's important. We're aiming this year, Mr. Speaker, to at least increase by another 500 properties in Belize Rural South. So we have a lot of work to do there, but we are moving on. The Golden Years program as well, Mr. Speaker. There's a special with the thanks to the CDF funds, Prime Minister, Honorable John Briseno, with those CDF funds put into good use. There, I want to highlight that there is a special program via the CDF funds to our Golden citizens in Kikak and St. Pedro who benefit on a monthly basis financial assistance, and it goes a long way. So I'm really thankful for the use of this CDF, apart from the grocery programs that we're doing. So, Mr. Speaker, these are not just empty promises. These are actions happening in Belize Rural South. So, in essence, Mr. Speaker, let us connect the dots. When we invest in wastewater systems, we protect the reef. When we protect the reef, we protect tourism. When we protect tourism, we protect jobs. When we protect jobs, we protect families. That is the blue economy way. That is smart governance. That is responsible leadership. That is this government in action. Mr. Speaker, I will turn to something that we must brace, that we have embraced for many years, the issue of sargassum. No discussion on our blue economy today would be complete without addressing one of the most pressing and visible challenges affecting our coastal communities, the growing phenomenon of sargassum. Across the Caribbean and here in Belize, sargassum influx have increased in frequency and intensity. For communities like San Pedro and Kikakar, Hopkins, Placencia, and other coastal communities, it affects our beaches. It impacts tourism. It disrupts fishing activities. It places pressure on public health. Mr. Speaker, this government is not treating sargassum as a seasonal inconvenience, We are treating it as a national priority. Through the Ministry of Blue Economy and Marine Conservation, working with the Ministry of Tourism, we are advancing a long-term, scalable national response, including effective collection systems, environmentally sound disposals, conversion and value creation opportunities. Because even in challenge, this government sees opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Effective stewardship of our blue asset means more income for fishers, more jobs in tourism, greater resilience to climate change, stronger communities. This is not theory, Mr. Speaker. This is reality. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would not be able to close without first reaching out to thank those in my ministry, the Blue Economy and Marine Conservation. I want to start by thanking my CEO, Ms. Beverly Wade, the great work that she works and the support. I want to thank her. My Fisheries Administrator, Mr. Rigoberto Quintana, and of course our CEO at the Coastal Zone Management Authority Institute, Ms. Samuels, CEO Samuels, and the entire staff of all the different departments that fall under the Ministry of Blue Economy and Marine Conservation. They have done the great work, Mr. Speaker. We are the workhorse. We've always said it, that we have that commitment to make sure conservation targets for the Blue Bonds Agreement, the Blue Economy, the Ministry of the Blue Economy and Marine Conservation is tasked a lot of that to make sure that those milestones are met. And I want to thank them immensely for the good work that they have done and the support that they give. Last but not least, my staff in my constituency, in my political office, I have a staff of 6, 3 women and 3 men, that they ably work for me and they do the work, and I acknowledge them for the good work that they do as well. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, this budget proves something important. That Belize can grow, and is growing, and Belize and protect and prosper. At the same time, this budget delivers for Belize. It delivers for our economy. it delivers for our environment, and most importantly, it delivers for our people. And for those reasons and other reasons, Mr. Speaker, I stand in full support of this budget, and I ask the people of Belize as well to support this as well. Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias.
I recognize the Honorable Minister from Orange Walk North.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would like to wish all the women of Belize and of the world happy Women's Month. I would also ask your permission to refer to my notes in my presentation. And, you know, I want to express some disappointment at how that other side has been depopulated so quickly. Seems they are catching the Sister B syndrome. You know, it's such a disservice to the people that they represent. I think they should be here to keep our democracy vibrant and robust. But it is what it is. And I just wanted to express that disappointment. Mr. Speaker, I want to express first and foremost my utmost gratitude to the good people of Orange Walk North for having delivered me once again to represent them here in this honorable house. I am humbly grateful to them, to the good people of Trial Farm, of San Jose, San Pablo, Nuevo San Juan, Otrobenque, San Antonio, Santa Cruz, San Roman, Douglas, and San Luis. Thanks to them, I am here representing them, serving them, and thanks to my committees, to those people in my committee, the councils, campaigners, my family who have been supporting me along this journey. And it is on their behalf, Mr. Speaker, that I stand here proudly to support and approve this budget 2026-2027 so that Belize can continue moving forward under this People's United Party government. As the adage says, that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Today, I stand to make testament to the good people of Belize of the good work that this PUP government, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, the Right Honorable John Briceño, has been doing to make education work for Belize. The work has been arduous. The leadership has been steadfast, and the results have been rewarding, palpable, and impactful. Ever since the good people of Belize re-elected us back to this honorable house in March of last year, we at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology have been working diligently to make good the trust that the people put in us. We have been planning assiduously, engaging with the multiple stakeholders, setting new people-centered goals, and executing incisively to optimize the achievement of our targets. We have been deliberate in delivering education to all our Belizean students as effectively and as efficiently as we can. Consequently, our deserving children, our innovative teenagers, our aspiring youth and even our adults who have made the brave and rightful choice to continue their education by returning to school to enhance their knowledge and their qualifications, they, Mr. Speaker, are living this true transformation in education. Today, education in Belize is more accessible, more equitable, more inclusive, more relevant, and with a higher caliber of quality more than ever before. I thank our Minister, the Honorable Francis Fonseca, for being laser-focused and purposeful in ensuring that we remain firmly persistent in making education better every day in Belize. I thank our CEO, our Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Diane Mejia, our Chief Executive Officer, then our Chief Education Officer, Ms. Yolanda Gongora, and all the members of our team at the ministry in Belmopan and also in the various departments and district education centers in the Orange Walk, Corozal, Toledo, Stann Creek, Belize, and Cayo districts, for all their hard work that they put in every day to make education work for Belize. The ministry is very huge and the staff are numerous, but I want to assure each one of them at the ministry that their tireless daily efforts are highly appreciated. Many thanks also to the teachers who are on the front line every day, tasked with ensuring that education, that knowledge is directly imparted to our students every day. Thanks to the school managements and administrations for maintaining the order in the achievement of our goals. Thanks to the various stakeholders and development partners in education for your continuous support in making things happen. And thanks very especially to the students and to their parents and families for being persevering in pursuing their goals to become better citizens and to lead a better quality of life, because it is them who we work for avidly every day at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned earlier that the results of our efforts have been rewarding, palpable, and impactful. I said it simply because it is so. This 2026-2027 fiscal budget is aimed at delivering measurable results and strengthening our overall system performance, which is guided by the Belize Education Sector Plan 2026 to 2030. This budget moves beyond planning to purposeful implementation, ensuring that reform efforts translate into meaningful and sustainable impact. The Ministry of Education's allocations are strategically directed towards maximizing efficiency, enhancing accountability, and improving budget performance, with a clear focus on achieving tangible gains in access, quality, equity, and relevance across the whole education system in Belize. For this year, 2025-2026, Mr. Speaker, enrollment in schools is at its highest level in our history, with the gross enrollment ratio in primary schools exceeding 90%, along with a steadily increasing completion rate, meaning that more and more students are not only beginning primary school, but they are also completing primary school. And to complement that, the transition rate from primary schools to secondary schools are over 85% and growing. And as the following numbers will demonstrate, Mr. Speaker, more than 25% of our population are attending school today at all levels, from pre-primary to tertiary level institutions. Mr. Speaker, that is one or more of every 4 Belizeans who are attending school presently. That is impactful success. At the pre-primary level, there are 6,369 students and 513 teachers. In primary schools, we have 58,673 students and 3,454 teachers. At the secondary level, we have 23,590 students and 1,698 teachers. At TVET level, we have 814 students. At tertiary institutions, we have 11,059 students, and the number of teachers is 696. Adults who are continuing their education in the ACE centers, we have 948 students. That amounts to about 99,000 students and 6,361 teachers who are in our school system today, Mr. Speaker. And I must add that these numbers include only the students that are physically attending schools. They do not include many of the students that go on their own to study abroad. So the number is bigger, and we are working at setting a system of how to capture that data accurately so we can report that to this Honorable House the next time. And that is why I said, Mr. Speaker, that our school attendance rate is more than 25% of our population and increasing. And these positive increases, Mr. Speaker, did not come about just like that. They are the results of the seeds of education that were planted 4 or more years ago from our first term in office, with exceptional initiatives such as the EUP program, the Education Upliftment Program. This PUP government is doing everything to ensure that every Belizean child has access to education and that no child is left out or is denied an education because of lack of finances. And we are delivering on that commitment. The Education Upliftment Program, as our minister explained before, gives the ultimate assistance to the high school students who are attending the EUP schools. It provides free tuition, free internet access, free daily meals, free laptops, free digital devices according to availability. And first farmers get 4 sets of free uniforms. The schools, they receive grants for infrastructure so that they can improve the learning environment. This EUP program, Mr. Speaker, has become very vital in providing equitable access to education in our beloved Belize. It has eliminated many of the financial barriers that used to cause some Belizean families to abstain from sending their children to school. It has brought opportunities to families so that they can educate their children to the maximum of their potential, regardless of the state of their finances. It has brought the sunrise to the aspirational youth in Belize. When it was launched in 2022-2023, in the 2022-2023 academic year, Mr. Speaker, the EOP program supported 947 students in 4 high schools. And it has been growing so exponentially every year that it makes me proud to declare in this honorable house today that in this new fiscal period, 2026-2027, the EOP program will include 27 schools, secondary schools, and we will reach more than 14,000 students countrywide. This shows that in less than 4 years since its inception, the EOP program has grown by 13,000 more Belizean students from the time it started. That's 1,300% growth in less than 4 years. This success is exponential and impactful again. So I don't know what the leader of the opposition was talking about when she was, trying to put us down. And there is more. Because in this PUP government, we place high value on education because our Belizean youth deserve all the opportunities that are available to them for a better quality of life and for their families. We recognize consciously the vital and indispensable importance of education in the lives of our children and our youth. And we are acting on it by making education more accessible to all. We pledged universal education for all Belizeans, and we are progressively achieving it. In our first term, Mr. Speaker, we began on this journey by making some high schools free of cost to make it accessible for them. In this coming year, 2026-2027, Mr. Speaker, all students, all 100% of the students who are enrolled in government secondary schools will attend school for free. This means that more than 60% of all our secondary school students nationwide will now be benefiting from free education. This will be of great benefit to the students and also to their families, to whom it will bring substantial financial relief to about 10,000 Belizean families. And this is just the EOP program, Mr. Speaker, because there is more. For the students attending schools that are not in the EOP program, over 5,000 of these high school students are benefiting greatly from government subsidies, scholarships, grants, financial assistance in general. This brings the total number of high school students that benefit from these financial assistance programs to over 20,000 students. 85% of all secondary school students in our country are receiving financial assistance from this the people's government. In addition to that, these programs that the government has is providing partial or full tuition support to over 1,350 students at the primary level, to 4 out of every 5 students attending the University of Belize, to 3 out of every 5 students attending other local tertiary institutions, and to over 1,000 students pursuing studies at foreign tertiary level institutions. They are all getting financial assistance from this, the people's government. And Mr. Speaker, these incontrovertible facts prove that only with a PUP government can such magnitude of success in education be achieved. The ConnectEd program has been crucial in bringing and advancing technological integration and innovation to our Belizean children, Belizean youth, and to our teachers to enhance teaching and learning. This 2026-2027 budget will provide approximately $2 million for the expansion of internet across 283 schools from preschool to tertiary institutions. This will benefit over 78,000 students and more than 4,500 teachers. With internet access serving as the foundation of our technological advancement, we have brought to fruition many innovative, avant-garde, informative, and engaging digital platforms, such as the 501 Academy website, along with key ancillary features, the Inclusion Corner, Wild 501, Access 501, or recently launched AI, the chatbot or AI chatbot, 501 Historian, the 501 Teacher Assistant. And I urge everyone, Mr. Speaker, especially our students, to make good use of these available platforms. It was designed and made for them, for the students of Belize, young and old. Mr. Speaker, once again, this demonstrates that our government remains fully committed to making quality education accessible, equitable, and inclusive to all Belizeans. And we work hard every day to live up to our commitment. At the Ministry of Education, we are always aspiring to bring good things to our students and to our teachers. We are fully cognizant and conscious of the fact that young students need to eat nutritiously to be able to learn and to grow and to perform well. We are also cognizant and conscious that many families in the past had abstained from sending their children to school because they couldn't afford it or they couldn't provide them with a meal. And we, Mr. Speaker, this government, we are acting on this reality. We are taking action to rectify it. And so, in addition to the EOP program, we have brought also the National Healthy Start Free Feeding Program, which is another project which was initiated in the first term of this government that has been growing consistently in providing better meals to more students every day. In 2025-2026, this program reached to providing meals to 15,850 students across 56 primary schools and 22 high schools through an investment of $8 million. This year, Mr. Speaker, we will expand the feeding program to benefit 20,000 students in primary and secondary schools with an increased investment of $10 million. It's a 25% increase in the number of student beneficiaries. This feeding program ensures that each student is provided with a healthy meal every day so that they can learn and become productive citizens for their families and their country. And we remain committed to our mandate in compliance with the Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which aims to end hunger, and Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which deals with inclusion and equitable access to education. And we are well within reaching that target, hopefully by 2030. This program also provides training and workshops for the cooks to learn to make nutritious meals using our own homegrown Belizean products, vegetables, and fruits, positively triggering a wider economic benefit for our Belizean farmers. The ministry will also allocate funds to upgrade kitchen equipment and infrastructure to ensure a more healthy and safe and more conducive learning environment. This is all for the interest, for the benefit of our students whom we work for every day, Mr. Speaker. And these successes demonstrate that this government's continuous and reinforced commitment to our Belizean students, and we will continue to achieve. A major hindrance to school attendance in years gone by, Mr. Speaker, was the lack of transportation for students. And in our commitment to make education accessible, the government has made school transportation a national priority to address especially the needs of those students in our rural communities. Over the past 5 years, the number of school bus runs has been steadily increasing to accommodate the increasing number of students because of the increasing amount of programs that this government has been providing, has been offering to the students. And so there is a need for ever increasing bus runs. And in this 2025-2026 budget, it supported 280 bus runs, which served 14,000 students and teachers across Belize. And in this new budget, the 2026-2027, the routes will be increased by 15 additional routes countrywide, as we continue to invest $1 million a month in school transportation. Regarding the famous and much touted STEAM program, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, in 2023, Belize established the first STEAM Academy, the ETSAT Academy. I know the minister mentioned it, and I I'm repeating it because of the importance and the pride we should have as Belizeans, because it is the first public STEAM high school in Belize and in the region. Highly advanced. Enrollment in its SAT, as a matter of fact, for this upcoming school year has reached 300 students. And this 2026-2027 budget will continue to provide free education to all the ITSAT students and cover the remunerations for teachers and staff, as well as the school's operational costs. Additionally, in partnership with development partners, the Ministry of Education will construct 6 STEAM pavilions with an investment of $18 million. And those 6 will be distributed across the country. There will be 1 STEAM pavilion in each district, so that STEAM education becomes available to all Belizeans, to all our students, from north to south and east to west, all over Belize. Our students will have access to STEAM education. And this is very important, Mr. Speaker, and I want to alert and to catch the attention of our students and families, so that they take advantage of these opportunities that are at hand and are coming soon. Seize the moment. It is being done for you. Every day technology improves and innovates and creates. And technology has become an industry of its own, very dynamic, changing rapidly and voluminously across the world. Its technology is the present and the future, and it doesn't have an age range. So I want to encourage all students and their families once more. Please take advantage of this very institution right now. It's SAT. In the coming years, we'll have a STEAM pavilion in each district. It is here to stay and to keep growing. Be a part of it. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, this 2026-2027 budget will also provide resources to activate the recently approved National Technical Vocational and Education Training and the National Training Authority, NTA, to revitalize the mandate of TVET in Belize. The TVET Act has been in the making for some years, Mr. Speaker, and is now in the final stages of its development. Through these actions, and with approximately $16.5 million secured under the Millennium Challenge Corporation Compact, over the next 5 years, the TVET sector will experience great transformation this budget year. In 2025, this cabinet endorsed Belize's first comprehensive national TVET policy, establishing a clear framework for a responsive, inclusive, and high-quality skills development system. This policy lays the foundation for the creation of a national training authority, the strengthening of teachers, the strengthening of quality assurance and accreditation, and improved alignment between training programs and labor market. In collaboration with the MCC Compact, Mr. Speaker, we'll begin the development. The ministry in 2024 began the development of the national student assessment systems, a major step towards modernizing how we measure learning outcomes. For the first time, national assessments will extend beyond the primary level to cover all levels at secondary schools. So I don't know where the leader of the opposition got that there is no assessment system in place in our education system. She's lost. True. Mr. Speaker, in regards to special education, every child has potential. Our responsibility is to ensure that no barrier stands in the way of that potential being realized. Across Belize, our children with functional difficulties often face challenges from the earliest stage of their education onwards. Limited access to early identification and specialized support can affect their ability to learn and thrive alongside their peers. Today, we are making deliberate progress to change that reality positively. Since 2021, this ministry has expanded special education services through strategic partnerships and targeted initiatives. Collaborations with organizations such as Therapy Volunteers, Therapy Abroad, and Belize Mission have strengthened therapy, audiology, and screening services nationwide. At the same time, we have enhanced training for teachers and parents, ensuring that support extends beyond the classroom and into the homes. I would like, Mr. Speaker, also to address the issue that the leader of the opposition said, you know, there was nothing for teachers. In the 2025-2026 fiscal year, teachers and salaries and service benefits remained a central priority. An investment of $217.7 million across all levels in our education system. Also, Mr. Speaker, the government continues to invest in the professional growth and well-being of educators. This expenditure includes paid study leave, scholarships and grants for in-service teachers, expanded professional development delivered through the Teacher Learning Institute, and the provision of essential teaching and learning resources. This new budget, 2026-2027, will specifically provide additional support for targeted, holistic teacher development and well-being, ensuring that our children are continuously equipped to meet the evolving demands of education. This budget will continue to sustain and strengthen this commitment because empowering our teachers remains central to transforming education in Belize. These investments, Mr. Speaker, send a clear message. When we invest in our teachers, we invest in the success of every Belizean student and the future prosperity of our nation. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak briefly about my constituency of Orange Rock North. This year, we've had much activity in infrastructure, land matters, sports, education, social assistance, rural transformation. Infrastructure is a major component of development, and it remains a constant challenge. In the past fiscal year, We completed much work in rehabilitating streets and roads in villages. We have also been advancing steadily in the paving of streets. As we know, most streets in villages are not paved, so we need to constantly repair them. Then the rains fall, we repair them again. The point is, Mr. Speaker, that the work gets done and the people know it. We respond to their calls. In Trial Farm, which is the largest village with about 40% of the people of the voting population of Orange Rock North, we have paved over 3 miles of streets, and we will continue. Thanks to the Prime Minister and to the Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing and their staff, thanks to them, these paving of roads have been made a reality. I assure my constituents that I remain constantly working to get more streets and roads paved. In regards to sugar roads, we are just finishing off the rehabilitation of most of the sugar roads in Orange Rock North so that the farmers can transport their products with lower cost and less inconvenience. Pertaining to land matters, many more land matters that had been stagnant for years, maybe even decades before, have now been processed and completed with the help of the Minister of Lands and his ministry's staff. We have given around 300 lots in Orange Rock North, and we keep working, and we are working on more lots to be distributed to the people of Orange Rock North. In football, the Trial Farm Champions League is in its 8th week. Teams from several villages in Orange Rock North are vying for the championship. Social assistance programs are still going strong with assistance in medical matters, thanks to the Minister of Health and Wellness, who is always there to assist, the food assistance program, home assistance, and other forms of social assistance. In education, students keep getting more and more assistance like never before. And for this new fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, the work will continue. Development and transformation will progress. I will keep working for the paving of much needed paving of streets and roads. In addition to village streets, we need the paving of San Pablo, San Juan, Douglas Road, the San Antonio, Santa Cruz Road, and the San Roman Road. I will work tirelessly to achieve them. We will continue to electrify, to connect and illuminate sports fields and centers. We'll continue to support our youth in education and sports. We will continue the good work. We have come a long way, yet there's much to be done. And we will not tire, and we will not yield, because our call to service is paramount. My people of Orange Rock North deserve the best. Orange Rock North is a large constituency, and we continue steadfastly in overcoming one challenge after another, solving one problem after another, leading by serving as our Lord Jesus Christ taught us. I pray to God every day for wisdom, fortitude, justice, and temperance to keep me resolute in my path in serving my people. I thank God for bringing me this far, for there is much more to go, much farther to go. And I thank once again the wonderful people of Orange Rock North, for whom I have an interminable love, for their constant support. I will keep serving them to the best of my ability and the maximum of my strength. I thank our Prime Minister, the Right Honorable John Briceño, and all my colleagues, those in Cabinet, for your support and cooperation in helping me to live up to my commitments to the people of Orange Rock North. Together, we continue to build Belize. Mr. Speaker, having said all this, I once again repeat that on behalf of the people of Orange Rock North, I support and approve this budget. Thank you very much. God bless Belize.
I recognize the member from Corozal Southeast.
I know it's been a long day and we've had a lot of long, good speeches, Mr. Speaker, and I know that some of my colleagues say, please be brief. So I want to assure you all, and even to you, PM, and all that, Ms. Petch and everybody, I will be brief, no matter how long I take. I also, before I delve into the speech as well, Mr. Speaker, right, this is Women's Month, and I want to invite all our female parliamentarians, you too, Mrs. Petch, and I see the female CEOs just left, so I hope they also join us. I believe it is this Wednesday to Friday. The Coast Guard is having their annual Wonder Woman competition. This is usually a competition between the Coast Guard, the female sailors of the Coast Guard, the female soldiers of the BDF, and the female policewomen of the police force. Sorry? You don't want to start me. Yes, Mr. Speaker. So I mean, it's impressive. I have attended. I've tried to attend nearly every year that I can, and I can tell you that. I mean, these young women professionals are no joke. I mean, like what they're saying sometimes in the military, they say they're nothing nice. They hold their own. And I tell you, if you go and you take a look, Mr. Speaker, even you go and you take a look at the competition any time of the day, all right, you will see these are up to par. They're fit, they're skillful, they're driven, they're determined. They're our Belizean young women, and we should applaud them for serving this beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to refer to my notes. I rise today with a deep sense of duty and responsibility to present the budget for the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security for the fiscal year 2026-2027. This is a budget for Belizean prosperity, centered around the reinforcement of our national security. At the core of our national mission is a simple but profound obligation to safeguard the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Belize. I have stated at every opportunity that we are in a dynamic and complex global environment which demands targeted investment in our national security apparatus. Mr. Speaker, Belize continues to face evolving security challenges, transnational crime, border incursions, and a growing sophistication of organized criminal networks. These threats do not respect borders, and therefore our response must be coordinated, resilient, and forward-looking. This year's budget reflects a continuation of the three main areas of focus for the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security. Firstly, operational readiness. Second, border security enhancement. And third, human capital development. Operational readiness. Over the last financial year, the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security conducted a comprehensive analysis to prioritize the needs of the Belize Defense Force and the Belize Coast Guard. While the needs were many, it was clear that the priority had to be kit and equipment. Our soldiers and sailors made one simple request: give us the tools we need to continue to defend Belize. The Ministry of National Defense and Border Security answered that call. Over $2.5 million were allocated for rifles, $750,000 allocated for ammunition, $750,000 allocated for kits such as burgans, webbings, ammo pouches, hexamine, and a plethora of equipment that makes our soldiers and sailors operationally ready. These investments highlight just a few of the many investments that have been made. These investments set the foundation for continued investments in these areas, which we will do in this financial year. These investments strengthen our capabilities, enhance our readiness, and ensure we are prepared to respond swiftly to any threat. Border security enhancement. Mr. Speaker, our team of strategic thinkers under the national security umbrella worked arduously to come up with creative ways at solving complex problems. We realize that there is one simple component that we must embrace. Technology is a force multiplier. The last financial year saw significant investments into force multiplying capabilities that have improved our movement, coordination, and communication along the border. While I cannot go into great detail for obvious national security reasons, I can assure you that these targeted investments have already begun to yield great dividends in the operational realm, expanding our surveillance abilities and our overall command and control structure. We will continue these targeted investments this financial year. These investments, along with our deepened collaboration with regional and international partners, are vital in combating transnational crime. Human capital development. Mr. Speaker, while our first two priority areas were operationally focused, my final priority area happens to be the most important. Mission first, but people always. No security strategy can succeed without the women and men who serve. This budget places a strong emphasis on training, professional development, and a continued focus on welfare. Over the last financial year, the Belize Defense Force and the Belize Coast Guard have held local and international courses for the development of the uniformed service members. This budget will continue that. The BDF is happy to have had one recruit intake pass out in January of this year, with another intake already assembled and in training. Additionally, the BDF has conducted professional development courses such as drill courses, section commander course, captain to major qualification course, and a wide variety of others. The Coast Guard also has an intake currently assembled, showing this government's commitment to the training and development of our soldiers and sailors. In the realm of welfare, the BDF and Coast Guard has invested in the medical field, specifically by hiring 2 additional trained psychologists. The mental burden placed on our security service members is not lost on the leadership of the ministry, which is why we make it a priority to ensure they have the tools to develop the resilience and deal with these matters. Mr. Speaker, it is not lost on me that a large part of the ministry's success over the last financial year is due to the stellar leadership of my colleague, my brother, sometimes my intake brother, Minister Mira from Belmopan. Ministro, big thank you, Ministro. I thank him for his dedication, and I vow to continue the great work. Mr. Speaker, as you are well aware, we had 2 transitions of leadership this year in both the BDF and the Coast Guard. I want to give a huge debt of gratitude to Brigadier General Azarel Loria, who is now the Chief of Defense Staff in the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security, and to Admiral, now Chief Executive Officer Bennett, for their stellar leadership at the apex of their organizations. I am confident that both will continue to serve with the utmost dedication in their new roles, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the two new commanders, I won't get too much into their CVs, but I just want to let you know, these are both men who love their country. They're both men who serve just for the pleasure and the love of this wonderful country, but also, Mr. Speaker, they have had the greatest education that any senior officer could have at their rank worldwide. General Velasquez studied at the Command and Staff College in the United Kingdom. Those colleges don't give you a free pass. You either pass excellently or you fail. He passed excellently. General Velasquez has done what they call the Ranger training. I don't know if you know a little bit about that, but that's one of the toughest infantry training, that during that time, you eat one meal a day. General Velasquez has passed through that course stellarly. I can tell you, for the Belize Defense Force, General Velasquez is extremely well prepared, and he has hit the ground running. Admiral Soberanis, he has just recently returned from the National Defense University in Washington, D.C. This is where the future leaders of the United States military study. He went there alongside them, and he held his own alongside them. I believe he got a reward for his high grades that he studied there. He also studied at the United States Naval War College in Rhode Island. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to know that our leadership in the Belize Defense Force and in the Coast Guard are stellar leadership. These gentlemen will proudly and with everything they got defend the territorial integrity of this country, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I want to thank every single soldier, every single sailor, every non-commissioned officer, every senior NCO, every warrant officer and officer in both the BDF and the Belize Coast Guard. They are the unsung heroes of our society. They are the silent professionals safeguarding our maritime and terrestrial spaces. Without these brave servicemen and servicewomen creating the enabling environment, no budget in any ministry can be successful. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the wonderful personnel at our ministry. Again, these are quiet professionals. I enjoy working with them. They get, that ministry has, there's not much noise in that ministry, but a lot of work is happening there. And they help to do the ministry's work to provide for soldiers and sailors in the BDF and in the Coast Guard. I want to single out as well a young man who is my chief executive officer. He is dynamic, forward-thinking, and he works very hard, Mr. Speaker. So I am totally enjoying working with this new chief executive officer I have. I want to thank him for the stellar work he's doing so far, and I know he will continue to be doing stellar work for the ministry, Mr. Speaker. For the ministry, I do want to let you know, Mr. Speaker, I fully support this budget. But no, I also wear another hat. I have been blessed beyond my wildest dreams. I have been extremely lucky to be the area representative for Corozal Southeast from the year 2008, Mr. Speaker. I got in as a newcomer in 2008 when the wave was against my party, the People's United Party. I was only one of 6 who survived by 16 votes. But I was new, and we were against a huge tidal wave, but the people of Corozal Southeast never wavered in their support for the People's United Party, Mr. Speaker. And now that we are in government, I have done my best to serve them with everything I got, Mr. Speaker, and I am blessed. We have a Prime Minister who works tirelessly, works 24/7. I don't know if he rests. And he is always fully supportive. I always go to his office. I can't tell you I get everything I ask for, but one thing I want to say, my bag never left his office empty. I always got something for walk out with for Corozal Southeast. True or not? Sorry, PM. I apologize, I get you in trouble, PM. Sorry about that. However, we also have many other colleagues, Mr. Speaker, that I'm always begging for some assistance, and we are always getting it. I want to big up my colleague who is not here right now from the Ministry of Rural Transformation. He has helped in rehabilitating the Sartaneja water system, which is a $2 million investment. Just this year we inaugurated that. Mr. Speaker, when we came into government, Sartaneja had a rudimentary water system that was run down. The water, there was no purification system. When you use that water, you could smell the stench of it. All right, people stopped paying because they're like, well, why should I pay for water? And that is how people, the only thing they used to do sometimes, why they did, I don't know, was to shower because, well, you know, the water have a scent, but they didn't drink from that water. Today, thanks to Plan Belize 1.0 and Plan Belize 2.0, Sartaneja has a brand new rehabilitated water system that is both upgradable and upscalable, Mr. Speaker. Big up to MRT, to PACT, and other stakeholders. I also want to single three people. One, my nephew Juan Marin Jr., Chief Executive Valentino Schall, and definitely my good colleague, Minister Rekenya. I am truly grateful for his support for that, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank, I think he left already here, is the Minister of Tourism. One day he just called me and said, Minister, I want to go visit your area, and he has helped me pave what we call Northfront Street in Sartaneja and pave the Primitivo Aragon Avenue in Sartaneja. So now Sartaneja have two well-paved streets. Couple that with the paved road now that leads from Corozal down to Sartaneja. Sartaneja is experiencing exponential growth and support from this People's United Party government, Mr. Speaker. And the work will not stop. The work will not stop. So big up my colleagues who have all assisted me in getting some of these works. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to land, again, DPM, much love and gratitude. We have distributed, just for this last year, I know I include the previous years because we did in those times, so just in this past year, over 200 purchase price letters where they will be able to purchase their land from the government, Mr. Speaker. We were able to also deliver over 700 different land documents, things like permission to survey, land certificates, and leases throughout the division, Mr. Speaker. Corozal Southeast, for the past 13 years, for the year 13 years of United Democratic, Mr. Speaker, never had no support for that. So we had to do a lot of catching up, and thanks to Deputy Prime Minister, we were able to catch up, and we still got a lot more work. The work now went done, but we will continue working in Corozal Southeast. Right now, we have some subdivisions on the horizon that are coming up, Mr. Speaker, but I don't want to talk about that like when I say when I let out the cat out of the bag, but we are working on that for the people of Corozal Southeast, Mr. Speaker. We also have right now, I believe we're almost at the closing or the completion of the Corozal Sartaneja Road. There's one little spot that really needs a little attention, Mr. Speaker, and I mean, again, I'm not a technical guy, so I will have to just tell you what it is. It's an extremely swampy area that you cannot just fill up. So what I am told is that they will have to kind of put like a bridge that will be flush with the road, but it will be a bridge that will give the final completion to this Corozal Sartaneja Road. Thanks to the Prime Minister for not letting this project get out of hand. He kept working at it. Big up my colleague from Julius, who is not here, but also helping me in that work, and especially to the people of Taiwan. We are grateful for them for that support. Mr. Speaker, we know that this year that the Prime Minister is working hard to secure the funds for the Progreso San Esteban Road, a road that was cancelled by the UDP in 2008, that we know in this term will be completed by this People's United Party government. The Prime Minister has also paved 1 mile of road for Caledonia to Buena Vista. Mr. Speaker, you might say, why only 1 mile? Caledonia used to be the most red village in the country. They supported the previous United Party government, in particular in their 13 years, and they got 1 red cent for their support. Enter the People's United Party, and this Prime Minister has given me 1 mile of road, and I will go back to him, and I know he will allow us to finish that road before 2030 is completed. Thank you again, Prime Minister. When it comes to education, Mr. Speaker, again, I have to big up Minister Fonseca for his always supporting, in particular, his patience, because I always harass him, and he don't lose the patience with me yet, and I pray he never does, but even so, I'm still harass him, you know. But he's been very kind to me, Mr. Speaker, and I think I am correct in this little fact, that Corozal Southeast perhaps is the only division, or is a division that has the most high school, because it has the Sartaneja Baptist High School, the Chunush St. Viator High School, and the Belize Adventist Junior College, and the Belize Adventist College. So I believe it is the one division that has the most higher educational system. So you can imagine the burden on us. But thanks to Minister Fonseca, it is a little easier. As well, I have to big up my colleague, Honorable Taya Garcia Ramirez, for always supporting us in the area. I believe you donated a computer lab the other day, right? Amongst other things, and a greenhouse. Right, a greenhouse we got. And maybe I will stop after this. I will stop thanking you guys, because you know the word they get out. So I might have to stop thanking you. So if you don't get thanks, no say nothing. All right, but thank you very much for the support for that in education. In health, again, I have to thank my brother from Orange Walk East, who is always giving me big assistance with our people who are ill as well. And I know that from our Community Development Fund, we are always helping a lot of people in our area who needs medical assistance. From the Ministry of Rural Transformation, we were able to get support to help to construct a lagoon wall to prevent sea erosion or land erosion. Somebody on the sea wall as well. We've gotten little support, some support. I don't make it sound like it's not much, but it is a huge support. All right, and we've also gotten a donation of riding mower, some weed eaters, and in particular, the ministry has been helpful to us in rehabilitating our water tanks. We have 4 water systems in the Corozal Southeast Division, and they have been helping us rehabilitating our water tanks. And they have been providing assistance of fence and expansion of the water network throughout the villages, in particular the Caledonia Water Board. And the reason why I'm bringing that out, because last year, the Caledonia Water Board won the Best Water Board Award for the year 2025. So I have to big up these guys for that support. As well, Mr. Speaker, we also have had 3 starter homes last year, and we have several more in the pipeline this year, and we also have more applications coming in this year. So again, big up to Plan Belize. Thanks to the Prime Minister for supporting that project, and to Julius for helping us executing it, those projects, Mr. Speaker. I also want to say that we are working one by one, because being it's a rural community, these investments, they cost, but one by one. Right now, thanks to the support of the BDF and the Ranchito Village Council, we are working on rehabilitating the Ranchito Community Center. We did the previous year, we did the Progreso Community Center, and so one by one we're working on these different community centers, because they're still being used in Corozal Southeast area for community work, 21st September, Mother's Day, Christmas Day, etc. So these are essential works that are getting done within the Corozal Southeast Division. When it comes to roads, in particular the feeder roads and the rural roads, well, with Sugar Roads, we have gotten a lot of support, again, from the Ministry of Infrastructure and Development. We even fixed a new road that I never knew existed. Right, this road has some Maya name. I still don't know the name, Minister. I don't know if you know the name. It's called the Hobonosh Road. All right, it's a Maya name. For the first time, that road was fixed under a PUP government, but we always do it for our people so that they can get out their cane to the mill. Mr. Speaker, sports. I'm very proud of my division because, in particular, 4 of the stronger villages in sports, which is San Joaquin, Calcutta, Capabanc, Sarteneja, and Progreso. That's 5. Sorry for my addition. But these guys are active in sports. We are supporting them. And just yesterday, San Joaquin won, Calcutta won 2-1. I know you call which village, they will get back with me who they beat yesterday, no? But we left that stuff for now. But again, I'm really passionate in particular in this aspect here, Mr. Speaker, because as you know, we have the dreaded disease of drugs beginning to coming into our society, and with the red top and all this. I passionately support sports in one way. It is not the solution, but in one way to help combat this, for have our young men and your women practice healthy activities and that they can maintain their ambition and continue their education and become productive citizens in our society, Mr. Speaker. I also want to speak about, there's much more I can speak about, but right now what I want to close off for Corozal Southeast, Mr. Speaker, is that again, we are a rural division, but we have a lot of waterfront, and Corozal Southeast will light up for this Easter holidays, Mr. Speaker. We have the annual Sarteneja Regatta. Capabanc will have their canoe race. Progreso will have their lagoon activities. We have Orchid Bay. We have Blackbeard. So I want to invite everyone to come out and spend a safe Easter in the Corozal Southeast area. Lots to do, a lot of different places to visit. All right? It will be a very nice time, and I hope everyone get a chance to come out to Corozal Southeast and enjoy this Easter break that is coming up, Mr. Speaker. Minister Ramiro promised to provide the barbecue. Mr. Speaker, all of these works that have been done in Corozal Southeast, all these works done in Corozal Southeast, Mr. Speaker, can't be done by one person. I am blessed that we have the majority village councils, and all of these guys and ladies who are elected, they work. Trust me, every day I get texts. We want to do this, we want to do that, we need this. All right, they never leave me alone. They're always asking to get projects done in the area. Sometimes it's personal. We have to help some people who fall on hard times, they get ill or whatever. But a lot of times it is for village projects. The village councils in Corozal Southeast, I am grateful for them. Without them, I would not be successful. I also want to thank the people who work in my constituency office, Mr. Speaker, because they work very hard. They're very effective. They're very efficient. They get the work done. They provide recommendation documents for people. They provide reference letters. They provide a lot of support for my constituents. And when I have clinic days, they make it easy in organizing how everyone come in to see me, and we are able to try to help resolve a lot of the issues that I have to deal with the beautiful people of Southeast. So, Mr. Speaker, without any further ado, I just want to say Corozal Southeast has benefited from Plan Belize 1.0. It is benefiting from Plan Belize 2.0, and I know it will continue to benefit in the next years till the end of this government, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I wholeheartedly support this budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, this meeting is now suspended and we will resume tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you.